our first match of the day.
Naveen Beasley, ready to serve. Tyler Loong will receive. Let's go. See the video billboard in the background. Here on the Carvana PPA Tour, the road to championship Sunday continues. Let's do this.
Side out.
1 year ago, the Johns brothers won men's doubles. Newman and Wright got the silver medal. McGuffin and de Villiers finished third.
Point.
And that's well played by Dawson.
Yeah, nice ball by Callan Dawson, getting on top of that, going at the feet of Beasley.
1-0-1. Second serve.
Callan Dawson, Tyler Loong, very familiar with each other, have played
1-0-2.
numerous events together.
Side out.
And that's just a little bit long. Love the team of Dawson and Loong. Great players, great dudes as well.
Absolutely. Love how you put that, Drew. Great dudes, right? And it doesn't describe anyone better than Callan Dawson. The California, you know, almost surfer-esque attitude. Never really gets bothered.
No.
Side out.
Had some great moments so far in 2023.
1-0-1.
1-0 lead here for Dawson and Loong.
Point.
And something that Callan Dawson does so well is that little punch volley. And you watch as he just stays nice and short and sweet. No big swing.
You mentioned that unorthodox grip. It really is different, isn't it?
It is, and what it does is it gives him an advantage because, again, a lot of players aren't used to seeing it that are new to the game. A lot of the pros that have been on tour for a few years, they know it, they know what to expect.
Point.
But what we have not seen yet, and we will see before the end of this match, I'd bet my house on it, is a Callan Dawson lob.
4-0-1.
And you've got a really big house.
Second serve.
Swing and a miss from Callan Dawson. Loong there, but just can't get up and over.
4-0-2. Point.
And now it's 5-0, so Loong and Dawson building that lead here in game one.
5-0-2.
Beasley and Alda can't get a rhythm and can't take Callan Dawson and Tyler Loong out of their rhythm either.
Point.
And that lead just continuing to grow here.
Timeout receivers. 6-0-2.
And a timeout here, 6-0 out of the gates for Loong and Dawson. Mentioned in the storylines with the Johns brothers winning here last year. The silver medal team, Newman and Wright, they are back together. Remember, Matt Wright did not play in Daytona. So many storylines to follow. We're back to Austin in a moment. Tyler Loong to serve.
6-0-2.
He, along with Callan Dawson, they lead 6-0 over Beasley and Alda. Men's doubles round one. First lob of the day. Alda did a good job playing it, but just too much Dawson there.
And it was the first lob of the day from Tyler Loong, not Callan Dawson. So
7-0-2. Point.
Dom, I'm sure you've been in a position like this where that first point is the hardest to get. We're seeing that right now with Beasley and Alda just trying to get a side out here.
Point.
And so here's my thing with Beasley and Alda. Both played Division I tennis and come from that background, so they know the power game. I'd like to see them start taking chances now. All right, play a little faster pace they're getting sucked into the slower game.
Best point of this first game, and it's won by Loong and Dawson.
What a good point, though. Good point construction. I did like that Beasley and Alda did start to speed up a couple more there, but
10-0-2.
on the verge of ending game one here.
Another lob. Grazes the corner. Who's got it? And a nice return that time by Miguel Alda. That was entertaining.
He swung and missed at the lob
0-10-1.
from Loong. Good spot right there from Miguel Alda, cross court, keeping Callan Dawson back, not allowing him to get back into the point up at the kitchen line.
1-10-1.
And they're on the board.
Second serve.
Beasley trying to cut out that backhand to Callan Dawson, cross court.
1-10-2.
Catches the tape.
Side out. 10-1-1.
And that's the game. So 11-1, Loong and Dawson
Change in.
work rather quickly here in first round competition. Tyler Loong, Callan Dawson looking good here on championship court. Just underway here in Austin. We're back in a moment.
15.
Tyler Loong, the southpaw, the Ernie King here in the sport of pickleball. Starting us off here today on this Saturday from Austin, Texas. Drew Felios alongside Dom Catalano. So many storylines to follow. Is there one, Dom, that really stands out here in men's doubles?
All right.
Well, again, you have the Johns brothers, obviously, but again, it's I like the team of DJ Young and Jocelyn Duvillier. If both of those guys show up as an 8 seed, I think they're tough to beat depending on which two show up. You have your 4 seed here that we're seeing right here, and also the AJ Koller Dekel bar really intrigues me. I love both of those guys and love the way both of those guys play.
Side out.
Start of game 2 here. Side out to Alda and Beasley.
Point.
And way to start out with the point. It took them a long time to get that in game 1.
Hey, they got a lead here in game 2. That's the way to start it.
Callan Dawson continues to chip away at Beasley.
Yeah, tough ball right there. That's chest high at Callan Dawson. He can do whatever he wants with this ball, and watch him just get that ball right down at the feet of Naveen Beasley.
Side out.
And nice ball backside here from Callan Dawson as he catches Beasley backside. Great point construction there from Miguel Alda with the lob, and then the pressure just can't come out on top right there, but I do like the point construction much better.
That one sent long. So Loong and Dawson here reclaim the lead, 2-1.
Point.
when you're watching Kellen Dawson too, Dink, watch what he does. He does two things really well. One, he pressures, he takes balls out of the air when he can.
3-1-1.
But then when he doesn't take a ball out of the air, he likes to short hop, which isn't very easy to do on a dink. But he likes that. Again, it's his feel of his hands from baseball. We've talked about it. He likes to short hop where he feels like he can get through the ball nice and easy. He makes it look easy, and it's really not.
Point.
Another point here is going to make it 4-1.
The early 1-0 lead for Beasley and Alda disappears, and it's now Loong and Dawson back in control.
Side out.
Side out now coming to Beasley and Alda. Tyler Loong, of course, hailing from Utah. It's home of the next stop on the Carvana PPA Tour as we head to Red Rock. And that should be a winner. That looks good.
Yeah, very nice ball right there from Miguel Alda. And again, the pace, I want to see them pick that up right now. Play their game.
Right down the middle from Dawson.
2-4-2.
Oh,
Point.
A little love off the tape in the left pack of Tyler Loong, but Beasley and Alda will take it.
remember, Tyler Loong took one in a spot a little bit lower than that yesterday. Took him a while to shake it off, too, but he certainly is tough.
Oh, just Tyler Loong just carving that backhand out of the air and forcing Beasley into trying something different, and then Loong makes him pay.
How much harder is it, Dom, to match up against a lefty in this game of pickleball?
Well, it's tough right now because middle's closed, right? So they need to go sideline to sideline because both of these guys with their forehands in the middle. So it changes your strategy up just a little when you're going righty-lefty.
Point.
I don't mind that right there from Beasley, trying to speed that up with the two-hander. If he can get that up and over, puts a lot of pressure on Dawson, but he clips the tape.
Side out. Three, 5-1.
There's another winner. So Beasley and Alda, they're right in this. They just got to go right now.
Yeah, much better job right there. Again, not doing too much with it, going inside out, backside on Kellen Dawson.
And that one skips the tape and heads out.
Yeah, and he had an opening there, did Alda down the line. He saw what Beasley, his partner, did.
4-5-2.
Tried to double up, but clips the tape.
Side out.
Just cannot have those errors against the team at caliber of Loong and Dawson.
Right, and I like the idea from Beasley, just falling off that. It's got to follow that in, get that momentum moving forward. Good 1-2 combo there from Kellen Dawson. The speed up right at the body of Alda, and then gets the put away.
6-4-1.
Oh, just a little bit too long there from Beasley.
Yeah, and just trying to dial it in right there. It is the right shot.
7-4-1.
You watch him try and go down the line with his backhand. Oh, I formation. Tyler Loong, take a back seat here. Kellen Dawson's going to take over. As you watch Loong, he didn't know which way to go.
Timeout receivers.
Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with us. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano, and our Tennis Channel crew here at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited.
Second serve.
Loong and Dawson in the far court, Beasley and Alda in the near court. Tyler Loong, second serve here.
8-4-2.
There it is again. Just great work by Dawson again, taking those balls on a short hop, keeping that nice and low, and then eventually gets a ball up that he can handle and speed up right at the body of Miguel Alda.
9-4-2. Side out.
A little short that time from Tyler Loong. Side out coming this way.
4-9-1.
Wow, you watch Callan Dawson right there with that backhand punch. You watch him just go straight down, right? He goes right at the feet of Alda. That's textbook.
Oh, you saw Tyler Loong going for that, Ernie. He got burned that time.
Yes. But again, that's a good read there from Beasley as he sees it coming. And he pulls the trigger. And he was trying to go body up on Loong, but clips the tape and it falls in.
Point.
So now 6-9. I think if you're Beasley and Alda, even if you don't win this match, good to have a good showing here on championship court. And right now they're starting to put it together, Dom.
That's such a good move right there by Miguel Alda. A little shake and bake on the drive from Beasley.
7-9-2.
And a backhand put away for Alda. They're right back in this second game.
Another point. So now 4 in a row here for Beasley and Alda.
9-2.
No timeout from Dawson and Loong.
Side out.
Oh,
Tough right there. You got to get that third over. You have to in that situation. At least get it up and over. I'd rather you make the mistake high, force them to hit a ball.
Dawson's got to go get it. Court open. Oh,
Second serve.
Great get from Dawson, but Alda able to put that ball away.
9-8-2.
big swing. Another good get by Dawson. And Dawson can't get there this time, so all of a sudden, some confidence from Beasley and Alda.
And what an angle from Beasley on that backhand cut right there. Dawson not able to get to it. Beautifully done.
8-9-1.
Angle.
Second serve.
Oh,
Can't have that right here. We know you don't give up any points on a serve and side-out scoring, but you can't give up opportunities. And nice ball in the middle there from Callan Dawson. He caused a little confusion from Beasley and Alda. Great spot.
9-8-1.
now with this side out, perhaps more of a sense of urgency to finish this match here for Loong and Dawson. Because these guys on the other side are starting to gain confidence, and it's starting to click.
They're still on a 4-0 run here. Loong and Dawson have not answered yet.
Dawson with the finish. They needed that one.
Yeah, that was big right there to stop that run, and now they'll give themselves a match point. I am close to losing my house.
Still waiting for that lob, Dom. You promised it. Right down the middle. Callan Dawson with the winner. He and Tyler Loong get challenged in game number 2, but come up with the big points at the right times.
Yeah, nice run there from Beasley and Alda to get back in and put a little pressure on Loong and Dawson. And in the end, I think it's going to be good for Loong and Dawson not going through, say, 11-1, 11-1. They get tested a little, and they're going to need that going into the next round with whoever they face. Two very good teams waiting, either Wyatt Stone, Mario Barrientos, or Brendan Long and John Cincola.
So 11-1, 11-8. Loong and Dawson moving on. Good showing for Beasley and Alda. We'll certainly be seeing a lot more of them here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Just getting started here, day number 3 of the ONIX Austin Showdown powered by Invited. We've got more men's action. Also the ladies sure to chime in throughout the day. Anna Lee Waters and Lee Waters, they are the defending champions here. Kovalova and Smith, silver medalists last year. Coop and Johnson finished in 3rd place. We're back in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back here just outside Austin, Texas. The ONIX Austin Showdown powered by Invited. You see the Johns brothers warming up. Colin Johns and Ben Johns, they are 4 for 4 in tournaments here so far in 2023. They did not play in Minnesota a couple tournaments ago, but every tournament they have entered, Dom, they have won. Altogether, they've won 5 straight events here on the Carvana PPA Tour.
And we talked a little bit yesterday, Drew, about, what it's like being on that kind of top level. Is it, is it easy? How is it? Is it hard? Is it difficult? And when you get there, the hardest thing to do is stay there, right? Because you have nowhere to go but down. So to maintain that, you're going to get everyone's best game. It's that mentality of you have the target on your back constantly. And so even with Tamaki and Martinez Vich coming in here, every team that plays Ben and Colin Johns has nothing to lose. You have 0 to lose. You know why? Because you're supposed to lose to them. But if you win, then that's just a bonus. So again, having that target on your back and trying to maintain that and stay on top is more difficult than anything.
As far as perhaps the biggest threat to the throne, is it still Riley and Matt here in 2023? They had their moments last season, and so many classic matches those two teams had. But is there another team that perhaps can knock off the champions?
Frazier and Johnson.
Okay.
Frazier and Johnson, when they are playing well, when they are rolling and clicking together, they're another team that in my eyes could challenge. Now, do I say would beat them constantly? No. But could challenge them on a good day. So I do think it's the Matt Wright, Riley Newman, or J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. So again, it's all up in the air. And again, Drew, that is not why we don't play it on paper. That's why we actually play the game, so we can see how this comes out. As you see Colin and Ben Johns ready to go. Colin still with the sock hat on, not completely warmed up yet.
Yeah, and that left hand did not leave the pocket of Ben Johns, so he warmed up basically with just the one arm the entire time. Let's do this. Colin Johns to serve.
When you see that too early on, with it being cooler out, the ball is a little harder, is going to carry a little more. So these gentlemen trying to dial it in here early.
Kento Tamaki, side out here.
One ball long each from both of the Johns brothers.
1-0-1.
And Ben Johns attacking. Remember, this is his hometown here in Austin.
And he goes back with the hand in pocket. Very casual, but I do like the energy here of Tamaki and Martinez Vich early.
2-0-2.
And we've seen this before from, Ben and Kyle. Slower starts, especially on Ben's side. It almost seems to take him a few points to get loose.
Very close that time on the return for Martinez. Vich, it was out.
0-3-1.
And first point for Ben and Colin.
That is something, again, when you're playing the #1 team in the world, you cannot have unforced errors. You have to play as clean as possible if you want to have a chance of beating them.
That ball is wide.
Fight. 2-3-1.
And Colin into the net.
Nice speed up there from Martinez Vich, right at the body of Colin Johns.
2-3-2.
You mentioned sometimes Ben's tendency to start a little slow. Their first round match last week at Pictona did go to 3 games, and they were trailing in that 3rd game.
Then again, winners figure out ways to do it. They didn't lose, right?
They always seem to have an answer.
Yes.
3-3-2.
Oh, nicely done.
Yes.
Can't finish it off, though.
Great move by Martinez Vich, Drew, as you said. But Tamaki coming over and covering,
4-3-2.
but just going a little off the edge.
That's just a little bit wide here from the GOAT.
Yeah, good hands from Tamaki right there to keep that ball in play, and then John's trying to go opposite sideline, goes a little wide. Like the stroke from Tamaki. He's very short, doesn't get too big.
4-4-1.
From the left side, too. Creates a lot of topspin on that ball.
A little bit too ambitious there.
Tamaki and Martinez Vich share a laugh as they walk back to the baseline there.
So another point here, another lead for Tamaki and Martinez Vich.
5-4-2.
And Tamaki too much on that one.
They do take a lead here, 5-4.
5.
I was just going to say they're out of position there if they're going to return this.
Just a little wide there from Colin Johns. A little short that time. Ben Johns, got to mention he will play on Championship Sunday in singles for a championship, and also with Annalie Waters in mixed doubles. So the Triple Crown very much at play here.
That's a good ball right there from Ben Johns as he starts to warm up a little here as they take the lead back. And again, those unforced errors when you're playing the #1 seed, very tough to come out on top when you're giving them points and you're right in this game.
That's on the back line.
And you see Colin Johns almost just cock his head to the side going, that's a good shot. He wanted to call it out, but couldn't. Good ball from Martinez Vich.
Ben comes right back with an answer.
Second serve.
It's so interesting to watch the two contrasts and styles on one side. Dom
5-7-2.
got the upstarts bouncing around, so much energy and life, and on the other side, just another day at the office and another first round affair for the greatest men's doubles team to ever do it.
Right there, and then you know you have Tamaki speeding up at Colin Johns, who is one of, if not the best, counter punchers in the game. And you watch right there as he stays short, sweet, compact, beautifully done by Colin Johns.
Long way to go for Ben. Did he clip the line?
I think he went just a little wide, but again, running out of room quickly on that sideline.
7-5-2.
And there's that Colin Johns little flip speed up from the forehand side. He does so well.
8-5-2.
A little wide right there. And I remember Colin Johns' hand's so good. And I remember watching him. He lived in Florida, was teaching at a club called Mediterra for a while in Florida. And he used to come out and drill. Good combo there, but unfortunate for Johns. But he would come out and drill with Johnny Pickleball, and they would come on court and put face masks on and drill from inside the kitchen line, ripping balls at each other to develop those hands. I remember watching Colin do that the first time and was like, what are you doing? And again, though, Colin's hand's so good. Again, it's development over years. Nice counter from Tamaki right there. Put another point up on the board, and they are in this first game still.
And once again attacking Colin Johns. Martinez, Vich that time.
Well, this is the difference you see from the first match we called to this one. Tamaki and Martinez, Vich are playing their game. They're speeding that ball up and not having any fear. Great setup there from Colin Johns as he went wide, and then got Tamaki to pop that ball up, and he has the finish in the middle.
So here's Ben Johns to serve 9-7 in game one.
9-7-1.
Oh, big finish by the older brother.
You watch Colin Johns do this, and what does he do? He waits to see where Martinez Vich is going to go first. He almost holds it on his paddle, goes inside out for the winner.
ATP set up beautifully by Colin Johnson. That does it for game number one. 11-7. A battle of number one and number 32 seeds.
Nice win there for Colin and Ben. It seemed to take a little while to warm up, but again, they are the consummate professionals. They'll warm up and they'll finish and they'll take care of business there in game one. But a good showing from Tamaki and Martinez Vich early on.
Pickleball's version of March Madness. But no huge upset, at least thus far. Much more to come. Stay with us. Men's doubles action continues here at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. So excited you are with us on this Saturday morning. Drew Felios with Dom Catalano. Dom, great to be with you here in the booth.
Always, Drew, always. Been some great matches so far this weekend, and for another great day.
The Johns brothers tape game number one. Here, the start of game two. And a side out. Talked about March Madness, made the reference, Dom, what Colin Schick did last week in Daytona certainly has that feel here in the sport of pickleball.
No, absolutely. And can Tamaki and Martinez Vich be today's Farley Dixon from last night, defeating the 1 seed Purdue Boilermakers?
Oh. Let's have some fun.
Wow, and now we're warmed up. The brothers, that's the last thing that Tamaki and Martinez Vich needed to do was loosen up the Johns brothers, and they just did that. And so now I think it's game time here for Colin and Ben Johns.
Fantastic point. Oh, there we go.
A nice ball there from Martinez Vich.
And Ben Johns finds the open court.
Just so good reaching in, under control. Another walk in the park there for Ben Johns, finding the hole.
There's Ben again. You know, I had a chance to spend with Johns over the summer, and I was telling him about, you know, do you realize you're making history? And he just said, Drew, I'm just hitting a wiffle ball around. That's all I'm doing. Just makes it seem so simple. But it's obviously much more complex than we would ever know.
Well, Drew, you've been around sports. You've called so many athletic events, and you've called a lot of really good players, and I'd say most of them say the same thing. I'm just playing a game, right? The good ones, I'm just playing a game. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying myself. And Ben's no different.
Absolutely. Well said. So 5-0 here in game number 2. Tamaki and Martinez Vich taking their best shot here on championship court in Austin. We're back in just a moment. Ben and Colin Johns warming up here on championship court. Kento Tamaki and Johnny Martinez Vich on the other side. Had some moments in game number 1. Trying to get on the scoreboard here. They need a side out in game 2. And that's how you come out of a timeout.
Yeah, that's a good timeout and side out for Tamaki and Martinez Vich. I think Martinez Vich did play an out ball.
Oh, beautiful shot.
And nice ball from Tamaki. Goes inside out forehand to the opposite sideline. A little long there on the return, and here comes Tamaki and Martinez Vich.
And make it 4 in a row now. You know, it's not just the X's and O's, the strategy during a pickleball match, but the mental. You have to believe that you can compete.
No, absolutely. And right now, Tamaki and Martinez Vich have that confidence back. And that ball right on the line from Tamaki on the serve, and we're all tied.
So Kento Tamaki. And the first lead here, 6 in a row conceded by the Johns.
They're just in a funk right now and can't get out of it, but one thing you do not see a lot of is timeouts from the Johns side of things.
And you could see one here. Or maybe not.
7 by 1. Side out.
That's good counter there from Colin Johns. Much needed there, but still on second server now are Tamaki and Martinez Vich. Trying to add to that lead. Ball sat up for Tamaki, but can't do anything with it. But a nice 6-0 run by Tamaki and Martinez Vich.
Oh, rolls across the tape and does not go over. Tough break for Tamaki and Martinez Vich.
Yeah, and you hear the sigh of the crowd as they were all dug into that point, but Tamaki almost has it.
So tied at 7 here. And long that time from Ben Johns.
Good hold there from Tamaki and Martinez Vich, only giving up 1 point on that side out and maintaining their lead here late in game 2.
Oh, things starting to pick up just a little bit.
Yeah, the pace of the game, Drew, you're exactly right. It's starting to pick up, and you're seeing Ben and Colin John start to dial in.
7-6-7.
You hear Martinez Vich almost shocked that Colin hit that. He looked at Colin and said, I thought Ben was going to hit that.
6-7-1.
And now we're tied once again. Now back to 7-7.
Martinez Vich gets caught on the uncoil from the stack.
And it's those mistakes, Dom, that you're going to look back and say, man, if we could have shored up some of those, we could have taken a game, maybe even challenged for the match.
Yeah, 100%. We keep talking about it. Cannot make those mistakes.
Let's check in on the grandstand court where we've got Staksrud and Tellez. They won 11-4 over Young and de Villiers in game number 1. But trailing game 2, Young and de Villiers have found the fire. We knew that this was going to be an intense match.
No, absolutely. Federico Staksrud, Pablo Tellez, my South Florida boys down there doing really well. Made a great run last event and are starting to play really well right now, and as it showed in game 1. But Young and de Villiers dialed in game 2.
Yeah, Tellez was absolutely brilliant down in Daytona in singles. Went toe-to-toe with Ben Johns. Nearly knocked him off there. You see DJ Young and de Villiers trying to make the adjustment. Such a different atmosphere, Dom, when you're on one of these courts than when you're on championship courts. Everything going on around you that you got to kind of block out and just concentrate on what's in front of you.
It is, and that's the story of pickleball, Drew, and we've been around it for years, and you know that going in. Not everyone's on center court.
Let's head back to championship court here.
That's just precision work right there from the Johns brothers, doing what they do best, creating off of dinks, and just moving in and out, waiting patiently. Good read from Colin Johns on the speed up, but just goes a little too flat. It's a big hold right here for Martinez Vich.
Oh,
and Tamaki, as Ben Johns was all over that one.
And a ball comes flying onto the court here.
Where did that ball come from? As Martinez Vich goes to kick it and kicks it off the board.
And that's long.
That was a very good read from Martinez Vich, where Ben Johns was going to go with that ball, but just a little long on the counter.
And Tamaki can't lift it. So side out now coming the Johns' way. Colin Johns with the finish, little scorpion action.
Right, you watch him get in a squatted position, get nice and low as he hits this ball and just put that ball away. Great athleticism there from Colin Johns.
Match point. And the finish by Tamaki.
Fight off one match point, see if they can do it again. Get that side out.
And they do just that. So they'll win the serve back here. Tamaki and Martinez Vich still fighting here.
Well, considering they were down 5-0 to start this second game, they've come back nicely. They need to get on the board here. That's not going to do it on a high third there from Martinez Vich.
Oh, good job by Colin to get the paddle up, but too much Tamaki the other way.
That's a big left-handed overhead there from Tamaki, finding the line in the middle. Ball ends up in the third row.
Well, the defense certainly has improved for Tamaki and Martinez Vich, and you can sense the crowd sort of on their side here.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone likes to see an underdog as that ball get past Martinez Vich, and Tamaki there to help out his partner.
Another match point. Colin Johns will finish it off. So 11-7, 11-8. Good showing for Tamaki and Martinez Vich as the Johns call this a warm-up. It very much looked like it throughout the match.
Yeah, you said it though, a good showing from Tamaki and Martinez Vich. A lot of things that they can go back, watch the replay of this, take notes on what they need to do. They have all the skill set, it's more experience. This is a great experience for them here on championship court and a respectable 7-8 loss.
The ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited, returns in a moment. Stay tuned. And here we are. So Deco Bar and AJ Koller in the far court, both proud Austin residents. They've both moved here to focus on the game of pickleball. Spencer Smith wearing the all black in the near court. Todd Fought right next to him. Tell us a little bit about Todd Fought, player I haven't seen a lot of as we start.
Again, you guys at home have not seen a lot of Todd Fought, but a very good player, active player out of that almost Pacific Northwest region. So we've seen a lot more of him. And Spencer Smith, his partner, everyone has seen before. Great hands. Now with Team Vatic using that new Vatic paddle. Playing two veterans on the other side of the court, AJ Koller and Deco Barr.
0-0-1.
Big swing from Deco Barr. Second serve now. Spencer Smith, love his demeanor. Always very quiet. Just takes care of business.
Nice ball there from AJ Koller, and one of the best reaching in, taking that ball out of the air and using that wrist and his wrist action to punch balls down.
0-0-1.
There it is once more.
Early lead here now for Koller, and Barr is there on the board first. Deco Barr going right down that line and just missing the sideline.
1-0-2.
In this a round of 16 match here on the men's pro doubles side.
Side out.
Saw Deco Barr yesterday with Etta Wright. Those two really impressive. And mixed doubles.
0-1-1.
There you see Deco once again hovered over the kitchen.
Yeah, huge angle there from Deco Barr, using that 6'4" frame to reach in and create that angle. Nice job by Spencer Smith getting on top of that and evening up the score here at one early in game one.
1-2.
Oh, well done by Todd Fott.
You like that one, Drew, didn't you? Todd Fott ready for that speed up from Deco Barr down the line, and Fott gets on top of it and punches middle. Barr not able to counter.
Skips across the tape and side out now. Coming to Koller and Barr, you would think a tournament like this in your hometown, if you're Deco Barr and AJ Koller, the perfect moment to really make your run and sneak into Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, and the skill set's there for both of these gentlemen. It's just both of them have to be on.
2-2-1.
AJ Koller, one of the best lobbers in the game. He'll do it from anywhere.
He throws up that lob from the baseline right there, and
2-2-2.
Barr with the counter after the lob goes wide.
Oh, little too much on that one.
Yeah, Spencer Smith getting a little too big right there.
3-2-2. Point. 4-2-2. Point.
Our officials for this match, Chris Gallen, Denise Smith.
5-2-2.
5-2 lead for Deco Barr and AJ Koller.
Side out.
And Deco Barr wants that one back because he got a short return off of his big serve.
2-5-1.
And that's the key to Deco Barr going for that big serve, is to get short returns like that.
Second serve.
Don't mind that move there from Spencer Smith. Just got to get under it a little more. It's a nice aggressive move on the backhand side.
Spencer Smith once again. How does he make that adjustment, Don?
Again, it's just dialing back a little bit, but it's frustrating too because you had two balls that typically are going to be putaways that A.J. Koller's digging out. So the more he digs out, the more frustrated you get and try and overhit, and that's exactly what happened.
And you saw there Smith and Fott really fight that one off.
Yeah, and you look at Koller, as soon as he hits that ball, he looks behind himself almost to say, if I leave that go, it's going to go out.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, Todd fought some great hands right there in the middle, getting that ball down at the feet of Deckelbar.
Second serve.
Smith just not dialed in with his drive as of right now.
2-5-2.
Like to see him drop a couple in here, work his way up. Right on cue, he does that, and now we're in a 50-50 point. And good job right there from Todd Fott, and that's exactly what I want from Spencer Smith right now. The drive's not dialed in as of right now 100%, so let's use the drop to create. That's it right there, but misses it a little, but I like that. That's the proper shot, I believe, in this situation.
3-1.
Another lob, this one
Second
way
serve.
deep.
Well, as we've seen, the wind typically is going from the top of your screen to the bottom right now, so at the back of Barr and Koller, so those lobs are going to be tough to keep in.
Side out.
So here is Spencer Smith to serve, former BYU tennis product.
3-1.
Nice hands from Barr and Koller on that. But, Drew, is that the cold BYU or is that the Etta Wright BYU out of Hawaii? That's the question.
It is the BYU.
Yes. That's a nice step in right there from Spencer Smith. Good adjustment. About 5 minutes ago, he did the same thing and goes a little long. Right there, takes something off it. Love that little punch step in from Spencer Smith.
Side out.
So side out here, Koller and Barr with a 1-point lead.
5-4-1.
Oh, Deckelbar, beautiful.
And the speed up from Spencer Smith, and you watch Barr clear his body and able to get a good counter on that ball.
Second serve.
Just a few feet long that time from A.J. Koller. Second serve now from Deckelbar, 6-4. Game one.
4-2.
Oh, the
A.J.
flying A.J.
Koller.
Koller right there, Drew. You liked it. You lit up when you saw that. That's a nice
Love
ball.
it when he decides to take chances. Such an entertaining player.
7-4-2. Point.
Another point here, starting to build it up, 8-4.
8-4-2.
Fought just trying to do a little too much with that last ball.
Nice from both sides.
Yeah, good spot right there from Spencer Smith, right at the hip of Deckelbar as Barr goes over and gives a little love to the crowd because I think he hit that ball off the face of someone in the front row. off his paddle.
A.J. Koller that time able to force a second serve. Todd Fought went to Weber State University. Ogden, Utah is his hometown. As Smith puts too much on that one. I had a chance to call a football game there one time. It was about 10 degrees. I kid you not. We'll never forget that experience. As Koller now into the net, but it seems like the sport of pickleball is such great representation from the state of Utah.
Oh, absolutely. I believe Utah is one of the hotbeds of pickleball. I say South Florida, Arizona, Southern California, and Utah.
Oh, what a return from Fought. Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a get from Todd Fought. He's fighting off these speed ups from A.J. Koller, and then watch this little flip down the line. Nothing Koller could do but grab it.
Little flick of the wrist comes up short. Another point here for Smith and Fought.
5-8-1. Second serve. 5-8-2.
A little pressure there from Spencer Smith, and I think Barr felt that, so he had to keep that ball tight to the net.
8-2.
But a little too tight, and here comes Fought and Smith.
6-8 game. Try the ATP, and instead it's going to hit the post.
Yeah, it goes right off that side post. I believe it was there. The key with and around the post right there is not try and hit it too hard. You got to hit your spot. More times than not, it is going to come back, but it's the ball after that it comes back that Spencer Smith could be there for the put away. Oh, Spencer Smith, guys. What hands fight off Deco Barr speed up.
8-6-2. Side out.
Oh.
And here come Fought and Smith right back in this.
Well, the door's been left open. Question is, are Smith and Fought going to run through it here?
6-8-2.
A.J. Koller dials it up.
Yeah, it's a big ball down the middle and a big side out, because it seemed like Smith and Fought had all the momentum on their side out, but Barr and Koller closed that door in a hurry.
And it's Koller again.
And that's his specialty and his kind of deception from A.J. Koller's. You don't know if he's speeding up or dinking because he's so short and sweet to the ball. No big backswing.
Second serve.
And that one just comes back for Koller. Yeah, he's got kind of that poker face style of play, doesn't he?
Correct, and it's just so effective for him. Good spot there from Todd Fought as they give up 1 point, but they've been on 6 for a little bit here. Got to get off that and get a little closer here towards the end of game number 1.
Dekel tries to speed it up, and that time Fought was waiting for it.
Well, again, he's done that a couple times, and Fought's been ready for it. There was a ball in the middle of that point that I thought Barr would speed up. He didn't because he knows Fought's ready for it. He tries it again there. No luck.
Finally off of 6. Can they keep it rolling? A.J. Koller says, not this time.
So Koller's going to try and go down the line on Spencer Smith right there because Todd Fought has closed the door on the sideline face up against Dekel Barr, which is a shot Barr likes to use, but Fought's done such a good job of defending that. Got to find something else.
Dekel fights off another, so they win side out again. And now 2 points away from taking game 1.
Such a big ball there from Dekel Barr off that engage paddle. He puts that ball down. That ball is lost under the bleachers, I believe. So new ball in play.
9-7-1.
Oh, upset himself. Smith wanted that one back because it now brings us to game point. Oh, well done by Smith.
Finished by Smith, but the hands by Fought in the middle on the pull from Dekel Barr.
Dekel Barr's drive right down the middle. Vintage Dekel Barr to finish off game 1, 11-7.
Yeah, good ball from Barr as both Fought and Spencer Smith thought that ball was going to go long. As you see Fought walking off the court right there going, you see the dip on that, Spencer? As that ball just stayed in by about 3 feet.
Welcome back here to Austin, Texas. The ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited, continues. Coverage courtesy of Tennis Channel. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano, and our phenomenal crew. Dekel Barr, A.J. Koller now serving. And Spencer Smith comes out swinging to get the side out. You saw that serve, though, by Dekel Barr. Dom, that serve has incredible bite, doesn't it? From the big fella.
He uses it as a weapon. That's what's happened over the last couple of years. The serve has become a weapon. 3-4 years ago, the serve was just get it in, get it over. It has become a weapon over the last couple of years, and it makes sense. It's the evolution of the game of pickleball.
On the line.
Dekel Barr went from 6'4" to about 5'4" on that squat, and he gets on top of that. He does that as well as anyone in using his big frame. Gets nice and low and on top of that ball.
See that serve one more time. Fought doing a good job playing it, but I'm telling you, that has got to be one of the toughest serves to play in this entire game.
It is, and what it does is it gets him into a 50-50 point quicker than most because the serve in return is weak. It's in transition area, so they get to the kitchen line just like that very quickly.
1-0-2. Side out.
And an error there from A.J. Koller. Remember yesterday the wind was playing all kinds of tricks with the balls. We had wind gusts all day long today. Wind not quite as active, but still present.
Look at that, just wrist flick from A.J. Koller, so quick. Again, you think his hockey background and shooting a wrist shot isn't effective here in pickleball? It is. Oh.
Great defense. And AJ went to the lob and just too much on it.
Yeah, and again, it's tough. Wind is gusty and swirly on championship court. He's tried twice now and been unsuccessful in the lob.
You see a little bit of sprinkle right now coming down on the court. Hopefully we can keep playing here.
Yeah, and we were and did have some rain in the forecast, but doesn't seem to be too bad as of yet. Wow, nice job by AJ Koller. You see him using that athleticism to come in off the drop and use this punch. Look at the sprint and on the front foot, putting all that pressure on.
There's Fott coming right back.
Second serve. 2-1-2.
Second serve now from AJ, from Deckelbar rather. Oh, Koller able to maintain his composure in the kitchen.
From every position you can think of here. Forehand, forehand, backhand. Let's keep that ball in play and force another shot. Great leave there from Koller. Good setup, but a great drop to start that whole point by AJ Koller. And too, the Deckelbar serve from this side too, he's hitting into the wind. So he's punishing this ball and letting the wind create some action on it too, so it's even tougher.
Deckel and AJ once again forcing a second serve here from Todd Fott.
1-4-2. Side out.
Yeah, nice drop there from Koller. Again, using the wind in his face too. As he drops that, it just gets closer to the net.
Second serve.
That ball goes awry from Koller. Second serve.
4-1-2.
Well played by Smith. Koller right there. How about this?
Oh, nice job. Two lobs in the middle of there. AJ Koller with one, Deckelbar with the second. That put a lot of pressure on Spencer Smith. And then finding the hole in the middle. Good point construction from Koller and Barr. Looks like we're going to have a timeout here from Smith and Fott.
So about midway through game number 2, Barr and Koller closing in on advancing. Get you updated on the rest of the men's doubles bracket when we return to Austin. Wind picking up just a little bit here in Austin. AJ Koller, Deckelbar with the lead here in game 2. And one future match we're looking forward to, McGuffin and Ignatowich advancing. Wright and Newman will be waiting for them in the third round. Well played by Todd Fott.
And he read that lob right away, and Koller with a kind of smile. But a good read from Fott as he was starting to back up before Koller even hit that lob.
Spencer Smith. Smith and Fott able to win the hands battle.
Yeah, big win on the hands battle from Smith and Fott right here. As Fott's the one that initiates it, but then Smith finishes it right at the body of Deckelbar.
serve.
Been really impressed by the hands of Spencer Smith. Second serve now to Todd Fott.
2-5-2. Side out.
Just such a big forehand there from Deco Bar. But again, the
5-2-1.
pressure keeping both Fott and Smith back the whole time.
There it is.
Point.
That's as well as you could play for Koller and Bar.
In the middle of that point, AJ Koller stood stoic, almost baiting
6-2-1.
into a middle shot right there, and he gets it, does exactly what he wanted to do with it.
Second serve. Six, 2-2.
Oh, yeah. What a hands battle by all four of these gentlemen out here.
2-6-1.
Oh,
Point.
Bar didn't like that.
3-6-1.
Just left it up that time.
Point.
And now another long return here for AJ Koller. So chipping away at that lead.
4-6-1.
That's a good speed up from Koller to get what he's looking for, but just the wrong, not wrong, but the execution that he does not want on the last ball. Got what he wanted, though. And a timeout here from Koller and Bar as Smith and Fott are within one.
Yeah, Koller and Bar shaking their heads as they walk off the court, put the paddles down. As Fott and Smith gaining confidence here on championship court. More to come. Stay tuned.
Cream.
So Todd Fott and Spencer Smith. And right now they are battling Deco Bar and AJ Koller here in game number 2.
Second serve.
And a good timeout for Koller and Bar as they force second serve here. And way too much that time on the backhand from Bar.
Yeah, and you typically don't see that from Deco Bar. He took a huge swing on this here, and I'm not sure why, but we are now all tied up at 6 apiece.
Point.
Deco Bar cannot keep it alive. And now the first lead here in game 2, Dom.
Yeah, Smith and Fott looking good. Good point construction.
7-6-2.
Seemed to be a little awry in game 1, but now have settled in nicely in game 2.
Just feel the momentum. It has changed big time.
Not a lot of confidence on the side of Bar and Koller right now. The execution not there, not as crisp.
Side out.
And right on cue, they get dialed back in on that point. See if they can use that momentum here to get back in this second game.
Perfectly done from Deco Bar.
That's just pretty right there. That's such a hard shot. He made it look so easy. Sees the opening on the sideline. And that's just an easy wrist flick for Deco Bar.
And now 2 straight points. I think a good finish right here in this moment for Koller and Barr will go a long way the rest of the tournament.
100%, Drew. You couldn't hit it any more on the head. You want to be tested. Deco Barr again. It's going to the well too much, right? He just hit that same exact shot. Spencer Smith, being the consummate competitor, sees that, recognizes it, and puts it down.
There's A.J. Koller, that flick of the wrist for the lead.
Yeah, and again, like you said, Drew, it's going to go far beyond this match for Koller and Barr if they can pull this out, being tested.
Side out.
And now a side out. Smith and fought like unwelcome house guests. They just do not want to leave. Dom, I'm sure you've dealt with that in the past. I certainly have. And there's a winner.
Nice ball. Yeah, and you saw Deco Barr going scorpion and then lets it go. But yes, unwanted house guests. It's 11:30. You want to go to bed, and they will not leave. And that's exactly what Spencer Smith and Fott are doing here. Nice inside out from Deco Barr right there, finding a spot, not overhitting that time. Well done, but we are still all square at 9. It's a big point here for Fott and Smith.
And Deco comes up with all the right stuff. Side out now to Koller and Barr.
9-9-1.
Always love talking pickleball with our colleague Dave Fleming. And he circled this team. Koller and Barr said, look out, guys. And now they are on the break, match point.
Yeah, and you see Spencer Smith a little bit take a step back on that. I'd like to see him hold his ground and punch that. He did the same thing again. He backed up on 2 blocks and 2 points to Koller and Barr, and they'll take it.
So a match that was a little choppy for Koller and Barr. Smith and Fott showing their best stuff, but it's Deco Barr and A.J. Koller advancing in a match they certainly needed for momentum purposes.
Yeah, absolutely, again, but you like to get tested, and if you get tested and come out, it is going to carry them along the way now into the quarterfinals.
11-7, 11-9. Stands are packed here on this Saturday at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Much more to come. Fabulous day of pickleball. It continues next.
And it's kudos to him.
Grab your seat, get comfy. We're underway. Tyson McGuffin heard from first.
That's some good pace right there as Tyson's got the bun going out of the back of the hat today.
And that a little long from McGuffin. Meanwhile, Ignatowich looks like he's still in Daytona. 0-0-2. Riley Newman and Matt Wright swinging away.
Big finish there from Riley Newman. And the side out, still no score.
0-0-1.
Oh.
Riley Newman getting no love off the tape right there. As I say, it was just a little long as he tries to drive a ball right at his former partner, Tyson McGuffin.
Riley Newman recently moving from Phoenix to the Lone Star State here.
Yeah, he moved from Phoenix to Dallas.
Yep.
And I asked him yesterday, I said, how'd the move go and everything? He goes, I've unpacked 2 boxes. He goes, and I'm on the road next week and the weekend after too. So he goes, I don't know how I'm going to get moved in yet. Nice finish from Ignatowich with the two-handed backhand cross-court as he catches Newman just a little too far in the middle.
And a ball flies on the court. Where did that come from?
That's twice already today, Drew, that we've had a ball come on center court from we don't know where.
First point on the board here for McGuffin Ignatowich. And that time, Matt Wright can't do anything with that.
Yeah, he's in the air trying to block that. I know he wants to set his feet right there and not be airborne trying to block that ball. Oh, Matt Wright, a little love off the tape right there. He'll take it.
2-1-2.
Oh, wow. Into the net, but so impressive on the attack.
And a very quiet Matt Wright there. No emotion out of that one. And just keeping his cool here. It's still early.
And there's McGuffin.
Well, instead of going right at Matt Wright, he went away from him, found a hole. Great job by Tyson McGuffin.
And that's long.
2-1-1.
Any indication of a side advantage, Dom, with the conditions early in this match?
Doesn't seem to be right now. It seems like things have calmed down a tad, but the wind is blowing from top of your screen to bottom of your screen on court, but no real advantage to either side as of yet. Almost still a feeling out process here early on in game number 1 of this 2 out of 3.
1-2-1.
ATP, beautifully done by Riley Newman, but McGuffin returns it and right into the net that time.
And Riley Newman, you watch him, stops, almost goes over the barricade on the side of the video board. Nice job, Matt Wright. He's doing a great job on these hands battles right now.
Tied at 2. And there's Riley.
And good move on the poach from Riley Newman coming across, getting that forehand.
2-2.
You're hearing the voice of our official on the court, Damon Barry. Second official, Benjamin Farmer, here for this match.
2-3-1. Second serve.
Riley Newman showing McGuffin. It started here and then it ended up cross court. So wind looks like it's moving cross now.
Oh,
As you can see that ball from Ignatowich right there, as he hits it right down the middle on the center of the screen, you see it getting pushed from right to left on your screen.
and Ignatowich again, working on Matt Wright. Wright to serve, the former Michigan Wolverine.
Matt Wright playing some absolutely incredible defense here early on in this quarterfinal matchup. I love to see it.
Oh, some really high-level stuff here.
Not only does Matt Wright hit that ball in the net, but he gets called for a foot fault, so double it up.
2-4-1.
Yeah, looked right down immediately. And there's Tyson just caught up with the ball at his feet.
2-4-2.
A little too big there from Riley Newman as McGuffin and Ignatowich get back within one here. No one really wants to pull away.
Side out.
See the big forehand that time from Ignatowich into the net.
4-3-1. Point.
Now you're starting to hear these guys talk a little bit more.
5-3-1.
Oh, Riley Newman comes up with one there.
What a ball right at the body of Tyson McGuffin. As McGuffin's uncoiling on the stack and coming up, he's on the move.
6-3-1.
No split step, and that's an issue right there. McGuffin's got a split step, play that ball out of transition.
Oh, Ignatowich, beautiful.
What a sidestep from Ignatowich, reading the speed up so he can get to his forehand here. Watch him slide to his left to take that ball on the forehand side.
Side out.
So Ignatowich and McGuffin trailing here by 3. Still in game 1. The wind gusts have picked up just a little bit over the last few minutes.
Yeah, it seemed early on that it wasn't really gusting, but now it seems to be starting to gust again.
Oh, the ball just in. And Matt Wright will let you know about it, too.
Oh, he is starting to let him know about it as he hits that. He's like, yeah,
3-1.
good block.
Second serve. 6-3-2.
Oh, that's the right ball from Ignatowich. He had it open, but just fails to execute.
7-3-2.
Riley Newman, one of 7 children. Oh, just long. It was cool to see Newman reunited with his sister on the court. Lindsay Newman yesterday, mixed doubles.
3-7-1.
Good move from Tyson McGuffin. Backhand punch, volley. Gets that ball down at the left hip of Riley Newman.
Now you're starting to see business pick up here on championship court.
Starting to see that intensity out of McGuffin. Last thing that Wright and Newman want is to hear McGuffin start barking on him here early.
Ignatowich on a roll. 3 straight points.
6-7-1.
And that one's not coming back. Tough break.
And Riley Newman trying to go inside out down that line on Ignatowich. No luck and love off the tape.
Second serve.
A good ball from Riley Newman on the trigger pull right at the body of McGuffin. It's the right move by Ignatowich right there. Just a wrong execution on his part. But again, I want to see him do that, continue to do that. Just got to execute it.
7-all. And McGuffin, little flick with that right hand. Crowd loves it.
Well, the best part about that is you watch McGuffin clear his body out of the way so he can extend on this counter right there and get that ball down at the feet.
Is that on the line? Yes, it is.
That's a nice ball there from Matt Wright as he gets McGuffin a little late on the stack.
8-7-2. Side out.
So back and forth here in game number 1. Started out a little bit choppy on both sides, but both teams have really picked up the level of their play. And now Ignatowich will tighten up those sneakers.
7-8-1.
Oh.
Second serve.
And you hear Ignatowich saying that shot was stupid, right? To himself, right? Because Matt Wright, he's tested a few times right now, and Matt has answered pretty much every one of them. So he's got to stop that right there, and he knows it.
And Riley trying to come right back, just a little long, tied at 8 now. The veteran savvy of Matt Wright on display. Oh, Riley Newman. And now the chirping picks up.
Oh, and you hear Riley Newman go, "That's not the spot, James." And both of them smile at each other as they say that. So it's not too heated yet.
Second serve.
And Ignatowich very calmly with the winner now gets back into position.
8-8-2.
Just kind of get the sense to Ignatowich. He's kind of the young upstart in this group. All these other guys are savvy veterans.
Absolutely. These guys have been around for a while, but Ignatowich's game is at the same level, sometimes if not higher than most players on court. Ooh, that's a tough ball. I almost thought that ball would have gone long, but again, it was at the body of Riley Newman. Tough for him to try and get out of the way of that.
9-8. McGuffin and Ignatowich with the lead. They've got some momentum here. Off the tape and out, and now it's game point.
A nice run here from McGuffin and Ignatowich.
10-8-1.
Tyson's got to go get it. Just cannot dig that one out. Great effort, though.
Yeah, tried to use the wind to pull that back in because it is going right to left, but not enough.
10-8-2. Side out.
And you kind of knew that that was coming. Wright Newman gets side out here.
And again, testing Matt Wright is not the thing to do right now. Playing so well. Great counters today.
See Ignatowich just kind of fending off Tyson that time. Is that appropriate here?
Absolutely, and Tyson knows that, right? McGuffin knows that Ignatowich is going to come across. It's happened a couple times already where you see McGuffin almost stand straight up to let Ignatowich come over and take that forehand. That's why Ignatowich is playing that left side. Tyson knows that. He knows his role in this matchup where he's playing that right side. He's the eye candy of the two, right? Where he's going to play on that side, let Ignatowich do his thing and come over and take 75% of the court when he can get that.
And now third game point for Tyson McGuffin and James Ignatowich. Riley and Matt fighting another one off. Second serve here, James Ignatowich. And just too much on it.
Well, McGuffin and Ignatowich have had 4 chances to end this game and come up empty. The issue right now is they can't get off 8.
Ignatowich, the emphatic finish.
Well, you saw right there in that point too, Wright and Newman switched sides. So Newman took the right side and Wright took the left side for that point to see if they could change something up. Did not work.
Ignatowich has got it right, though, on top of it. Man, he is so tough.
Well, Drew, this is game point number 6 for McGuffin and Ignatowich. You have to finish here. You cannot let a team like Newman and Matt Wright back in this.
Riley Newman says, not yet.
And you know how hard it is not to hit the net with your paddle right there because that ball was so close to the net. That's a tough ball for Riley Newman on a tough point.
Stuck on 10 here, McGuffin and Ignatowich. Wright and Newman another opportunity to close in.
8-10-2.
Big overhead from Big Papa Jimmy.
And Ignatowich puts it away, but again, they are just hanging around, and I love this. I absolutely love this. This is a timeout on the offensive side of the ball from McGuffin and Ignatowich. They know that this is game point number 7. They're going to sit, relax, talk about this, focus on what they need to do here. They have 2 more opportunities to end this game. So strategy-wise, great job on the offensive side from McGuffin and Ignatowich.
And we'll see that next game point coming up next.
All right, after a referee timeout, time in. 10-8.
So another game point here for McGuffin and Ignatowich. Riley Newman pulls one out of the bag. Second serve, though, here. If they can fend this off, Tom, it would be huge.
Unbelievable. Game point number 8.
Matt Wright barely gets one over. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Holding your breath on that too, and what did you see from Ignatowich and McGuffin? They switched sides too. They put McGuffin on the left to try and doesn't work.
And all of a sudden, Ignatowich misfires. So one closer now.
9-10-1. Second serve.
Oh, Riley Newman can't return it.
9-10-2.
So here's Riley Newman now. Tyson McGuffin. Wow.
Just a little too high right there on the third from Riley Newman. Will give McGuffin and Ignatowich a 9th game point as that ball comes right into your living room.
10-9-1.
And it's McGuffin making it happen to the finish of game number 1.
Wow, I mean, what an ending right there. 9 game points it took for McGuffin and Ignatowich to end it, but they do. But the issue was that Wright and Newman couldn't get off 8. It was 10-8 forever. They couldn't answer either, so that was the big issue.
What a match we have brewing here on Championship Court. Game number 2, straight ahead. Could not have asked for much more. And game number 1, Tyson McGuffin. Not a lot of barking in that first game, but he let his play do the talking for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They came out on top again. It took them 9 game points, as we've reiterated a few times, to end it, but they do come out on top. It's not about how you get there, it's about the end result, and the end result was a win in game number 1, 11-9. For your 7 seed, McGuffin and Ignatowich, over the 2 seed, Wright and Newman.
Big finish there for Riley Newman. You saw in Daytona, McGuffin and Ignatowich adjusting on the fly and sort of trying to make it work in the heat of battle. We're seeing clearly some of the adjustments in the game plan coming together here.
Yeah, absolutely, and you saw them making those adjustments, trying to change sides, see what worked. Oh, that's good pressure from Riley Newman right there as he comes over on the poach, forces the ball wide.
1-0-1.
So if you are Wright and Newman, keep doing what brought you here. Don't change anything.
No, I don't see any adjustments they need to make. It's execution. They were at 10-8 for about, obviously 8 game points in game 1. They were right there. They just didn't execute when they got their serve back. Don't change much. Matt Wright playing very well. Good blocks. Reading Ignatowich, speeding up right at him.
Matt Wright can play that one. Tough to play.
Yeah, off the tape there from Ignatowich on his forehand.
Oh, what a two-handed backhand.
Yeah, it's tough for Matt Wright to speed up right there from a low ball as you watch him try and roll this ball at the backhand of Ignatowich. But Ignatowich is sitting backhand right there because he knows that McGuffin's got him in the middle. So he's going to sit backhand all day as soon as that ball gets outside of the center of Matt Wright's body.
First point for McGuffin and Ignatowich here in game 2.
Tyson McGuffin sitting on that Ferrari forehand, as he likes to call it. Beautifully done. And a little bit of a bark there.
Second serve.
But that's the same guy. And he'll be the first to admit it right there. Is execution not there on that forehand.
Ignatowich there once again.
Yeah, he's just a little wide on that forehand right there as he got just a little too big. He knows it too.
And that one just long as well.
4-2-1.
4-2 game here, game 2. That's all Riley Newman.
Yeah, he speeds up right at Ignatowich, but where's he speed up? He speeds right up at the body. Doesn't let Ignatowich get extended. And you see then the jam up on the counter.
Paddles hit the ground. And a 5-2 game. We'll call timeout here on Championship Court. You're watching the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Pickleball legend Matt Wright set to serve here out of the timeout. 5-2 here in game 2.
Time in. 5, 2, 1.
Oh, Tyson McGuffin playing it. Now Riley Newman, as we mentioned, the brand new Dallas resident.
Such a good job right there from Matt Wright, and he sets up his partner Riley Newman for the put away.
Mentioned Dallas, that of course the new home of the national championships at Brookhaven. Cannot wait for that. That news recently released, the Carvana PPA Tour, part of that. And Dom, I know that is going to be epic.
Newman sitting on it right there. He read it so well, but just does not execute in the middle.
2, 6, 1.
So here's McGuffin now serving, trailing 2-6. And you just get the sense that Wright and Newman here have made the right adjustment.
Right out. Six, 2, 1.
Nice ball by Ignatowich right at the feet of Riley Newman. Again, being able to get on top of that ball is such a key, and get that ball at your opponent's feet, so they have to try and dig up on the ball.
Matt Wright able to sneak one in once again.
Yeah, again, the speed up right at the right hip of Ignatowich, and that seems to be the spot right now for Riley Newman and Matt Wright.
And that ball shanked into the crowd. And now it is a runaway here in game number 2, 8-2. And that right down the line. Beautiful from Tyson.
That's a beautiful shot, and a little roll forehand down the line from McGuffin. Watch him set this up nicely as he had Newman leaning just a little bit to the middle, and that's all it took to create that window of opportunity.
Spoke earlier today about the paddle grip of Callan Dawson. Definitely unique also with Riley Newman as well.
Oh, it's like a frying pan in his hand. It's so uniquely awkward for Riley Newman.
One of the few lobs we've seen today. Matt Wright, Ignatowich makes him pay for it.
And he's trying to almost double up on that. Not sure why, as Matt Wright's laughing at himself, I think. Going, why in the world would I try that right there? But again, with a 5-point lead.
Comes right back very calmly, just places it in the corner.
There's a little slap backhand down the line as Ignatowich coming up on the drive third from McGuffin.
8, 3, 1.
Oh, McGuffin, a fastball right to the body of Matt Wright.
Again, you think that these guys don't have a plan, and they do. That is an absolute perfect spot at the right hip.
Right out.
Saw Riley play that. I think he maybe thought he should have called it out that time.
But I think it did. I think it skipped off the line, and that's why he's like, he thought it was going to be long, but then it skips off the line.
And again, Matt Wright with a little finger wag.
Oh, no, no. We're not doing that right now, are we? No, no, says Matt Wright. Oh, and Riley Newman. I think they both played a couple balls that would have been out, did Matt Wright and Riley Newman, but Newman comes out on top with the forehand winner cross court.
Tyson McGuffin puts it away. So Wright, Newman, they've been stuck on 8 for an eternity here.
Yes, they have. They need to get out of this funk again.
8-3-2.
When you get up like this, you got to put teams away. And Wright and Newman end up switching sides that time, trying to change things up. Does not work.
Ignatowich to serve. See if they can make a late run here in game 2. And Riley Newman's just not having it.
Yeah, just sitting on that speed up from McGuffin. He's waiting on it right there. Good patience from all 4 of these gentlemen. But again, it's McGuffin who speeds up and makes the initiation. Riley Newman all over it.
3-8-2. Point.
The rare miss on a dink there from Matt Wright. He's shaking his head as he comes back to the baseline.
4-8-2.
A little bit closer here, 4-8.
Watch it.
Still playing. Oh, just nothing Tyson could do there up against that video board.
Yeah, against the video board, handcuffed by Riley Newman.
8-4-1.
Hands battle won by Wright and Newman.
And finally, Drew, they get off of 8. They've been on 8, like you said, for an eternity.
9-4-1.
Now time to pick it up and finish this game.
Ignatowich, heard from there.
9-4-2.
And Matt Wright can't lift it over, so side out going the other way.
I do like that ball because he was going right hip of Ignatowich, like they've had some success. He just didn't execute it like he wanted to, but I do like the move.
So tough sledding here in game 2 for McGuffin and Ignatowich, trailing by 5. Good effort defensively by Ignatowich.
And Matt Wright just guides it out with his finger going, nope, that's going wide. But as you see, Newman and Wright switching sides here. Is playing Matt on the left, Newman on the right.
They're within 4.
5-9-2.
And they're going to get another point here. So, don't go away just yet here.
No.
Game 2, still very much up for grabs.
Well, that's 2 freebies on return of serves off the big Ignatowich serve.
Tyson up against the body of Wright.
Well, finally McGuffin got to a forehand, right? So you saw Matt Wright and Riley Newman really going middle to try and go to the Tyson McGuffin backhand right there, and they found it pretty much that whole point, except for that right there where McGuffin was able to run around it. He sped up at the left shoulder of Matt Wright and got him.
Point like that will certainly get you going. Ignatowich takes a quick drink. Don't go away. Game 2 in the balance. If you were to combine level of play and personality, hard to find 4 better than the 4 players we're watching here. James Ignatowich and Tyson McGuffin serving. Let's serve will do it again. Trailing 7-9, game 2. So good timeout for Wright and Newman.
Yeah, great timeout, very effective. They get the side out right away. And now trying to end this McGuffin and Ignatowich run. Matt Wright making sure everyone in the stadium knew that that was out.
And a big point because it's going to give Wright and Newman their first game point of today. The best players on the tour, when it matters the most, when things really get dicey, Dom, they make the right calls, whether it's a timeout or an adjustment or just take a deep breath, right?
Well, yeah, that's it. You see different philosophies from different teams, right? You watch Colin and Ben Johns, they don't burn a lot of timeouts. They don't like to. It's their prerogative. Most other teams are very strategic with their timeouts. They understand they're not getting a refund off of their entry fee for saving timeouts, so they use them. Just like this right here. You're seeing McGuffin and Ignatowich burn their final timeout at 7-10. They burned their first at 2-5, right? They were down by 3. They burned their third one here at 7-10. And so now we're going to see what happens after this timeout. As you're seeing Tyson McGuffin mess with his hand a little bit. He had the trainer over there in between games.
Yeah, it looks like he has a cut there on his hand as he plays on. Ignatowich right inside that back line.
Yeah, and as soon as Newman hit it, it almost started eye rolling himself. He's like, it's probably not the right decision to go right there at that time. See again the focus on the McGuffin backhand.
Oh, on the line from Wright. Picked his spot and went right after it.
Beautifully executed there from Matt Wright and Riley Newman. They really found where they want to go with that ball, in the middle to the McGuffin backhand, and then the pulled trigger from Matt Wright finds the hole, and we're going to game 3.
So the savvy veterans find a way. Game 3, here we come from Austin. It's next. Welcome back to the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Alongside Dom Catalano, I'm Drew Felios. Dave Fleming and Kyle McKenzie will be joining you later here from Austin. Been a fun event here thus far, but I think this our best match of this men's and women's doubles day thus far.
Absolutely, and it only took, 9 game points in game 1 for McGuffin and Ignatowich to win 11-9. And then Wright and Newman right the ship, no pun intended, and win game number 2, 11-7, which sends us to game 3 here on championship court. So in game 3, we'll switch ends here at 6. And again, the weather is cooperated as far as dampness so far today, but it is still windy on your screen, going right to left a little bit, so you come into play. And now where is Tyson McGuffin and James Ignatowich? And they're there. So it looked like earlier, Drew, we had Tyson McGuffin dealing with a little bit of a hand issue. But I don't really think it's going to affect his game that much. But he had the trainer over taping him up a little bit.
And we also saw some tremendous shot making from Matt Wright. Let me ask you this, Don. Given where the game is going, all the athletic players coming into the game like Ignatowich, do you expect Matt Wright to play top level up until he hits that 50 mark?
Oh, absolutely. Matt Wright has been one of the best in the game for years, and that hasn't changed. He can handle the James Ignatowiches, you know, the Federico Staksruds, you know, all those guys coming in. He can still handle them. Again, things still need to go through the top and upper echelon of pickleball.
Game 3 underway. Quite a way to start.
Great hands battle again, like, you know, right on cue. If you're thinking that James Ignatowich is going to overpower Matt Wright's got something to say about it.
Quick 2-0 lead. And there's Ignatowich, and you said it, Dom, the way that Wright just goes toe-to-toe with some of the bright young stars of the game time and again.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good spot right there from Ignatowich, finding a hole in the middle. And then Wright giving a freebie back. Again, another good hands battle won by Newman and Wright. They seem to be coming out on top of most of these.
And there's a serve that was right on the line, confused Wright just for a split second there, and we're tied.
The 1-2 combo from Matt Wright. He's initiating speed up and then putting that ball away.
Oh, phenomenal.
Matt Wright feeling it right now. He is pulling the trigger so fast right now. He does not care if Ignatowich or McGuffin are countering back. He's handling every single thing that's coming at him.
Oh, Newman and Wright just not letting anything drop.
Nope, nothing. A little stare down there from Matt Wright, and they are feeling it up 4-2 here in game number 3.
If Wright has a little extra incentive, it's understandable. Yesterday, he and Lucy Kovalova lost to Ignatowich and Anna Bright. Can clearly see he wants one back here, badly.
And Riley Newman got just a little off balance on that ball. Good dink there from McGuffin, pulling him very wide. And good speed up there from Tyson McGuffin as he finishes with that forehand. I want to see something here. McGuffin seems to be wanting to take most of the thirds here and letting Ignatowich crash. Let's see where he goes. Yeah, and right on cue. you're seeing McGuffin take over in the middle. After he serves, he's stepping into the middle here, almost pushing Ignatowich off to the side so that he's able to take those thirds and let Ignatowich crash. A little more comfortable with this right now. See McGuffin sitting in the middle. That ball's on Ignatowich's side, but he's taking it. Wow.
4-4-1.
All tied at 4 here in game 3. And that ball's long, so the lead for the first time here in game 3 to McGuffin and Ignatowich.
5-4-1.
Oh,
And as soon as McGuffin hit it, he was like, maybe I want to pull that back, reset that, but tries to pull a trigger from a really low, awkward position. That ball never came up for him.
and McGuffin can't catch up to that one again. Matt Wright making the difference, side out.
4-5-1.
Oh. And there it is.
We just had Riley Newman spinning around like a top back there.
4-5-2.
Long return this time. Gonna even things up at 5.
5-5-2.
Riley Newman right into your living room.
And he'll finish and run over to the bench right as he finishes that, because we'll switch ends here at 6-5 lead on the side of Riley Newman and Matt Wright as he just cruises over to the bench.
So Newman and Wright right now with the momentum. Good match going on here in Austin. Welcome back to Tennis Channel's coverage of the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano here watching Riley Newman and Matt Wright, the savvy veterans of this great game of pickleball. Tyson McGuffin, James Ignatowich in the far court. Riley on the speed up has the final say.
And it's the right speed up because he had McGuffin moving. So he's on the move and speeds up at him. So with the movement, it causes the pop up and then the put away.
Riley Newman just gets on those rolls, right? You can just feel when he really senses that he is about to take over a match. Kind of have that feel right now, don't you, Dom?
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting to feel it again here. Up by 2 in game 3, trying to move on through the quarters into the semis.
Oh, Matt Wright can't lift it. Side out the other way. Another test for McGuffin and Ignatowich. And short on the return from Tyson.
5-7-2.
Wow, what a spot there from Riley Newman. I mean, he's threading the needle down the middle there. No paddle on it from McGuffin or Ignatowich.
Should mention the winner of this match gets the winner of Frazier Johnson versus Arnold and Wilson.
Wow, what a read from Riley Newman. He moved to the spot before McGuffin even hit that ball. Sitting on the forehand, punches that down.
8-5 now. Riley Newman clearly in the zone.
Oh, wow. Matt Wright again winning a hands battle against Ignatowich. Just when you think it's not the right move to do that, handling everything, and it's a 9-5 lead. Wow.
So timeout, Ignatowich and McGuffin. This one could be slipping away here. Game number 3, Newman and Wright starting to pull away. And while we have a moment, a special instructional video brought to you by Top Court. Great stuff from Captain Parenteau and Leah Jansen. 9-5 here in game 3. Matt Wright and Riley Newman on a roll. And that is out, and we are at match point.
Riley Newman just playing so well right now. And Matt Wright just handling every piece of pressure. He's speeding up. Riley Newman finishing. Deadly combination right now.
Just out from Wright. Still, the way he is able to stand in and take those blows.
Well, and see what happens here. McGuffin and Ignatowich have switched it, and they've put Ignatowich cross court from Matt Wright now.
Wright wants that serve back, doesn't he?
Ball is not coming back right there on that overhead from Matt Wright.
5-10-2.
Oh, great defense by Ignatowich. Newman finally with the finish.
Can't get that second one on the overhead from Newman. And they will get at least 2 more opportunities at match point.
So here we are again. Oh, Ignatowich got to go get it. Wright keeping it alive. The great hand speed.
The fact that Matt Wright kept that one in the last ball and played that right there, and then Ignatowich, the wherewithal and the court knowledge to be able to go, oh, that's going to be in. I need to get this.
10-5-2.
Another match point. ATP, there it is. Riley Newman and Matt Wright. Little chirping to the crowd. All in good fun. The savvy veterans drop game 1 and they come roaring back in the next 2.
Yeah, they played incredible in games 2 and 3. They didn't play bad in game 1, had opportunities, fought off 8 game points, and then used that momentum into games 2 and game 3.
Boy, these guys are tough to break. And when they put it together and start believing, there are very few teams that can deal with them. So there's your final. Wright and Newman moving on. Much more pickleball to come from Austin. Don't dare go anywhere. So Staksrud and Tellez set to take on Ben and Colin Johns here in men's doubles play. This should be fun. Colin Johns to serve. Let's go. So two phenomenal singles players in Staksrud and Tellez coming together as a team. Here they are in the quarterfinals.
A nice pull right there from Federico Staksrud in the middle on Ben Johns.
Take a look at action going on around the complex. Koller and Barr right now got their hands full with Cincola and Loong. Cincola and Loong right now kind of like the underdog story of the day.
They are today's Farley Dixon.
Yes. And a reminder, you know, it's March Madness at every pickleball tournament, right? The field always.
It is every other weekend, it seems that way. Oh, and Staksrud's going to take that all day.
1-1-2.
Good read there from Tellez as he just can't drop that in as Ben Johns comes over and poaches that.
2-1-2. Side out. 1-2-1. Second serve.
So we saw the Johns brothers in round number 1 against Tamaki and Martinez. Vich, they won that 1 and 2, and then they took on Hewitt and Alshon. A little bit stiffer competition there, but able to get by as well.
Ooh, nice pull from Tellez, but goes just a little wide as he had Johns moving from sideline back to middle. He tries to speed up back sideline, but again, that's what you flirt with, is the out of bounds on that sideline. And that's exactly what happens.
Tellez finally the finish.
Just punishing balls with that big left-handed forehand.
2-2-2.
And that's on the line.
Wow. That's such a good ball in the middle there from Staksrud, and good patience too, waiting for the right moment to pull that trigger.
2-2-1.
Big serve there from Pablo Tellez as he forces the error from Colin Johns.
3-2-1.
And Staksrud and Tellez take a 1-point lead.
Second serve.
Up against the net that time. And Tellez and Staksrud now will reset.
3-2-2. Side out. 2-3-1.
See Tellez look down almost as if that ball skipped on him a little bit. Doesn't get that up and over.
3-3-1.
Little instruction there between the brothers. Communicates so well on the court. Oh, just wide. Colin wanted that one.
So I like the pattern here because what's going to happen is Pablo Tellez is going to play most of his dinks off of his forehand. He's going to run around it when he can. When he does, Staksrud's going to have to pinch middle. If he goes hard cross court, that shot that Colin Johns just missed is going to be there. If they can work that to force Tellez to run around his forehand like he likes to do.
3-3-1.
And that went into the net from Colin Johns. Our officials for this match, you hear the great Don Stanley, Tony Jaden, our second official. Angela Lumen
4-3-1.
is on tracking, and Diane Anderson is with us in the booth. Staksrud misfires.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for Staksrud on the forehand side. Just getting a little too aggressive.
4-3-2.
And that's wide. Are you a little surprised Staksrud and Tellez seem content to kind of play at this slow pace a little bit?
They are, because again, they don't want to get into the hands battles with Colin and Ben Johns because they have
3-4-1.
absolutely incredible hands. So that's the last thing they want to do. They're trying to wait for the right opportunity.
And that is just a little bit long. So Ben Johns here to serve, and happy birthday, Mr. Ben Johns. Today, he turns 24 years old. He's getting old.
God, is he getting old.
Oh,
Nice ball from Tellez right there.
Don't call the ball. His second serve.
second serve coming up here. That ball in.
4-2.
ATP successful from Staksrud.
Great ball, good patience there from Staksrud as he goes around the post, finds the space. Colin Johns can't execute the defense.
Now Ben able to pick it up.
Second
And
serve.
that off the paddle of Tellez. Second serve here.
4-4-2.
Knotted at 4 here. Game number 1. Quarterfinal match.
That's a nice drive there from Tellez. Again, that forehand, loves that forehand.
5-4-2. Side out.
So that's a very methodical speed up there from Ben Johns. He punches that ball down. He's not just speeding up at the body of Staksrud, he's speeding up at the lower half. So if Staksrud is able to get anything on that, it's going to be upward angle. So the next ball is going to be even higher for Johns or brother Colin Johns.
Right down the middle. Tellez with a little stare.
A little stare and the head nod as he finishes this with the forehand.
Watch Tellez play. I mean, we know things Tyler Loong does is incredible, but this guy, he's like a lefty in baseball with that erratic motion, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and it's effective. Everything he does with a purpose.
6-4-2.
It's a 6-4 game here in game one.
I mean, Staksrud is reading these. He's a half step from being able to come over and poach and make a perfect ball. For some reason, he's a half step behind. He's there, he's seeing it.
Thank you. 4-6-1.
Staksrud upset at himself that time. Cannot leave opportunities on the table against Ben and Colin Johns. They will make you pay dearly. Tellez puts it home.
Huge forehand. That's why, and what you see right there is the love for the forehand by Tellez. And that's the reason why right there. Good hands right there from Ben Johns on the speed up from Tellez.
Can the gate workers please monitor people walking during the rally, please? Thank you. Here we go. 6-5-2.
Don Stanley taking charge.
And nice step in from Staksrud. You see him front foot that backhand. But again, nice and aggressive. Colin Johns not completely up and in a set position. And Tellez missing one right there. It clips the tape and goes long. He's got an easy winner.
I know what that means. Verbal warning, profanity. I know what that means. Verbal is display. Here we go. I heard it. I know what it means. Let's go. Let's play. Let's play. I heard it. Here we go. 5-7-1.
So verbal warning to Pablo Tellez.
Staksrud a little bit short. Also keeping an eye on Koller and Barr, taking on Cincola and Loong. Hope to have you updated on that one shortly. There you take a look at it.
It looks like it is over, and Cincola and Brendan Loong moving on over AJ Koller and Deckel Bar in 3.
Early attempt, well done from Tellez. So he's able to bounce back. You know, we had that profanity warning. That's a call that, if it's not Don Stanley officiating this game, maybe is not made.
Yeah, he caught it. Good job staying composed by Tellez and Staksrud.
And Ben John's a little bit shaken here.
Great hands there from Pablo Tellez on the backhand.
7-6-1.
Still with the lead.
Second serve.
Just swat that down by Colin Johns with the forehand.
7-6-2. Point.
Love the inside out there from Pablo Tellez to start that and get his partner Staksrud the put away.
8-6-2.
2-point lead here, Staksrud and Tellez.
Side out.
Ben Johns getting side out right back.
Almost took off Federico Staksrud's right foot with that ball.
6-8-1.
ATP from Ben. Comes back. Well done by Tellez. How about another?
Oh, he doubles up on it, Drew. Unbelievable defense from Tellez. But Ben John goes, hey, can you do it twice?
How many times do you see 2 of them in 1 point?
Not many at all.
Oh, this is fun.
That's so good. Absolutely love it. And back to the double ATP. They were identical, too. It was the same exact ATP.
Tellez really mixing it up. He is causing lots of problems right now.
He's playing so smooth, too, and just flipping that ball in the middle when he can. Running around that forehand.
And a foot fault called here. It's going to be on Tellez.
Yes, you can. The result would be a fault and second serve. We have a challenge. What was the fault call? Challenge. All right, we have a challenge of the referee's fault call. The fault call puts us at 8-7-2. We'll now proceed with video review.
That's, yep. Correct call, because on the slide right there, toe ends up on the line, clearly. Maybe if you had a white shoe on, it'd be a little harder to see, but those neon and black shoes right there seems to be an easy one to call here. And a great catch by our referees on court.
So that is the first video challenge that we've had in a match here today. Challenge put into effect here in the quarterfinals. Diane Anderson is with us here in the booth. And a great job by our Tennis Channel crew. Queuing up that video, lots of different looks. And I think clearly this call is going to stand, but we will see. Nonetheless, Staksrud and Tellez proven to be a very formidable pair, as we knew they would be. Two tremendous singles players coming together to try and take down the Johns dynasty.
No, absolutely, and they're playing at the top of their game right now, and that's, Drew, we know that's exactly what has to happen. If you're going to take out the #1 team in the world, you got to be playing your best.
Who has no idea? Here comes the call.
After review, the referee's ball call stands. We resume play at 8-7-2. The team is charged 1 timeout. We have 1 timeout, 2 timeouts. We resume play.
So that call made by Tony Jaden, spot on, as we thought it would be. And now we continue, 8-7. Second serve here for Staksrud and Tellez.
Side out.
And that third shot goes long. Side out now coming to the Johns.
7-8-1.
Ben Johns has removed that sweatshirt here late in this game one. Oh, there's Staksrud. Right now, all their timing has been spot on, Dom.
Yeah, it has, and you've seen, you know, the 1-2 combo attempt here from Colin Johns. It's there, just the execution not.
Hands battle. And overhit from Tellez.
Almost off the right ear of Colin Johns, but Colin and Ben Johns both shedding those sweatshirts, but Colin's still keeping the sock hat on. It's time to get serious for the brothers as they're being tested right here as that ball just goes long off the tape.
Oh, so close.
8-8-1.
So now Tellez serving. Tellez and Ben Johns had an epic battle in Daytona in singles. And there's Tellez again, sneaking one in.
Pablo Tellez playing so well right now. I mean, he's stepping in and
9-8-1.
determining the pace of play.
Second serve.
Staksrud's there for the cover, just can't get that up and over, but they'll have a second serve here to try and
9-8-2.
get a game point.
Defense a little bit short that time. Side out for the Johns.
8-9-1.
Colin Johns here serving. Tellez just wide.
Yeah, trying to make the perfect shot cross court, keep it tight on the line, but ends up going a little wide.
9-9-1.
Tied at 9. Oh,
Little tight on that forehand cross court from Tellez. He wants to
Sir.
drop that paddle, but
10-9-1.
game point. Oh, Tellez again. You get into those long dink battles, and so tough to outlast the best men's doubles team on the planet.
Such a good job by Ben and Colin Johns, just grinding out the end net that game right there and take game number 1.
So it's the Johns in game 1, but well played from Staksrud and Tellez. Game 2, straight ahead from Austin. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. The start of game number 2 here at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano.
Game 2, come in.
Tellez to serve. Staksrud by his side. They controlled most of game 1. Just felt like it was theirs, but it slips away at the very end.
Yeah, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. You got to be able to finish teams, and especially when you have the number 1 seed on the ropes, you have to go for the jugular. Couldn't finish.
Nice double up there from Tellez.
Yeah, and it's what Tellez does. He runs around that forehand, doesn't like to cut that backhand too much. Likes to roll that forehand.
And looking down the road here, the winner of this match gets Loong and Cincola. How surprised are you to see that duo advance to the semis?
You want my honest answer? Not very surprised at the way, especially Brendan Loong is playing, but then John Cincola playing alongside of him. That's a great job by those two gentlemen.
Second serve.
That's another slow start here in game 2 for the Johns brothers.
Still 2-2.
Oh, Tellez right now measuring it.
Yeah, just handcuffing Ben Johns right there, which you do not see very often, but looked like Ben Johns was a little shocked at that trigger pull.
Second serve.
Pablo Tellez, 27 years old.
And missed opportunity there for Staksrud and Tellez. Again, when you have a team like the Johns brothers on the ropes, you have to execute.
And that's wide from Staksrud.
Trying to flip that ball down the forehand side of Colin Johns.
1-2-1.
But just a little wide. The Johns brothers on the board.
1-2 here. Short from Ben. Here comes serve number 2.
1-2-2.
Oh, great shot from Colin. Just redirected that paddle.
Just so good. Again, one of the best defenders in the game.
2-2-2.
Telling you, some of the things Big Brother is able to pull off. ATP, it's third one he's had here in this match. Oh, not this time for Ben.
Nice job by Tellez right there, handling the ATP first and foremost. And then handling the speed ups too.
2-1.
Tellez comes back, gets it. We play on.
Oh, nice little speed up on the sideline as Tellez and Staksrud end up switching sides in that point, and it put Tellez's forehand on the sideline, and he kind of surprised Colin Johns with that little flip down the line.
Another ATP. Oh, Ben has been pulling those shots off left and right.
Well, he's 2 out of 4, right? And so he's got 2, and Tellez has defended 2 perfectly, but that one he kept nice and low right at the foot of Tellez.
Is it really that easy, as Ben just made it look, or is that hours and hours of practice?
Oh, I mean, it's hours and hours of practice at this shot, but he makes it look so easy. But he makes that decision when the ball's in the air. He knows and can read that so well.
Oh, great defense.
Oh, wow. Just too much pressure there from Pablo Tellez, but good defense from both Colin and Ben Johns just to stay in that point.
Johns brothers won here last year. Trying to do it again. And now Ben stepping up that pressure just a little bit. We're tied at 3.
3-3-2.
It's on the line.
What's the call?
Colin called it out.
That's a point. I can't overrule too close to overrule, so. All right, we have a challenge. We have a challenge of the outcall.
The challenge here, Colin called it out right away. Both Tellez and Staksrud thought they saw it in. So we have another challenge here.
So once again, the call will go into the truck. Diane Anderson, our official there, will have the final say. Second challenge we've had in this match. Usually the eyes of the Johns brothers are spot on.
Correct, and Colin made the call right away, so that's what he saw. After a very elongated point right there, that had to be 50, 60 dinks in a row. No one was willing to pull the trigger right away.
But altogether, Don Stanley, he's had his hands full in this match, Dom. Lots of stuff going on and off the court.
Don's always got his hands full. Whether it's on court or off court, Don always has his hands full. But yes, another close call right there. And again, these calls, you know, are big here. We're in a tight game here in game number 2. Staksrud and Tellez trying to force a third game here on championship court. A spot in the semifinals on the line. And that's a huge spot, right? Because if you go from here and you lose, best you could do is 5th. If you move on, right, and you're in the semis, you're either going to gold or you're going to bronze. There's a big match here, depending on where you finish in the draw.
So there, Don Stanley, Tony Jaden, Angela Newman discussing things. And we will get the call here officially. Was it in or out?
After review, the out call stands. The challenge was lost and the timeout is lost. 1 timeout, 2 timeouts. We resume play at 4-3-2.
I mean, that's black and white from Don Stanley right there. That's great explanation. Thank you for that, Don. And we're right back to play.
Well, speed it up. Ben Johns, you are right, Tom. He is the last guy in the world you want to try and do that with.
Yeah, and he covered the middle so well right there. Almost baited you into thinking that there was a hole in the middle, and it was not there.
Oh, it's in. Staksrud comes up with a dime.
So Colin Johns did such a good job of opening up and taking that off the two-hander, but then doesn't finish on the second one. Thought that ball was going to go out.
So 3-5 now. Staksrud and Tellez. It's been a while since they've been able to score. It's not going to happen here.
No love off the top of the net for Staksrud.
3-5-2.
And Ben with the emphatic finish. You know, watching the last few points, just Colin's ability, knowing when to kind of step aside and when to get more involved. It is such a seamless pair.
Well, that's the thing is when you're playing with the same player week in and week out, there's something to say for familiarity with your partner.
And Ben will be upset at himself that time.
The read was there, the swing was too big, right? So if he reads that well, which he did, and just sits there and punches that down, it's a much better play. He tried to put something a little too much on it.
Oh, not going to make it over here. Another point for Ben and Colin. It's 6-3.
6-3-2.
Talked about a timeout for a second, but no timeout for Tellez and Staksrud.
And Ben able to tag Tellez, went right at him.
And now it looks like we're going to get the timeout at 7-3. The Johns brothers out to that lead.
So Ben Johns and Colin Johns, this team of Staksrud and Tellez, they were red hot in game one. They threw water on that flame, and right now in control here in Austin. Welcome back to the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano, Dave Fleming, Kyle McKenzie will tag in after this match. The Johns trying to end it in 2. 7-3. And Ben mishits that one.
Again, he's sitting middle on it again. No, he's there. The problem is that it's just getting on his body a little too quick. Swing wasn't that big that time, but that's better execution right there by Ben Johns. Keeping that paddle so far out in front and just punching that down.
Second serve here for Tellez.
That's such a good backhand roll, cross-court dink from Ben Johns. So much pressure with it.
7-3-1.
That's what you call dinking with a purpose.
Point.
And Ben Johns is starting to take over. As soon as that sweatshirt came off midway through game number one, his footwork picked up as well.
8-3-1.
Yeah, momentum just sort of shifted right after that. Colin just enough to keep it alive, kind of lull you to sleep, and then it's it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, he hit 3 resets high. He didn't move. He stayed. And then on the 4th one, it's good. He moves up, right? And then the pressure gets put on.
Ben Johns right now smelling blood in the water.
Almost got cross-footed there and wasn't able to get there, but does get there a little late and puts it away.
10-3-1.
Match point. Ben Johns and Colin Johns come roaring back. They were challenged big time in game 1. Game 2, not the same story. They cruise. Post sweatshirt removal, as you said, Don.
Yeah, they just picked it up as soon as that timeout happened. They came out of that timeout in game 1, put it away, and then game 2, they were in cruise control the whole time.
Staksrud and Tellez, so impressive early. Still some kinks to work out, I think, altogether as a team. We're going to be seeing more of them, I'm sure, in the future. But right now, it's the Johns, 11-9, 11-3. Moving on here in Austin, Dave and Kyle join us when we return.
But the ladies are getting their AC/DC on. They're back in black here on center.
I like it. I like it. We've got at least 3 in the all black.
Oh, there we
George
go.
is ruining the party.
George has got the Franklin hoodie, a little more beige or cream there in color. But this is going to be a great match. We've got Jesse Irvine at the top of the screen. Let's play pickleball. Great first point, and the other big discussion point obviously here is Catherine Parenteau won last week with Anna Lee Waters, but this isn't her audition week. It's Anna Bright.
Exactly, exactly. No, neither her nor Anna Bright has lost with Anna Lee Waters, but it makes you wonder in that audition, how important is it when you don't have Anna Lee to still make a good run, you know, to impress her, if you will, or just show that your level's always there. That's one of the big changes we expect to see in Lindsay Newman's game, especially. Such a great setup player when she plays with her brother. They've had a ton of success, but in the women's game, she is going to need to be more offensive. Great job there.
Second serve. Zero, 0-2. Side out.
Catherine just sitting on that ball in the middle, read the book and smoked it at Lindsay.
Yes, that's so much versatility. Definitely if that ball's to the left side of her body, very comfortable using that two-handed backhand.
And that is just pure evil from Georgia Johnson.
That's the second aggressive roll two-handed dink that we've seen pay dividends. And I think the conditions with it being cold is really going to play into her game style with having some weapons, being more of a ball striker and an aggressive player.
Yeah, you see that Johnson and Parenteau are choosing to start to play this straight up. That's a great point for Lindsay Newman. The defense we know, but then came flying in for the big forehand volley finish.
Yeah, and I think if you're Georgia Johnson there, knowing that that roll was more of a neutral, slightly defensive shot, probably would have been best served going to the player further back that couldn't hurt her there.
Nice swat from Georgia Johnson. We've seen her going at the guys all day. You know she's going to go at the ladies, too.
Well, and showing some variety there. It's the first time I've seen her use the one-handed kind of roll out front as well. So she's got the power. She's got the variety. Good start for her.
Oh, my.
Side out.
Get to your protractors, geometry students. These angles from Georgia are ridiculous.
Well, and that's the shot that not all, even the top women have, is that one-handed backhand roll. It allows you to reach further into the kitchen, and I haven't seen her use that this much before, but it looks beautiful.
That's why they've kept her on offense on the left side, and why not? My goodness, she's got that perfectly dialed in here.
Point.
And There's the win factor, pulling the ball back towards the net, and it's just not where you think it's going to be.
Yeah, tough for the TV to translate that, but I guarantee you that thing changed flight paths on Lindsay just before she struck it.
Point.
And Parenteau and Johnson off to a great 4-0 start. They are playing slightly into the end. As Kyle mentioned, it is swirling. Tough ball to redirect from her ankles there for Irvine. And 5 in a row, and paddles are down, Kyle, early. So terrific start to this match for Catherine Parenteau and Georgia Johnson. And, you know, let's reset, everybody. Where are we at here? So here we are. Quarterfinal matchups are as you see them in front of you. We've got Waters and Bright. As we mentioned, Anna Bright back together with Anna Lee Waters. They've looked great every time they've played together. They will play Regina Franco-Goldberg and Lacey Schneemann, who had a terrific week last week with Jade Kawamoto, made the final. So that is a red-hot player. We've got the match in front of you. We have the match that we just did a check-in. Kovalova and Smith are up 6-3 in game 2, so that might go 3. And then Jansen and Jones, who just hit the podium every week now. They're like a machine against a very good team that has also reached championship Sunday together, Irina Tereschenko and Etta Wright.
And I love how the storylines change every single week. I could be wrong, but this is the first time that I've seen Vivian David and Megan Dizon play together. They're pushing the #2 seed here in Kovalova and Smith. And just as you do that partner flip-flop, it changes the strategy, changes the variables. And it seems like there's always one team that emerges that find that good sauce.
Yeah, because Schneemann and Kawamoto had never set foot on the court before. So they were like, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll make it to championship Sunday.
Sometimes those blind dates or borderline blind dates just end up working out.
So lots of intrigue here as we get the quarterfinals underway with the ladies. And this one is wildly one-sided so far, and Georgia Johnson has been just terrific with the offense. Just wide there as Lindsay Newman tried to get in that scorpion position, but sort of backward and just pushed it wide. It is 7-0.
Well, and like you said, Johnson and Parenteau are just being the aggressors right now, and it's paying off. I'd like to see when, you know, Irvine and Newman get to neutral in a point to look to take a little more risk with their dinks and move their opponents, not just be content with just simply making balls.
There's a nice response from Lindsay Newman right there as Georgia again goes to that one-handed flick. Man, if this is coming, look out, everybody.
Yeah, putting the pickleball world on notice with that shot.
I mean, that is a phenomenal return from Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, right in the corner, deep, flat, very aggressive. She's playing lights out to start here.
See, Newman and Irvine are going to try it the other way here since they are down. And that one catches the tape, so a little strategy chain. Jesse Irvine goes to the left, and they get on the board.
And they're wanting to test that consistency of Georgia Johnson. Yep. They know she has the offense. They know she has the weapons. They're wanting to put her to the test to say, can she do this all match long and just make a lot of balls?
And there you saw, got the referee to get the players in the right position. You switch, and you sort of lose track of the score. Ooh, big swing from Georgia there. Finds the net, so... Lindsay Newman has made 6,427 balls where it looked like it was over in 2023 alone.
Yeah, classic Newman style. Just one more ball in play can certainly frustrate and aggravate opponents.
That goes wide. So the hot start for Georgia. A couple errors creeped in here, and just showing a different look with Irvine on the left has paid dividends.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best formation for them. I think the backhand slice dink of Irvine will keep Georgia Johnson a little more honest, whereas Newman's super consistent but doesn't have as much spin on her dinks. They're not as penetrating.
Second serve.
You see Parenteau, she sprints to high five. She's when it's just, we're ahead, I'm getting to the line.
Realizing that partner chemistry is everything. Make sure your partner's feeling good when they miss a shot.
And then pick your partner up by shaking and baking your own ball and winning it. That's just what Catherine's doing right now. Great partner and great play. Couldn't get on top of that one, so nice attack from Lindsay Newman.
Yeah, able to find the body. A lot of times with players, when they use one or two hands, sometimes they are committed to that two-hander and they're a little bit vulnerable there.
Oh, and the Lindsay Newman willpower is not transferable, Jesse. I'm sorry. She tried. She gave it the full effect, but that had to be Riley or nobody. Sorry. Oh, and when Jesse is feeling confident, comes in and rolls that one-handed backhand, that is deadly. Obviously, that one was all about the tape, but it's a good attack. There's exact same shot.
Yeah, and you see how she really handcuffed Georgia Johnson there. She has great fast hands, but anytime you get that kind of into that right armpit, it's tough to get down on it and tough to get that extension and power.
5-8-2.
Okay, and a little volume from Jesse Irvine after that miss and a nice drop, and we are at 6-8 here. Big comeback after being down 6-0.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little gamesmanship from Irvine there, trying to test the confidence of Georgia Johnson. They know her capability, but if her confidence can waver, they're thinking her game will dip.
And that goes deep, and the Parenteau paddle is now down, so what a rally. A very smart strategic move. We're getting hammered. It's a big deficit. Let's try Jesse on the other side, and look at this. 7-8 here in game number 1. Let's check in on our other quarterfinal going on right now, and looky here, it's game 3, and you see Megan Dizon and Vivian on the left side. A little lob from Viv. And unfortunately a ball on there. So it's like when a car came and you were playing in the street.
It's always tougher to deal with that when you're in the middle of a really great point, but you know, part of the process here.
Yeah. So that one looks like it's going to go down to the wire. We'll see if again its side is so critical. Newman and Irvine are trying to say side doesn't matter here on center as they've come roaring back.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure how each of these teams would come out as far as stacking or formation, but kind of as I expected, they started seemingly straight up to be able to give themselves the option to make that change. They're all very versatile pro players. They can do a lot of things. Here we go.
So the weather, you can see it's just 50 degrees and there's a decent chance of rain. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's hope that does not happen. Good try there by Jesse Irvine. And so coming out of the timeout, they do indeed get the ball back and still have the lead, but it is the narrowest of margins.
8-7-1.
And Lindsay just sitting there. Her forehand was up in the air before that ball was even struck.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that location will jam them. For the Newmans with the grips that they use, that's usually a no-go zone.
Okay. And the final Newman willpower is not there. It's entertaining just watching Lindsay. Don't even watch the other 3 players on the court.
I think it worked the first 2 times in that point, but couldn't go 3 for 3 there. And mentally, so big for Johnson and Parenteau to get off at 8 when you feel that other team coming back. It's nice to just get 1 point and keep heading the right direction.
Again, Parenteau and Johnson going forward, and Irvine and Newman going backwards, and we are at game point.
10-7-2.
Ooh, the one-hander that was so good earlier doesn't come through there.
And to her credit, I think it was the right time to take the hand off to maximize that reach. Just couldn't quite get that one to clear the net.
So a game point saved.
Second serve.
It's making that shot look routine nowadays.
Yes. 7-10-2.
Oh, and Irvine was there on the sort of swing and slide from Parenteau there.
Yeah, you know, the two-hander gives you more power because you can rotate your body, but it's easy to sometimes over-rotate and pull that ball wide.
Game point number 2. And the leap up in the air from Lindsay Newman does not propel Jesse Irvine forward fast enough. And after all that defense from the baseline, nice smart shot in the front court, and Parenteau and Johnson take game number 1.
Yeah, and they didn't panic. You know, it's always a little frustrating when you hit a couple slams and your opponents seemingly get everything back, but they just kept staying in a good position, didn't try to do too much, and eventually got the error.
Yeah, and you mentioned they didn't panic. They didn't panic when they're but they stayed in front the whole way. So Parenteau, Johnson take game number 1. Welcome back, everybody. You got to subscribe. You can't miss this amazing action, and all you got to do is subscribe, and there's prizes. We love prizes.
And in addition to the prizes, you're going to know when all this great pickleball is going on. So it's a win-win.
And it has been a win-win for Jesse Irvine when she's played Catherine Parenteau and Georgia Johnson. She was 2-0 against this team, but with Jackie Kawamoto by her side. So we'll see if they can rally here. And all about the net sliding there. And we've had several outfit changes here as well for both Jesse and Lindsay. We'll see. And Georgia, for that matter. So, again, you go out, you have a couple extra layers on, and then you feel comfortable, Kyle.
Yeah, I think you don't want to start cold, right? So you're going to start extra warm as you're in the heat of battle. It's kind of normal to, as the sweat starts coming, you take the layers off and go from there.
Oh, my goodness. The lob, track down, clean winner. No one's in center field.
Yeah, and it looked like Lindsay really expected another lob or a drop to come back up. She went to jump the kitchen, and Jesse just didn't realize she was doing that and didn't slide all the way over.
Yeah, and you've got Lindsay back on the left side here. Oh, thanks to the urging. Oh, and the ATP comes up just short for Lindsay Newman. And just a little frustration as they walk over to the corner, and that includes a timeout. So a little disjointed on the ball down the middle. An unbelievable ball by Parenteau, but then ball rolls over on the tape, missing ATP, and it all sort of compounds.
Yeah, I think when you kind of just feel that you're not in a good rhythm, just take a timeout, regroup, go from there. There's still plenty of time left here in game 2.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is when you look at what's going on with your game, you got to get in sync quickly, and especially if you think you're on the good side. Here we are over to the grandstand, and again, quite a battle here in game 3, Kyle. 5-4 Kovalova and Smith, who are on the near side. And there you see that big rope from Megan Dizon. No one hits that harder than she does.
She's got just about as much power as anybody in the women's game on her volleys and her drives. Certainly getting tight out there.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Couldn't be closer. 5-5 on the grandstand. Not 5-5 here. 5-zip. Another great start for Catherine and Georgia. And, you know, this is a team where you looked at it and you're like, I think these two can really do it. They haven't had the results that they desire. They are, as a team, 7-3, so not a bad record, but not quite where they'd like to be yet. And Jesse Irvine back on the left, and that is a vicious one-hander right there.
Yeah, that's a see you later ball right there. She was all over that, got the paddle above the ball, really trusted her shoulder to swing through that all the way.
Second serve.
Yeah, just a heavy roll there from Georgia Johnson right at the feet of Jesse Irvine.
5-2.
And Jesse unable to make a couple of balls there to get them to the kitchen, so still 5-0.
Second serve.
You know, if you're Parenteau and Johnson, you know there's a lot of trouble on the other side. You want to add and add some more.
Yeah, no, absolutely right, Dave. You know how good of players Jesse Irvine and Lindsay Newman are. You know they're not playing their best yet, so this is where you want to build as big a lead as possible before they start playing kind of their standard level.
And it is one-handed backhand flip from the left side of the court day.
The class is in session
yes.
right now, Dave. Another beautiful one there from Jesse Irvine.
And that's a great, man, Georgia just slaps those balls that are up so well. Deep in the court, but plenty of margin still.
Yeah, I'd like to see Irvine and Newman maybe try a drive-drop combo as a way to get in. It seems like their drops are floating a bit on them. They're just really struggling to advance beyond the transition line, or transition zone, rather.
Yeah, that is several opportunities in a row that just didn't even get to neutral and get to the kitchen. Nice inside out from Jesse Irvine there.
Threw a little shoulder fake in there. Shoulders going one way, paddle going the other way. If you just get your opponent leaning off balance, much more likely to draw the error.
6-0-2.
And the little flick from Johnson goes deep. So if you're Irvine and Newman, it's like, hey, okay. We call timeout. We're still at 0, all right? Now, they're not scoring a bunch now, but we got to go. And all that defensive work finally pays off. They were in the kitchen for like one quick grape, and then they were thrown out of the kitchen.
Yeah, they're still struggling to bring the point to neutral. Good defense there to draw the error, but again, they might want to think of a different way to move forward.
Just wide, and there's a second ball. So they're going to keep making balls and try and work their way up. You saw the Parenteau move to the left on the last rally. She'll go there again.
Second serve.
All right, so we are 2-6 here, and we are 7 apiece on the grandstand. So this is quite a moment potentially on the grandstand for David and Dizon.
And again, the aggressive dinking from Johnson and Parenteau is paying dividends there. A really beautiful forehand slice dink there from Georgia Johnson.
And the net is not kind to Irvine and Newman. 8-7 for Kovalova and Callie Smith. And Catherine Parenteau just hammering two-handed backhands.
And I would say maybe 6 months ago or so is when we started seeing Parenteau really get much more aggressive off the bounce, add that to her game, and she's really a complete player these days.
Hear the fire of Callie Smith on the grandstand there. That's 8 apiece.
Well, we've seen upsets just about every single week, Dave. Might have another one here brewing.
And now 9 for Dizon and David.
Dizon and David trying to do a little shake and bake there. The drive just sat up just enough to let them volley down, and David couldn't straighten out that reset.
David cheering on Megan Dizon.
We talked about the Dizon put away power. Any ball up, it's see you later.
And Megan Dizon with great defense on the grandstand.
Yeah, she slightly popped it up, but she anticipated where Kovalova was going to attack, and great job with the two-hander.
And a really long point on the championship court goes the way of Newman and Irvine. So we will have match point for Dizon and David on the grandstand. Timeout called, so we'll keep an eye on that. Irvine and Newman hoping that long rally can inspire them. Jesse asking for a timeout. There were a lot of balls struck in that one. And she waits till the last possible second to put the paddle down. We're going to stay here as we've got, of course, both courts go to timeout within 30 seconds of each other. But, I mean, this is a big, big moment as we go over to grandstand. Megan Dizon's got a chance to propel her and Vivian David into the next round with a huge upset. Kovalova and Smith won the Minnesota tournament, did not play in Daytona, so they came in here with a lot of confidence. And that goes deep, and it is Dizon and David with an upset victory over Kovalova and Smith. Big big hugs for those two as the 7 seed sends the 2 seed to the back draw. That's a huge win for those two.
Well, we saw Schneemann and Kawamoto last week make that run all the way to the finals. 2 players that haven't played together. David and Dizon here looking to make a similar run. That's a huge victory for them, knocking off the 2 seed.
And that power of Dizon paid off at the end, and all the steady, awesome play of Vivian David. My goodness. Okay, so you heard Irvine, and that was one of those timeouts that's taken because I just ran around I did a 5K in one rally.
So I need to get my heart rate right, Dave.
Let's get everything.
Let's get that settled, and then we'll play the next point.
Let's get some hydration. Let's review everything here.
And if you're, fans of Newman and Irvine, it's good to see, even though they're down, they're smiling, they're cheering in these big points. They're still ready to compete despite the scoreline here.
Just too much firepower from Catherine Parenteau there.
Yeah, again, they just weren't able to advance past mid-court. That seems to be the biggest theme here in this match of extending points, but not really putting that court positioning pressure on their opponents.
And that catches the net, and it's just hard to defend for that long. I really like how aggressive Georgia Johnson's being on the left side there too, Kyle.
Yeah, they're aiming for big targets, but they're not letting up. They're using their spin. They're not always hitting the ball as hard as they can, but they're dictating with their spin to give them that positional advantage.
And they are just constantly trying to throw one more ball back. It's entertaining to watch. It's certainly not entertaining for Newman and Irvine. And this pressure continues. And this is potentially it right here. Match point. And that will do it. So Catherine Parenteau and Georgia Johnson, just way too much offense today.
Yeah, and Newman and Irvine, it really looked like they went in with a game plan of testing the consistency of Georgia Johnson, but it was ultimately her offense and her consistency that dictated from start to finish here.
Yeah, way too good. Parenteau had some nice flurries in there as well, but she just really had to be a solid partner as Georgia just dictated all over the place. So looky there, that team is something to keep an eye on the rest of the day. So we had Parenteau and Johnson winning here. We had Dizon and David winning on the grandstand. We'll be back with more beautiful doubles pickleball right after this. It sure is. So this is going to be quite a battle. Dylan Frazier to serve. Let's play pickleball. And two quick ones for the youngsters. See Julian Arnold trying to get on the pogo Sizik himself there and get going.
If you haven't watched, Frazier and Johnson, they're extremely methodical players. They're as athletic as they come, but they really don't press very often in their games. Always looking to play the smart shot, whatever that may be.
Meanwhile, on the other side, there will be theatrics.
Absolutely. And yeah, from just a point construction standpoint, Arnold and Wilson are going to be a little more creative. You see how they dance around, try to find their weapons, looking to apply pressure in more creative ways.
And we saw that Thomas Wilson forehand was hunting yesterday. Very nearly took out Ben Johnson, Annalie Waters with Vivian David. It was a show.
When he gets it going, he is tough to slow down, and certainly one of the best players in the world when he brings his A game.
And they quickly have erased that 2-0 hole and are up 3-2 here. Oh my goodness. Julian Arnold with an inside-out forehand off the bounce and a yell to go with it.
Yeah, if you notice, he got J.W. Johnson to actually slide the other way as he was hitting that. Great disguise, great deception.
Same guy.
Same guy.
4-2-2.
Good hands there from Dylan Frazier as Arnold came after him. But that's the way they play.
Styles.
Yeah.
That's the contrast in styles. He's going to take more chances that are not waiting for him on a silver platter, but sometimes it certainly works.
Second serve.
That did catch Frazier. I wasn't sure tape or his arm, but it was some combination of all of that. But second serve. And just that ball is heading to the south part of Texas. How hard he hits that, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's not the biggest guy out there, but certainly in a top 5 category for liveliest arms on tour.
And he probably has a nasty fastball if he was ever a pitcher. Good lead from Thomas Wilson there, so they win a patient point. That's huge for Arnold and Wilson.
Yeah, they're certainly capable of it. Like I said, I think they can do a little of everything, but they're going to be the more bold team, more than likely, and it's just going to be a matter of can their attacks get through the elite counterpunching and hand speed of Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson.
And some entertainment during the egg hunt portion of the match here underneath the bleachers, and Wilson pats Arnold over to the proper side of the court. And just too much firepower. We almost had a ball hit and bounce and head over the other side of the net there.
Yeah, good concentration by Dylan Frazier.
Right
Certainly
here.
changed direction on him, but he was able to still make it and stay ahead in the point.
Terrific athletes all over this court.
If you like athletic pickleball, you are in the right spot.
Missed return there for Frazier. So you got a couple of boys that train in South Florida and the youngsters, and then these two from right here in Austin. Not going to be able to get there. Wilson with a little tag of the leg on the
playfully
very
on
playful.
his feet.
Very playful. Oh my goodness. Julian Arnold now flicks it down the middle from a low ball position. My goodness.
Yeah, no backswing at all. Looks exactly like his preparation for a dink, and then just climbs up the back of the ball.
Oh, and beautiful shot from J.W. Johnson there as Wilson tries to get the scorpion ready, but on the wrong side of his body.
Yeah, Johnson hit the correct location there with Wilson going to the scorpion.
And good lead by both players there.
Yeah, good idea by Frazier. He definitely had a tunnel there, but just a little bit long on that occasion.
Winner of this one will get Wright and Riley Newman, who had a battle with McGuffin and Ignatowich, got through that one in 3. That time tries to speed up with the two-handed backhand well deep.
Yeah, I like the technique that Arnold uses, though. When he takes it back with 2 hands. If he dinks, he just takes 1 hand off and goes to the one-handed dink. But that way it's disguised if he decides to pull the trigger on the speed up with 2 hands.
Yeah, you need to make everything look the same at this level or you are going to get eaten alive.
100%.
Nice serve down the middle.
Second serve.
Yeah, nice pressurized dink there from Wilson, getting Johnson just a touch overextended.
A great deep return, so a quick side out for Arnold and Wilson.
7-3-1.
And look at Julian Arnold. There's our first Andiamo. It comes out of his mouth. It even says Andiamo on the bottom of his paddle, Kyle.
Andiamo's everywhere, Dave, and what a difficult speed up that he was able to get through there. I wouldn't have been brave enough to attack that, but there's a reason I'm here and not there. Well done, Julian.
So, Andiamo indeed. Let's go. Let's all speak a little Italian. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. There you see a lot of laughter for Arnold and Wilson, and they're coming off a silver medal at our last tournament, so this is definitely a team playing with a lot of confidence. Oh my goodness. And they keep finding winners off the bounce here, Kyle.
And this is a tough matchup, in my opinion, for Frazier and Johnson. They normally beat teams just through making balls and their counterpunching, but this is a high-level attacking team. Johnson and Frazier may need to beat them with a taste of their own medicine and go first occasionally rather than waiting the entire time to be attacked.
And there's another. You want to talk about lively arms and finishing power. J.W. Johnson certainly has that.
Yeah, very much in that top 5 conversation himself.
I mean, Julian Arnold is going backwards in the transition area and firing away, Kyle.
Yeah, the coach in me says, stop, stop, but he's making it work most of the time, so don't listen to me. Do your thing out there, Julian.
That is a great two-handed backhand from Thomas Wilson. Much more known for the forehand, but blew up the body there.
Yeah, measured that one perfectly.
And there's J.W. Johnson. That's just really good.
Yeah, that's his signature shot. He can generate a lot of offense from even low heights in a very short, compact, flicking motion.
4-9-2.
And they grind out a dink battle. So 2 points from taking game 1 are the 6th seed here. Good leave from J.W. Johnson there.
9-4-2.
And that's too good. So Arnold couldn't get the ball down, and good pressure from Frazier and Johnson warming to the task a little bit here.
Yeah, certainly needed that side out if they're going to make a push here in game one.
Just terrific hands, because Arnold thought he finally got his team ahead with that big swing.
Yeah, he took a full cut right on the line, and J.W. Johnson didn't move at all and was able to get it back.
And Thomas Wilson, I don't know why he's apologizing, inside out cut.
Yeah, such a smart shot. He knew that Johnson would be leaning to that forehand middle, figured if he could get it into the body, all he could do is block, and his partner puts the next one away.
And maybe it clipped the tape, and Arnold firing through the middle again.
9-5-1.
Oh. That is outrageous pickleball right there. Thomas Wilson hit a ball 450 miles an hour, and J.W. Johnson got it back.
Same thing. He doesn't even back up off the line, just barely flinches and gets it back with some interest on it.
So this is what really stomping on the pedal looks like. You're going to live and die with it. They've got a 4-point lead. And a nice little flick up the middle there, and a great handle of a ball that skidded off the line there by Thomas Wilson earlier in that dink rally. My goodness gracious, Thomas Wilson comes and slams the door after some tremendous hands from these two.
No, unbelievable point for so many reasons, but perfect timing and recognition by Wilson there to straighten that out. That is some high-level athleticism on display here.
And then they actually earn a point on the scoreboard by a missed return. But they don't care. Game point, Arnold and Wilson. And that will do it. So Arnold and Wilson just say, we're going fast the entire time. We're taking risks. It paid off big time, 11-5.
Yeah, we talked about that kind of fire and ice analogy with the two teams, and the first game was played more of a fire tempo, and thus why we see Arnold and Wilson come out on top. Again, you have to be yourselves out there, but I would like to see as an adjustment, Frazier and Johnson look to take it to them a little bit more in those neutral situations.
All right, Arnold, Wilson up. Game number one. We'll have game number two when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Look at those boys like they were last week, dressed matching.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
This is well planned out, Dave.
Really looking good there and playing great as well.
0-0-2.
Good hands from J.W. Johnson. And just to give a little strategy behind this match, Johnson and Frazier won the toss and chose to start on the video board side, which we know is the bad side. So that means they would end in a 3-game match on this side they're on right now. So we'll see if they get that opportunity.
Yeah, and players on the far end or teams on the far end have struggled to get that ball to bounce and be able to move forward with the soft game. Keep an eye on Wilson and Arnold if they're able to neutralize points and get to the kitchen in game two here.
And J.W. Johnson takes a high dink after a couple of bomb forehands were hit down the middle and repelled by Frazier and Johnson. My goodness. Oh, and a big swing from Julian Arnold there. And this looks like the start of the first game. 2-0 quickly for Frazier and Johnson, and then it all went the other way. Good save from Frazier there, but Wilson was ready.
He has a nice first attack from Arnold there. Found that right shoulder of Frazier and couldn't quite get a clean counter punch.
And there's a freebie given right back on a missed volley.
1-2-1. Second serve.
Drives the third and the fifth, can't make the seventh.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to drop one eventually. He knows that. Decided to test the hands with the double drive, but couldn't convert the next drop.
I mean, the pace that is being blocked back without hesitation.
Yeah, this is as good as I've seen J.W. Johnson's hands. I mean, he's just very much in control every time that ball comes to his side, and he's cleanly clocking volleys right now.
3-1-1.
Julian Arnold talking about his missed return there. Oh, and that's Thomas Wilson's specialty, but the ball is going to come back towards the net, not fly to him on that side, and it's quickly 4-1. Again, ball up, smash down, and you're not going to hear the loud screaming from the players, but the crowd is enjoying this run, and 5-1. 6-1. Both Arnold and Wilson have missed a return.
Yeah, and when those balls are floating, especially with the skill set of Johnson and Frazier, being able to lean in, staying right on that line, really easy for them to lean in and find aggressive opportunities.
So, what do you know? Everybody on the near side is looking good. We'll see if that pattern continues here on a Saturday in Texas. Welcome back, everybody. Frazier and Johnson looking very, very good here. And give a shout out to our referees, Tony Jade and James Otto, Onisha Smith. And if it gets to the video, Roger Workman ready to rule. And out of the timeout, they get some missed volley and nice pressure from the Missouri Tiger, Dylan Frazier, prowling the jungle.
Yeah, we talked about the need for them to be more aggressive here in game two, especially with the side. Seems like they're making a conscious effort to play up-tempo, and it's working really well so far. Nice job by Arnold, just getting enough spin on that volley to keep that down out of the strike zone of Frazier and Johnson on the next ball.
And again, the ball is going to travel away from Arnold as he comes forward and can't come up with it. Doing a little comedy hour over there, though, on the way back.
Yeah, certain players really let you into the inner monologue of what's going on. And we've got a front row seat as far as what's going on in Arnold's head right now.
Oh, that's a great take from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, recognized that the ball dropped just slightly lower than the net, made his move to poach, committed to it, and put it away.
Yeah, I love that he stayed engaged, too, because the first one came back and he was ready. That's really good from Frazier.
Good tip at home for you players. Once you start the first one, be ready. It usually comes back to that same exact location.
Get that out of here. J.W. Johnson says, Andiamo.
And to be early enough on that, Dave, to
get
actually
it cross
pull
court.
that ball cross court shows that he's seeing the ball like a watermelon right now.
Can't quite dig that one out, but my goodness, what a difference the side makes here. Arnold yelling, go.
191.
And that is go, and that is louder.
You know, Wilson says, you know, I can do that too. Great poach by him. Same situation as we just saw, just reversed.
Sails deep. Okay, and you know the opponents, if they like to poke at Frazier and Johnson because they will not give you anything back from an emotion standpoint. Firepower brewing. There it is. The crowd just waits. It's like, when are you going to push the Andiamo button, Julian? Well, he pushed it, and that usually means the other side pushes the timeout button.
You know, and sometimes when you get vocal as a team, the feet follow, and that's been the difference these last few points. They have been moving really, really quickly and decisively and giving themselves a chance, mounting a comeback here in game 2. So I like the timeout here from Frazier and Johnson, just controlling the momentum, making sure, hey, let's settle ourselves, still have a lead. We'll go from there.
And we've been talking about how important it is to get those deep returns, Kyle. And when it looks at everything in the world, Vint loves a great return as well. They are an investment platform working to provide returns through alternative assets. They make it possible for investors big, small, to diversify the portfolio with fine wine and rare spirits. That's right. SEC qualified offerings that you can add to your investment portfolio. Learn more at vint.co. All that energy and a missed serve.
You always feel like a genius when you call a timeout and they miss the serve on the next one.
Andiamo this. Oh, and then a missed volley. So that's, if you want to know why you call timeout, that is it right there. This place was a cauldron, and now it's just leveled off again. Good flick from Thomas Wilson, and that goes deep.
And you see a contrast even in the footwork among the two teams. Because Arnold and Wilson are looking for opportunities to attack, they're often using more steps to try to allow themselves to find that offensive wing.
And J.W. Johnson firing away. Wilson couldn't get out of the way. That looked like it might go deep, but lot of laughter over here. You're getting a comedy club ticket with your pickleball ticket today, but this is game point. And good night, says the Missouri Tiger. And Thomas Wilson asked the crowd to wait till the point ends to cheer. It's not talking to the players, but the fans are now involved in this. So side has certainly been the difference. And to remind everybody, Johnson and Frazier won the toss and chose to start on the bad side, which means they'd end up on the good side in a game 3, and here we are.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to a tournament where the coin flip has mattered more, because the side, we've seen the pattern match after match, so they will end on that side. We'll see how it starts.
We'll be back for that intrigue after this. Welcome back, everybody, and breaking news from the women's side. Tereschenko and Wright have upset Jansen and Jones in 3, so they are moving on to the semis. And that's big. We talked about the side, and any points you can get on the far side of the court are humongous here.
Yeah, it's just a total bonus at this point. You don't even feel like you have to necessarily switch with the lead if you're Frazier and Johnson, but as many points as you can get matter a lot.
So a lot of pressure on Wilson and Arnold to run up the score, so to speak, here on the near side. And that is a gorgeous finish from Julian Arnold there.
Again, we've talked about the variety. He goes from clocking a two-handed backhand to leaning in and flicking with one hand on the very next shot.
Stupid athleticism.
Second serve.
Only you could answer that, Thomas.
Two inner monologues.
Yes,
now.
I know. I like it. Apparently it just oozes into whoever plays with Julian. Oh, mine goes at the body. I know he didn't want to go that close to the face, and he's apologizing for that ball, trying to hit the upper right shoulder.
Yeah, wanted to just force JW to block there, getting into the body, but just got away from him a little bit.
And there's the challenge of that side, just trying to dial in. Where do I put the ball so it'll bounce in the kitchen? Oh, and Arnold looking for the volleyball tap, which is not available, although we should have a jungle rules match. That would be fun. Can't will that one over, but again, have gotten one both times they've had the ball, which is big.
Yeah, the J.W. Johnson flick right now, that backhand flick has really been the difference in turning this match around. He's leaning in and really tough to attack on that side as well.
1-2-1. Point.
And there's a missed return. He's got to move on, Dylan Frazier. Keep spinning that paddle. Yeah, J.W. Johnson's like, go ahead, just keep swinging at me. I'm ready.
Yeah, especially off the line. And where normally if you're a little off the line, you can swing through that wall, but not with J.W. Johnson today. You have to be on the line if you're going to attack and expect it to get through.
Good leave there, and that's the other impact of being on that far side. If you get caught a little bit, it'll stay in that jet stream at the same height. So 3-2, Arnold and Wilson. Usually don't feel pressure at 3-2 in the third, but you know you only have 6 you're allowed to have here.
Yeah, you really need to race to 6 as much as you can, because you know you're going to be at a slight disadvantage, or maybe a significant disadvantage, to be fair, when you get to the other side. So they want to get to 6 as fast as they possibly can.
Good. Yes. 3-2-2.
Arnold made the harder of the two resets there. So ball back, and Frazier and Johnson again just pick away, one here, one there. Answer is yes, and again, J.W. Johnson on the backhand has been impressive.
Yeah, and especially with playing a team that dinks so aggressively. Lean in and not let those balls bounce very often. That's probably the best counter move against aggressive dinking.
And Arnold pulls the trigger but catches the tape, so 4-3 Frazier and Johnson here. It already feels like a win for those two. That's terrific hands from Wilson there. That ball was humming off the tape.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great concentration. Very easy to make an error when there's some variables thrown your way.
You do have challenges. So the result there is point.
So perhaps on that ball off the tape, he shuffled his feet, and we have a fault. We have a fault call here. And, oh, yes, on the next ball, the left foot comes down. There's a nice inside-out speed up. Great job by the referees there, all over it.
Yeah, even though he contacted it out of the kitchen, his momentum just that toe finding the line. Great spot there by the officials.
Good leave there. So again, Tony, Jaden, and James Otto all over it as our referees. So, my goodness, 3-5. They have got to go now. So good from J.W. Johnson. We haven't seen him attacking off the bounce much. That was perfection.
And because we haven't seen it, it's that much more effective when he executes it, just because they're not expecting it on the other side.
And there is the fire. You talked about the fire in the ice. Full flame right there.
And they're going to need to continue the full flame. Great job by just clogging the middle and completely taking control of that point from Julian Arnold.
And just SWAT team hands from J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier, and they have another chance to switch with the lead here.
5-4-1.
Just extended a little much.
Yeah, need a half a step more. I like the read, but the arm got there before the feet.
Oh my, if Dylan Frazier lets that go to the J.W. Johnson paddle, we're switching sides, but we're not.
Yeah, and it's so tough to execute these step back attacks. It's not even all that disguised.
No.
When they know it's coming, you really have to hit your spot well.
How do you miss that? It's a tennis ball.
Just, it's a tennis volley. You heard him say it. It is just that cut tennis volley that he's done since a young boy playing tennis. Right on the line on the return.
Side up.
Again, this huge opportunity to switch with the lead for Frazier and Johnson.
Yeah, nice aggression there by Wilson. Gets his feet out of the way and didn't hit that as hard as he could, but he put a lot of spin on that ball. Very tough to handle in transition.
This time, J.W. Johnson's able to get in there. Arnold is frustrated, and that is a huge start to game 3 for the youngsters.
Yeah, Arnold knows. I mean, I don't think he'd be as frustrated if it weren't for the side advantage. He knows that that's not what they wanted, to go to the tougher side with a deficit.
Great job by Frazier and Johnson. Can they keep it going? Welcome back, everybody. We have switched ends. Frazier and Johnson have the lead and the alleged good side. We'll see if it is indeed for them. And that is wide.
Yeah, and if you're Arnold and Wilson here, you really have to get deep returns and good first volleys. If not, that up-tempo style on this side that Frazier and Johnson are likely to play is just gonna kill you.
And another mistake from Arnold. That's a killer right there. 8-4.
8-4-2.
And Thomas Wilson comes flying in out of nowhere. They decide to switch, put Wilson on the left. My goodness. Okay.
He was a blur right there. Came out of nowhere.
Second serve.
And there's that challenge on that side of dropping the ball.
Again, you know, I mentioned the need for Frazier and Johnson to get a little more aggressive. Specifically, Johnson has really stepped it up these last couple of games, and he is the player that's dictating most right now on the court.
He's played fantastic here to get them to this point. Just misses.
JW can't believe he missed that opening.
And Julian says, sorry, out. Oh, no. And a miscommunication on a ball going 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, they normally talk pretty well. Probably Arnold's ball just because of where it landed, but he was trying to defer to the forehand.
Yes.
Tough to make that decision in real time.
And they both moved a millimeter at the same time, so they both backed out. Oh, Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, still like the play from Frazier. It just got slightly behind him. Credit to the counterpunching ability of Wilson and Arnold there.
So there's the challenge on this side, is it's in your face is the wind. You're trying to switch, so you got to go in a hurry. Oh, no, again, they got out of that one. And that just can't lob on that side from a defensive way.
Yeah, it just doesn't work, you know, with the wind. Once it catches that much of it, it is gone.
Oh my, they finally got a ball to bounce, and I thought Wilson was going to do push-ups over here on the side of the court.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times, and we don't know how much the wind is a factor there, but given where it's going, the ball's naturally going to want to pull down. It starts looking above the net. By the time you're there, it's below the net.
So we are at match point for J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier.
10-5 what?
And they get it on a missed return. So a match full of fire, full of volume, goes to the quiet duo who let their hands and their play do the talking. Really impressive from Johnson and Frazier to move on.
Yeah, certainly one of my favorite teams to watch, not just because of their ability, but honestly, I love how supportive they are of each other. I've seen matches where one's had to carry the other. They're never critical. They have an obvious chemistry, and they're moving on.
So they are going to move on to the semifinals. We will have that later. The ladies are back when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle McKenzie. This is the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. We're at one of the great Invited clubs, the Elevation Athletic Club, Lakeway, Texas. Beautiful hill country here just outside of Austin, and the women's has followed so far on the top, but at the bottom, look at upset city. Dizon and David, a huge win over Kovalova and Smith, and then Tereschenko and Wright, a huge win over Leah Jansen and Elise Jones. So 6 and 7 on the bottom. Parenteau and Johnson are awaiting the winner of this one. And as we talked earlier today, it's Anna Bright's turn next to Anna Lee Waters.
Her audition unfolding right before our eyes. The ongoing audition.
And she's nailed it so far. She's been in the script and just being perfection on the court so far. These two have been money.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're Anna Lee Waters, it's kind of a good problem to have, deciding between Anna Bright and Catherine Parenteau, who have both come out playing amazing this year. But we are going to have another surprise finalist on that bottom half, no matter who gets through that semi. So that'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Now on the other side on this one is a young lady that made her debut on Championship Sunday just last week. That's Lacey Schneemann in the white hat there and the ponytail. And let me just tell you what she does when she's not playing pickleball. I pulled up my LinkedIn here. This is her job description. Product Design Engineer, Boeing. She is working on electronics packaging for satellites. Like, come on.
You know, we'll talk about, you know, pickleball IQ.
Yes.
Well, I think having just a really high IQ in general probably doesn't hurt you when you're out here either.
And there's a good look at Regina Franco-Goldberg. You want to talk about being able to put the ball back in play. This is a terrific defensive player. Really strong on the two-handed side, too. So these two are going to scrap. You got Schneemann there on the left or on the right side of your screen. She'll be smacking forehands with that unique swing. Very wristy there out in front, but it got them a long way when she had Jade Kawamoto next to her last week. And here we go with Regina Franco. And then on the far side, Anna Leigh Waters in blue and Anna Bright. And comedy hour on center court continues.
And I thought Schneemann played a fantastic final, even though they lost to Waters and Parenteau. I thought she played great for her first championship Sunday, and she's obviously playing well again to be in this position.
Yeah, the moment was not too big for her at all. She was a terrific player. You see that, her loosen that arm up. She can get off the ground, too. Very athletic. Here we go. Let's play pickleball. Interesting non-paddle tap swing there for Schneemann, but stays connected. And Anna Leigh Waters just firing away to get us going.
Yeah, and keep an eye on how they do on this side. Obviously, they're the favored team as the #1 seed, but this has been the tougher side to play on. Will they be able to consistently get forward to that kitchen line?
Yeah, the only time where we really saw somebody comfortable there was Anna Leigh and Ben yesterday. Just had a dominating performance in their semifinal in the mixed. Great job by Schneemann of sneaking in there and then going cross court.
Well, we talked about her unique form of having a little more wrist than shoulder than some people. What that does allow is to kind of change directions at the last second and find more of those angles.
That sails deep, so Franco-Goldberg trying to get going here, and we'll reserve. And look at Schneemann, off balance, resets, pushes off, and fires.
And well, fires to the right spot,
Yeah.
too. Really surprised Anna Leigh Waters going cross court, but right into her body. If there is a spot where she's vulnerable, that's where I'd take my chances.
Great finish there from Anna Bright, but there is confidence oozing through Schneemann because she was not set and she's still firing. That ball she called off Franco. So,
and I think too of the partnership here, I think she knows she has more of that ability to initiate offense than her partner. You need to get that from somewhere. So certain times in certain partnerships, you might be the setup player. When you're not that, you may have to push the envelope a little bit more. I think she knows she needs that.
Yep, and they're going to switch Schneemann directly over to the left side here. Too high from Franco-Goldberg there. Big swing from Anna Bright, gets a miss, and a really good start for the top seed here.
3-1-1.
Again, this is the last of our quarterfinals here, Kyle, and then it'll be all semis the rest of the way.
3-1-2.
Getting down to the wire here.
Same shot, just pulled it a little too much there from Schneemann.
Yeah, I think from the middle of the court, that's a tough angle to find back across your body.
And Anna Bright is like, enough of this pink extra layer.
Time to lose those layers, and Schneemann seems to have a little bounce in her step.
Yes.
I really like how she's moving on court.
And ready with the backhand, tells her MLP teammate, get that the heck out of here.
Yeah, nice move there by Wright. You see that she didn't even touch the ball, but just by jumping the kitchen, changed the shot of Franco-Goldberg and was able to generate the error.
And that is where, if you're going to attack Schneemann, see what the backhand's going to do, too. Yep. She was very good with that in the final last week. That stays in. Does that stay in or go out?
I believe that did.
I think it's in. Yeah. I think Bright set out, and that confused everybody, and then she said, nice shot, because the wind held that up.
Yeah, sometimes that original out call is just player communication, right? It doesn't mean it's official. You're talking to your partner.
And look at that, slicing on the move, one-handed backhand volley.
Well, we talked about the bounce in her step, but the execution of these shots on the move, really high level from Schneemann. Yeah, great depth on the volley there from Bright. You saw Schneemann was eager to get in and pounce, but she was kept honest by the quality of that volley there.
Another good deep return. Got Diane Anderson, Denise Smith, Damon Barry, and Teresa Martin if we get to video. You want to try and keep them honest, just tough to do from that ball position, Kyle.
Yeah, I think Foley trying to speed that up and go behind her. I think a dink back behind Waters might have been the better choice on that occasion.
Big swing from Anna Bright, but on that side of the court, that's just not going to stay in. So 6-2 is the lead for the top seed. And we haven't seen flying two-handed backhands much in this match. Just very by the book so far. There's some of the firepower.
Something tells me, Dave, we're going to see a few more of those.
Yeah. 7-2. And Schneemann just fading away, just can't cover the middle. 8-2.
8-2-2.
Good leave there from Schneemann and Franco-Goldberg, so it's time to go here.
Yeah, even though that didn't work out, I like the attack from Franco-Goldberg. I think if you're just too content to dink every single time, you're relying on errors of your opponents. And at this level, you're just not going to get enough. Sometimes you got to take it to them, even if it doesn't work out.
That's a smart shot. Move Franco-Goldberg out of there and then fire down the middle. Yeah, if someone's going to reset all day, just keep hitting it at them.
Exactly.
8-2-1.
Oh my, that roll from Anna Lee Waters, because we've seen nobody be able to get the ball down on that side.
Great job by Franco-Goldberg getting that just barely shallow enough. There's almost no place to go that was safe other than the kitchen.
Anna Bright a little frustrated with herself there. Had a sitter and then a missed serve, but still up 5. And Lacey Schneemann, I even like the backhand counter even more than that attack right there. That's really good.
Yeah, she's really stringing together combinations of quality shots, and that's what it's going to take to get points off of the #1 team in the world.
She was ready to run in front of Franco-Goldberg right there. Too good from Anna Bright.
Yeah, I feel like when Schneemann is disconnected from Franco-Goldberg and she's getting up, even though it seems a little risky, I'd like to see her take even a more centralized path just to change some of the aggressive shots from Waters and Bright there. If you're going to be disconnected, you might as well take that risk to clog the middle a bit more, especially if you're being avoided.
And somehow through the wind that goes deep. Perfectly executed topspin lob with the wind from
you gotta have
Annalie
a lot
Waters.
of spin on that one to keep it down. She measured it perfectly.
And just not able to counter that one was Franco-Goldberg.
And both these ladies have talked about adding in the one-handed roll. They're known for their two-handed backhands, but a nice job by Anna Bright showing off the one.
Just deep on the return, and we are at game point for the top seed, and paddles are down. So some real good rallies in this match, but just a little too much from the top seed so far. And you know what? We always want to improve our game, Kyle, and we've got the experts at Top Court to help us out. I can't wait to see which of our tutorials we have queued up for you. We'll find out right now. All right, everybody, welcome back. Timeout called from Schneemann and Franco-Goldberg. A game point is coming for Annalie Waters and Anna Bright. And that is the way to finish off a game. Steps into the two-handed backhand with the wind at her back, measures it perfectly. I called her a meteorologist yesterday, and she's got the wind working again. Annalie Waters, she clearly took Callie Joe's two-handed backhand class a long time ago.
I was going to say, right on cue. She stayed down on that one, and the ball stayed down.
Really impressive. Game one for those two. Can they keep it up? Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie. And Kyle, Annalie Waters, and Anna Bright very much enjoying being next to each other today in women's doubles. But in the final in mixed tomorrow, they were going to be on opposite sides of the net. Anna Bright with partner on and off the court, James Ignatowich, and Annalie Waters with Ben Johns.
It's certainly something unique about pickleball, right? Your partner one day becomes your rival the next day, or sometimes it's just on Championship Sunday. From match to match, you're flip-flopping. So fun storylines always here on the Carvana PPA Tour.
And we'll see if they can get there in this. And Anna Bright saying, I'm going to do everything I can. My goodness.
Just an onslaught of attacks from Anna Bright. And you notice how each time she sticks that ball, she gains just a little more real estate forward. Great job, great execution.
And Lacey Schneemann is a confident player.
Yeah, she was all over that, and that was a pretty tricky attack from Annalie Waters, but Schneemann was not fooled on that occasion.
Again, when players have switched to that video board side, just finding the right amount to put on that with the wind at their back has been a challenge. That returned. Okay, we're not touching paddles or hands or anything. Just go back there and return. Bad luck there, as that looked like it was going to be 2 missed returns in a row.
But again, you see a third shot drop just float a little bit more.
Just deep from Schneemann again, so the danger is anything sliced just is going to stay in that same height and take off. 3-1. That one heads into the crowd. They are bundled here in Austin. They're packed tight. I think you want to be packed tight in over there just to get a little warmth from friends and family and new pickleball friends around you. And now unwinding the stacks, a problem, and this is a frustrating start for Franco-Goldberg and Schneemann. 4-1 quickly.
Yeah, we've seen every team on this near side be able to use an up-tempo style very effectively.
And there it is again, and they're going to have to reconsider whether they want to switch sides because it is not working. They're missing returns, and they're getting caught. And again, it's a problem. Just never set. 6-1.
Well, and you don't have to ask Anna Bright and Annalie Waters twice to play up-tempo.
No.
They're very comfortable with being aggressors and attacking early and often.
Yeah, so this is when this team just can just run you over. If your returns are in an attackable position and you are having to run across the court, that is just a recipe for disaster.
It shows there's so many levels to this game from a tactical standpoint. We know that the game at the highest levels usually is won and lost at the kitchen line. But when there's conditions like this, it puts more of a premium on your first 3 or 4 shots in each point. And it's not being decided right now at the kitchen line. It's being decided off of the quality of the return, the quality of the third shot drive, and the quality of the first volley.
Yeah, because remind me of the last long dink rally we had. I'm not even going to make you do it because
Right.
It's going to be back in the archives.
It's making me sweat over here, Dave.
No, I'm not,
I can't
that's one of
remember.
those. I don't want you to answer it because it doesn't exist, and that's all the players problem solving on the fly here. Like, okay, we know what we have to do to get going here, and the winning team has been the one that has taken advantage of their opportunity to press that fast button. 6-1 coming out of the timeout. They call timeout. They don't switch. They get a stop.
I think it's the first time that we've seen a drop
Yes.
attempt, and might as well throw that out and just keep driving.
Big serve. So that is the advantage. If you can find the range with the wind, you can really knife that in there. Good look at Lacey Schneemann right there.
And a beautiful dig in the middle of that point by Franco-Goldberg to
Yes.
get them up. But again, that's the challenge. Just getting there is only half the battle. Then you have to win the kitchen point. Tough to do.
Reset clinic from goal. Oh, Franco-Goldberg had everything she wanted.
I like it. I like it. The only downside is when you reset one in transition and you have to reset another after that, even when you get the first one down, it might be just a little too defensive. I would have liked to see a counterpunch on that second one if possible.
Big backswing from Anna Bright catches the net.
Yeah, may have been a touch too low to fire the trigger there.
These ladies have yet to find a ball that they can't attack.
That's true.
And if Lacey Schneemann is going to start causing trouble on that backhand side, look out, everybody.
Now, great combination. She had almost nowhere to go on the first one, kept it away from Waters, and then put the next one away.
Anna Bright just ready for that speed up.
Still, I think if you're a fan of Franco-Goldberg, I like the play a little bit more. If you're going to go down, I'd rather see you go down swinging than simply just resetting a little too much.
And the wind's going to take that well wide. And, you know, Schneemann might want to just sell out. And since every next ball's going back to Franco-Goldberg, just go. Just poach like tennis.
Yeah, I think it's a good note for players at home. If your partner's being targeted, you can start to sneak over to the middle just a little bit more. If they continue to avoid you, sneak over a little more until they prove they're willing to go back behind you.
And a couple of errors from Schneemann, and it is 8-2 here in game number 2. Nice first volley from Franco-Goldberg there.
Yeah, better counter by Franco-Goldberg there. Had to go cross court, but still kept them ahead when she was able to get down on that.
Good look at Regina right there. Little lungy there.
Yeah, she was surprised that it went back behind her. Good recognition from Waters that Schneemann would be leaning middle.
Such a good read by Anna Bright, because I love that Schneemann came over to take it, but Bright was one shot ahead.
Yeah, Bright saw that Schneemann's body posture, her hips were closed, knew it would be very complicated to pull it cross court. Great time to jump the kitchen.
Second serve.
And these two can just, all right, you know, we've had a couple of stagnating points. Let's put Anna Lee on the left. Strike 2.
Yeah, I think you know, they're heat checking a little bit, playing the scoreboard. Good hands by Franco-Goldberg there. Waters kind of moving through that attack a little bit.
A little bit off the tape, a little bit off Anna Lee Waters' paddle, and they'll take it. New ball needed as that one rolls under the bleachers here. And thanks to all the referees, thanks to the fans sitting around here. You can see hoodies, toques are all required here today to keep yourself warm.
Yeah, everybody is bundled up. There's a very long line for the hot coffee stand out there. I was out there a minute ago, and you can understand people love their pickleball, but trying to stay warm out here.
Good cross-court dink battle there.
Yeah, and I like the play from Franco-Goldberg. She reset the first one. They came at her again. She looked to attack, just wasn't able to clear the net on that occasion.
And there's Lisa Schneemann again.
Using every inch of her frame there. Not the tallest player out there, but could have had me fooled with as far as she reached into the kitchen on that occasion.
Yeah, unusually long, but certainly not tall. Just misses that one.
Looked like it would have worked had she just gotten a little more spin on it. Good idea.
Yeah, once one is up against these two, it's trouble.
Yeah, Franco-Goldberg is stepping back to give herself more time to counter, but it seems like all her counters are going cross-court, which is giving the reaction time to Annalie Waters, and she's just too strong at the moment.
And a mistake there, and we are at match point for the top seed. That's a beautiful, violent finish from Lacey Schneemann. My goodness.
Yeah, amazing technique there. You see how she climbed up the back of the ball and finished on the same shoulder there to really increase that ball going across her body.
And there's Annalie Waters sneaking in to finish off this match. So the 1 seed is moving into the semifinals. Anna Bright, Annalie Waters looking very good. Game effort from Franco-Goldberg and Lacey Schneemann. They'll have to do some damage in the back draw. I'm guessing we go back and forth. Let's see some gents on the court here.
Yeah, I think we've been flip-flopping.
Yeah, great job from Bright and Waters here at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. So the Johns brothers won the toss, and that is why they are standing where they're standing. So they said, we're going to end on the good side if we get to a third game. John and Brandon chose to receive. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
So you got Johnson Koller from Chicago area to serve here.
0-0-1.
Welcome to center court, Mr. Long.
He just took off after that drop, really closed the gap quickly, and definitely surprised Ben Johns with that particular backhand flying counterpunch.
That time Ben Johns ready in the middle.
Second serve. 1-0-2.
Great hands from Long right there. The other noteworthy item on this is another Selkirk player, as Cincola has made the switch here. Look at this out here in the Selkirk gear and paddle.
Yeah, looks like he's using, what I can tell, the 002 paddle. It's probably the most powerful paddle that Selkirk has. Certainly one of the more powerful paddles on the market, and it's working for him today.
Second serve.
Nice volley there from Long, and he's got a little bounce to his step to start here, Dave.
Does he ever?
Great to see.
0-2-2.
Brendan Long again firing away.
Yeah, he's really maximizing his lean in there and looking to initiate on any backhand he can sink his teeth into.
Big swing from the transition there from Cincola, goes deep.
2-0-2. No. Side out.
Cincola, a great singles player, so look for him to continue to look for opportunities to use that third shot drive.
Good lead from Ben Johnson. He is on the board with his brother. First point for the 1 seed.
Second serve. Point. 1-2-1.
Oh, a little indecision on who's taking that ball coming across the middle.
Yeah, I think it's totally okay for Loong to leave that, but you got to quickly let your partner know that they've got to step in and take that.
All it takes is one letter of the alphabet. You. Again, Brendan Loong goes flying up there, just reads the Ernie so early.
We talked about that pep in his step, and it's the difference so far. Hopefully he can keep this up.
And he certainly has it going right now. Very focused.
Heard a couple of U's on that occasion there, Dave.
Much better. Tough attack from the midcourt there for Cincola.
Yeah, it almost looked like he thought he could maybe go around the post and still had his mindset to attack, so he just pulled the trigger anyways.
Big drive from Loong there, and the response is Loong, and they've got a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, really love the tempo that they're playing right now. They're not attacking every ball, but they're certainly looking to apply pressure whenever they can.
That's a ball that's got to travel to the forehand of Loong, and don't stick your paddle in, folks.
Got his hand caught in the cookie jar right there.
Yes. Yep.
I think Cincola has to attack that ball. It did look like it was very borderline, but again, I think that if you're looking for a perfect opportunity to pull the trigger, you're just not going to see enough of those.
And there's another superpower of Colin Johns, just knows to let the ball.
He made that look like an easy leave. It really wasn't, but he's so good with his court awareness of where he is at all times.
And through the middle is the no-fly zone.
Yeah, Cincola wants that shot selection back. That can work on some teams, but Ben Johns is so good with his forehand in the middle there.
Good dodge from Cincola right there.
Yeah, Ben trying to find that right shoulder of Cincola. But we mentioned that's the side that has the wind with them. Easy for some of those flicks to carry a bit.
And I've seen enough of the Loong, Ernie. I've got one myself on my birthday.
And yeah, they're doing a good job of going to Ben Johns enough to where he can't sink into that off the ball roll, but you go to him too often, especially dinking up his line. He's very capable of jumping the kitchen.
Tremendous save from Ben Johns, and then he gets to finish it.
Pretty sure that ball got behind him, Dave, and he was still able to straighten it out. If you're Cincola, you're thinking, what do I have to do to get a point through you?
And after that hot start led by Brendan Loong, it is now 7-3 Johns. And the two-handed backhand full swing counter, and you know, with a team, you never know what their timeout quotient's going to be, but we're at 8-3 here. And Wicked held the Cobra up in the air and ripped it down the line and got a paddle clap from Brendan Loong there. That was beautiful from CJ.
Yeah, Colin knows that he doesn't have to be the main source of his team's offense, but he's really perfected a few attacks on that forehand side. That was beautiful up the line.
So thank you, Onyx and Baird and Duper and Pickleball Central and Pickle Roll and everybody else that is part of this great game. Back to the action, Ben Johns to serve. Oh, and you hate to miss a return on the timeout.
Yeah, Ben Johns with one of the more aggressive serves in the game.
And here comes a game point. Nice swat from Cincola.
3-10-1.
Great take from Ben Johns there. Just don't let that travel to your partner.
Yeah, great job of somehow getting that behind Johnson. He's got to try to cut off the angle a little earlier. Easier said than done.
Yeah, rolling and down on that side has not been an easy shot. Yeah, second chance to close out game number 1 right here. And that will do it. So a flurry for the birthday boy, and it is 11-3 quickly. We love that start. Brendan Long was flying into the kitchen, flying over it with the Ernies, and then just you look up and it's 8-3, 9-3, 10-3, and now 11-3, and finished on this beautiful combo platter from Ben Johns. They are at home. They haven't lost in 2023, and they are ready to make their way to the semifinals and into the finals. We'll be right back to see if they can finish off this semifinal after this. Welcome back, everybody. Again, we've got a simple subscribe and win. And then you don't miss pickleball. I mean, you don't miss it. Look at that. That is the Onyx Durafast 40 right there. Do you want to miss some of the great action we have with that, Kyle? Of course not.
If you're pickleball addicts like we are, it's an easy answer,
yes.
Isn't it, Dave?
Win some of those great prizes from Fila, Dirt Tape. There's so many good things there. All right, Cincola and Brendan Long, can you find it again here? You had a great start. The answer is no. And that's a tough side to win on, too.
Exactly. Unfortunately for them, they're on the tougher side, tougher to do those fundamental things of just get forward, string together good shots.
And now Colin is asking for encouragement from the crowd. All right, that's the level we're at right now. Oh, Brendan Long tries to sneak the two-handed backhand down the line.
1-0-1.
Just way too far on the dink, and then your partner is just at Ben's mercy.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that you feel when you play the Johns brothers. You get too conservative, and then they can attack you. You try to be aggressive at the wrong times, and they take advantage there as well.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, finally able to get a miss from Ben Johns.
And a great cover by Cincola. It looked like Johns had his teeth sunk into that point. Great job getting out of jail there.
And Cincola started the fight there and wins, so get it back, give up a couple.
0-2-1. Point.
A little skitter off the tape, why not?
Yeah, beautiful low drive, and if you can hit the tape, all the better.
1-2-1.
And Brendan Long gets it past the Scorpion.
He went to the right spot, and if he would have gone to the opposite shoulder, it wouldn't have worked out for him.
Another one off the tape. And that's not going to carry over, and Colin Johns has a book on most players. He'll add that to the book for sure on Brendan Long. Expect an entry, sir. Oh, just missed it. Such good disguise from Long there and just pushed it deep.
Yeah, love the idea, and that's a play I really, really like. Ben Johns is such a cerebral player. A lot of times if you can attack him cross-court to the backhand, he will just reset most of the time.
Again, a little more fire coming from Loong and Cincola here in game 2.
2-2-2.
Yeah, starting a lot like game 1 did for them. They're really moving well. They're playing aggressive. It's calculated aggressive. I like it. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going a little bit longer. It's so tough when you're lined up with Ben Johns, because even if you hit a halfway decent counterpunch when he's using that backhand flick, it almost always goes right back to him. So he knows that he doesn't have to win it with the flick. He just starts it that way with an advantage.
Good job from Brendan Loong there.
Yeah, the forward pressure from Brendan Loong is really a factor. He's got to just commit to that. At times it might seem reckless and you might hit a ball while you're moving, but that might be what it takes against the best team in the world.
Yeah, because dropping it on that side is a challenge. Why not just stomp on it?
Well, and when you drive and crash like that, you know you're going to keep the point short one way or the other, and the Johns brothers are the best in the world at playing long, calculated points.
3-3-1. Second serve.
Kiss off the tape, and it sails deep for Colin Johns. He had the next one in his series. He likes to go down the line and then find a hip and then find the middle.
Keep you guessing out there.
Couple of swings go deep for the Johns boys. So 3-3 game 2 semifinal. Winner goes to Sunday.
3-3-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Long's been serving effectively, aggressively this whole match, but with the wind, more spin is probably needed.
Yeah, John let us inside his mind there by saying, make up your mind in between attacking and just laying it in the kitchen. And Colin Johns threads it down the line again.
Yeah, and I like mixing it up, but that probably is a little too much space that Loong gave Colin up the line there. It's a standard shot for him. Really nice hold and snap from Cincola to set his team up there. And I love how, you know, even the first couple of points, the attacks weren't working, but they haven't shied away from it. They know that they're just going to have to take their chances. When you're in a high-level match like this where you know you have to be aggressive, you have to just tell yourself, hey, listen, I only need to win like 51% of these to make it work. You're not going to win 90%.
And a couple of fundamental mistakes here, and paddles are down. So again, you look up, it was like 3-2 a second ago, and then now the other team's calling timeout, and it is 6-3. So Loong and Cincola will take a break. The Johns boys are up in the semis, looking to head to Sunday.
Joint and muscle cream.
The fans are moving, shaking, trying to get warmth, and the Johns brothers are just going to work on a Saturday afternoon. And Brendan Long's like, enough.
Yeah, the backhand, leaning in on the backhand, that flick has really been an effective shot for them. He's going to have to continue to look for that anytime he can.
Yeah, and to mount the comeback, I know it's the tougher side. You got to be close to 100% on thirds. I know that's asking a lot, but that's the requirement.
That's what it takes. It really does. It really is.
Oh, and that falls in.
Yeah, maybe without the wind, maybe that would have sent it along a little bit, but against it, that ball will stay down.
Yeah, and another one of the reasons why you prefer this side, you just throw that drop into the wind, let it die down, and then it's not where your opponent thinks it's going to be, and you get errors.
Yeah, fundamental shots are not so fundamental in conditions like these.
And nor are they fun. Oh.
Second serve.
Trying to get revved up or Loong and Cincola. Now 8-3.
Yes.
Drew to Hennis, making sure we're all aligned properly. And that sails deep, and we saw a little elbow waggle there, a little Riley Newman-esque there. I'm sure Ben loves that I said that.
Well, and it's funny, we're talking about in warm-ups. Ben will predominantly use the two-handed backhand as he's warming up, so it tells me that's the shot he's still trying to develop more and more. And the rest of the package is pretty well set, Dave.
Yes. And we are at match point, go to Sunday point, go eat birthday cake point. It's 10-3. And interesting, that just stayed up there. Wind didn't catch that one.
Yeah, you'd think that would have stayed.
Really good from Johnson. Cole able to counter and then smash the winner.
Yeah, the quality of the counter punch has to be so good to gain back control, and Cincola was up to the task on that occasion.
Great move again there from Johnson. Koller, very quick. And another beautiful ball. And just to remind everybody of the run, Loong and Cincola beat the 4 seed, Loong and Dawson 13-11 in the third. Oh, what a low ATP.
And Ben sees those coming about as well as anyone. Efficient footwork with that crossover step. And I don't see him miss those very often, Dave.
No, it's such a good ball. Oh my, Brendan Loong had exactly what he wanted. And oh, it did sneak off a paddle there, apparently. Oh, okay.
Okay,
I was going to say.
I don't think they turned their heads in time to even see the ball land. Looked like they appealed to the official. The official made the right call. Did look like it was just a little long.
All right, second match point here. Good job by Brendan Loong there. So will the third one be it?
10-6-2.
And the answer is yes, as that backhand volley goes just wide. So the Cinderella story of Brendan Loong and Johnson Koller in this madness march is over in the main draw, but a big opportunity for them. Losers of the semis play for bronze. To get a medal in a PPA tournament is huge. They will have that opportunity coming up, but the Johns boys, again, are moving on to Sunday, and guess what? Ben's there in singles. Ben's there in mixed doubles with Annalie Waters, and he's there again with his brother. He's got a chance to back up his Triple Crown from last week.
Yeah, like you said, happy birthday, Ben Johns. He's going to be where he's supposed to be tomorrow with an opportunity for another Triple Crown.
We'll talk to the winners when we come back. We have had a lot of fun, a lot of upsets. Loong and Cincola really impressive, beating the 4 and 5 seed to get to the semis. But it's the Johns that get to the finals. And we got 3 Johns on the court.
Everyone to championship court. Ben Johns, Colin Johns heading to championship Sunday. Guys, Brendan and John, a fresh face to see in a semifinal. How did you come in and prepare for this match?
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulations to them. Getting to the semifinals is no easy feat, and it's awesome to see new people, and really love to see them. And I've actually known Brendan since I first started playing pickleball. First month in, I met him, and he was the first person I lost singles to. I got schooled by him, so it was really, really cool to see him here and play him. But as far as the game plan, I think kind of normal game style for us. Come out aggressive. Colin hits his blocks, and I think that worked well.
Well, guys, Austin, Texas, the crowd has been phenomenal, but the weather has been not quite so friendly. You're out here in a beanie. Talk about the conditions on court, how you stay warm and fit for the match as it goes through the day.
Yeah, it's not what we were hoping for in our hometown tournament. 50 degrees, raining a little bit, but definitely it affects the play, makes it faster, colder ball, so it's more difficult to control, so you got to play aggressive, and I think we did that well today.
Well, Ben, you're in a couple of finals tomorrow, but it is your birthday today, turning 24. What's on the books for you to celebrate your birthday tonight, maybe tomorrow? What's going on?
No celebration tonight. I still got a lot of job to do tomorrow. So rest up, stretch, eat, and then tomorrow hopefully we'll have something to celebrate.
All right. We'll wait to see what happens. And don't go away, everyone. We've got 3 more semifinals coming to you. Ladies up next. Dave, take us away.
Let's play pickleball. And interesting, Tereschenko and Wright won the toss and chose the end they are currently on. So that is different than what others have done.
Yeah, not sure if the conditions have changed at all in the last few hours, but certainly the near side has seemed like the side with the advantage in all the other matchups that we've watched.
And there's that power from the ace of spades from Megan Dizon. My goodness.
Yeah, the exit velocity coming off that. Part paddle, part just her ball striking ability, but I'm not sure if anybody hits it much harder.
And there's a laser off the top of the tape, and sorry, not sorry from Megan Dizon. 2-0.
2-0-1.
Good try to scrap their way forward, but nice pressure from Wright and Tereschenko.
2-0-2.
Yeah, don't mind the drive choice, but anytime you're missing a drive wide, you have to ask yourself, were you going for a winner? Because if so, tough to do in doubles.
Yeah, just find a bigger target, as you like to say. And she broke the ball.
Talked about the power of the ace of spades paddle.
Yes, we did.
Full display right there.
Full display from the good people at Pro-Kenix. The Dawson family, just epic family in the sport of pickleball.
Yep. Pros at every level, been around for a long time. Callan Dawson still very much a threat on the men's side.
And Jen and Steve, just greatest ambassadors you'd ever want for the game. And we blew out a ref mic over there on the side, so we're getting that squared away so that we get the full volume, because when Dave Johnson's calling the score, in fact, I'm going to lay out here for him to call the score once it is absolutely epic. Alan Roman, Petra Reynolds, and Damon Barry's got it if we go video. Go, Dave.
0-2-2.
Oh, good. He gets his money's worth on every call of the score.
That'll wake you up, won't it?
Yes. Good hands from Etta right there.
Yeah, didn't mind the choice by Dizon. She did handcuff Wright just enough, but I think her partner was a little surprised that the speed up happened.
Etta Wright was suspended in midair after that ball was as well.
Yeah, did her best to straighten it out, but couldn't quite change direction.
And there's the black ace power, and it catches Tereschenko. And interesting, you see that Wright and Tereschenko are going to play straight up when they're on the odd defending.
Yeah, I think they're a little worried about the drive from David and Dizon, not wanting to unwind the stack every time. We'll see if it might be a little different.
Yeah,
here.
we might have seen a switch here. Wright is definitely going, so. Great handle of the cross attack from Megan Dizon. Tereschenko thought she had something there.
Yeah, no, she's mixing up her locations on her attacks, and she's really getting a lot of backspin and cut on her backhand slice. She's playing well today.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties, and it is a barn burner here in game number 1. We are back going here, and we have a game point for Dizon and David, who have led throughout game 1 here. Oh, no, and then a miscommunication in the middle. So Dizon and David take game 1, 11-8. Not the way you like to see a semifinal game end, but we're going to get ourselves all sorted out here on site and get a full game 2 to you. We'll have that for you right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you here. Glad to be able to get all our technical difficulties squared away there just in time to see the last ball hit in game 1. And this is a big moment for Dizon and David to be able to win on the far side. And now they have the better side and a game in their pocket. And then that was a shake, and then David didn't bake. She just reset.
I'm not sure what word would be the correct one for a reset.
I need to come up with that.
Shake and bake. Shake and wait.
Yeah, shake and wait. I know they have shake weights, so we're going to go with that. A little too much with the left hand there, but I like the aggressive posture that Dizon's taken in the middle of the court here, Kyle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we know how comfortable Vivian David is in that right side setup role a little bit more. It's nice to see Dizon take that aggressive role and really play it well so far today.
There's a great counter from Etta Wright and 2 quick ones for the 6th seed. Again, the winner moves on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, a lot on the line. Tereschenko and Wright didn't start great in game 1. They made a push back, and we'll see what they can do on the tougher side traditionally today.
Second serve.
The other thing we wondered was who's going to play the left. It was Etta Wright to start with, but now Wright is right.
Easy to remember.
It is. I like when they do that. We'll see Matt Wright on the right later as well. Big swing from Dizon, catches the net. 3-zip for Tereschenko and Wright.
Yeah, a lot of similarities between the Tereschenko game on the left and the Dizon game. They both have a heavy one-handed backhand slice, but if they attack, it's usually going to be with two hands.
I think that caught the line from Vivian David, so she snuck in there with the two-handed backhand and then just caught the outside of the line. Well done from David.
And she's so tough to attack because she knows when to take that slight step back to give herself just a little bit more reaction time to get on top of her counter punches.
And a rare miss after a really nice reset from Megan Dizon. You can see the work she's put into her game at the kitchen and in the transition area. I'll tell you who's not having technical difficulties is Dave Johnson, our referee. That voice is on point. And it's at a Wright with the last reply. And Kyle, this is the first dinking we've seen all day.
Yeah, we're seeing traditional patient pickleball. Now they're trying to hit assertive dinks to their credit, but it doesn't look like either team's wanting to pull the trigger off the bounce. They're really waiting for a high ball in order to initiate. So it's going to come down to who's got those dinks dialed in and who can just keep their error count down.
So what do you do if you're Vivian David? You got the apple of their eye is clearly the backhand of Megan Dizon. They're making her hit a ton of balls from there. How do you get involved?
Well, you know, you have to think about what way you'd want to get involved. Right now, they're not really changing the pattern and dinking to you. So, I mean, you could take the risk of leaning in and covering middle. That's one way. The other way would be to say, listen, I'm going to trust my partner. If she does make a mistake, I want to help her out. So maybe being back off the line to be able to handle those attacks better might not be a bad choice. So I'd like to see her either pinch middle and lean in to try to take away that inside foot dink for her partner, or hang back, trust your partner, and just try to increase the efficiency of your counter punching or counter blocking.
So again, we've had back and forth today. We had lots of problem solving yesterday. This is a deep discussion here on center between Vivian David and Megan Dizon. You're not going to have a more supportive partner than Vivian David. There's a good look at Irina Tereschenko. Off to a great start with that right here in game number 2. And now we're going to just get the right server. You know, that's kind of important. Again, Tereschenko gets the better of Dizon as that sails deep, 5-0.
And that's where Dizon has to ask herself, okay, am I winning this pattern or am I losing this pattern? Do I feel like I have the advantage? If not, she may need to look to change the pattern and take some of her backhand dinks to Etta Wright just to get her partner involved kind of naturally.
Couple of great digs from Etta Wright, and that backhand just comes up short from Tereschenko. So 5-zip for Tereschenko and Wright. Oh my goodness, did she get that?
I think
Tereschenko saying it was short.
Yeah.
And Alan Roman agrees they could challenge this. Looks like it might have come up just short, and that seems to be the unanimous opinion. Man, that would have been the shot of the day from Viv David. And it is Vivian David who gets one and pulls the trigger the second she's got the opportunity.
But Dizon gave her that opportunity because she chose to run around, took a dink to Etta Wright. The natural then response is to go to Vivian David. So just a good way of just changing it up to make sure it's not just you hitting balls out there. Keep your partner in rhythm.
Good response from Megan Dizon there, and it is David who gets the final blow there, so they get the ball back here. There's that wicked one-handed backhand volley from Etta Wright, set up the whole thing.
Yeah, great location, handcuffing Vivian David, wanting to get that extension to use a two-handed backhand, but just forced her to be jammed with only the one hand.
Finally on the board are Dizon and David, and little cheer from Vivian David there.
And Tereschenko's been in such a nice groove on that backhand slice. First time we've seen her come up short in a while.
David attacked again, unlucky off the tape.
Yeah, and she seems to be the one most willing to initiate off the bounce right now. Didn't work out for her on that occasion.
Ball is called wide and overturned.
Yeah, you know, in fast motion, it certainly didn't look wide. So
No.
I have to imagine that's the correct call there.
So they quickly overturned their own call, and once you do that, it is a point to the other side. Ooh, and Megan Dizon blasts one into Etta Wright there.
Yeah, got away from her. Certainly not where she was going, and she was fortunate that Wright happened to be standing there. Otherwise, that ball was going to go well long.
Yeah, video board saver there. Oh my, what a nice little shot. It looked like she got handcuffed on a ball where she was way ahead.
I think she was surprised by the location, but she did just enough to push that right into the open court.
I mean, you don't usually get behind the grocery cart and hit a winner, but that's exactly what she did.
It's like a power block
Yeah.
right there. You always love those when you're trying to mount a comeback.
Nice big first two-handed backhand volley from Etta right there. Got a couple of Utah ladies in Wright and Dizon here. Off the net, she keeps it in. Really good movement from Megan Dizon there.
And you see Vivian David smiling, trying to pump Dizon up. She knows this is a critical time in this match. They would love to book their ticket in straight games here. Got a lot of work to do.
Etta right now on the left. Good lead from Dizon there. So the Austin resident Vivian David will serve it back into California resident and former Texas Tech tennis player Irina Tereschenko. Good place on the dink. David's doing a good job when she does get the ball.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the argument for just moving the ball around. If you have a gain and there's a particular pattern that's working, then go there over and over again. But as you see your opponents start to get grooved into that pattern, that's where just moving the ball around becomes the better choice.
I like that Dizon stayed engaged, just could not get it through the wall.
Yeah, you have to be aggressive enough if you are going to disconnect to stay ahead in the point. If they're able to get it back behind you, it's going to be tough for your team.
Yeah, smart reply from Wright there just to put it into the open court. So chipping away, got within 3 here. Again, winner plays tomorrow against an unknown opponent. We have a doozy coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Just deep from Dizon.
Yeah, Tereschenko did a good job of kind of winning the pattern, pushing Dizon back. She tried to straighten out a counter, but just couldn't quite convert there.
And Tereschenko pulls the trigger here and catches Vivian David. Really nice work from Tereschenko.
And she's putting a lot of backspin on her dinks, giving her the option to potentially get a ball with a little more air under it where she can fire.
And Dizon tries a ball low and off the ground to speed up, and it is now 9-3. Looking like there will be a game 3. Still a couple points to go, and Dizon and David have put the paddles down. They're going to take a timeout. Nice response from Tereschenko and Wright. See if they can finish off game number 2. Kyle, I think one of the big stories right now is, yes, it's chilly, it's 51 degrees, but the window's down to just 4 miles an hour, so the good side may be all sides now.
Yeah, we're seeing that reflect in the scores and also just the tempo of the match.
Yep.
We're having a lot more extended kitchen rallies. Players can be that much more accurate when they're not dealing with these difficult conditions.
That skips off the line and catches Dizon, and we are at a game point for Tereschenko and Wright to force a game number 3. Big swing by Wright is countered by Dizon, so they save a game point.
Yeah, Tereschenko was there, just the ball got on her so quick, wasn't able to straighten that one out.
That's just beautiful pickleball from Megan Dizon.
Yeah, great anticipation, too. She knew when she pulled that two-handed attack cross that the likely counter would be in the middle. She didn't shy away from it, kept moving that direction as she was the player in rhythm.
Good leave by Tereschenko, so they will have their second shot at taking game number 2 right here.
Yeah, Dizon trying to catch them unwinding the stack. Saw a little sliver, just wasn't able to convert.
Etta Wright was digging and digging and digging, and then 5-hole.
Well, she had a ball that sat up and chose to fire the attack, but Dizon recognized that that was likely, really stepped back, and it allowed her to stick that counterpunch.
Oh no, and it's a missed return that says we're going to play 3. So 11-8 one way, 11-4 the other. A humongous game 3 coming up for these 4 ladies. A chance to play on Sunday is on the line. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's a semifinal. We want it to go 3, Kyle. Come on, and it is. So, the team on the far side has won the first 2 games. So let's see what happens here. That is a switch from earlier today. If it's up to Dizon, the black ace says we're done.
Yeah, and I thought she did a better job that point of moving it around. Even with going cross court, just going more often to the inside foot of that player helps that ball hit more spots on the court and gets her partner involved.
And the rare switching out of the stack at 0, but that's you can switch, but they chose not to, so they're going to start. They just don't want to have a different thing to try and remember.
Yeah, they're clearly wanting to keep Tereschenko on the left. She seemed to be very much in rhythm in game 2 of just being able to dink for days over there. Not the start they wanted, though, here in game 3 so far.
That is a humongous block from Tereschenko because David had a full swing at 3-0 on her paddle, and Tereschenko replied. Right there, man. And the roll from Vivian David goes just deep, so they get 2. Same backhand, different result right there.
And again, just that idea of if you want to get your partner involved, if you can dink up the line, the natural dink for your opponent is usually then to go cross court. You don't have to overdo it, but if you feel like your partner's kind of on an island and you're not winning that pattern, it makes sense to change up your location with your dinks.
Nice ball down at the feet of Tereschenko. We'll see if Wright noticed this and threatens an Ernie in front of her or not here to counter the counter.
Yep.
Again, the Vivian David two-handed backhand. We like the shake and bake from this team when Dizon is firing.
Yeah, her drive gets on you so quick, and Vivian David very comfortable poaching even on the right side with that two-handed backhand in the middle.
What a get from Tereschenko, and gets out of the kitchen. But Dizon and David prevail.
Great job by Tereschenko to get out of the kitchen, stop her body, and be able to block it. But again, just the onslaught of attacks from David and Dizon, just too much right now.
So there's a very happy high five, and the always smiling Vivian David is feeling very good in her hometown. They've reversed the trend again, and it is Video Wall side that has been the winner for everything. So, Kyle, what do you do when it's this big of a roller coaster? You just won game 2 convincingly, Tereschenko and Wright. Everything's going well, and what? We're down 4?
Well, these athletes have been here before, and they understand that pickleball is a game of momentum. It's a game of runs. They started by doing the right thing. They took a timeout. They're going to reassess their strategy. You know, I would say right now, if you just focus on what worked for them in game 2, is when Wright gets that dink to her, even though naturally she's wanting to go back cross, I think a steady diet of going consistently to that Megan Dizon backhand, it was working for them in game 2. I would stay there as often as possible. And what you'll see happen when players can't kind of get out of jail is they start to fire attacks maybe at the wrong time.
And that'll make for an impatient Vivian David as well.
Yeah, good point.
Nice angle. That is the Wright special sauce right there. So good, and such a severe angle, and that ball barely came up off the ground. Really good. So the timeout pays big dividends there. And they put Wright on the left.
I think that was the change that they ended up going with. Worked out for them for the first couple points.
Wow, what coverage on all sides of your body by 3 of the 4 players there. Vivian David had a long reach in the middle as well.
Yeah, and a little unlucky on the last one. Normally, when the ball's cross court from you, your opponents can't really find your outside hip, but that one was just slow enough. I think she had to play.
Wright reset clinic, and then Wright finishing clinic.
Yeah, so far the timeout has worked perfect. Wright is playing fantastic on the left, and sometimes it's just changing the look slightly that'll throw your opponents off just a little bit.
Wright is right.
Yeah, she's dialed in at the moment. Now, if you're David and Dizon, you want to think about possibly changing your patterns a little bit to go away from the hot player at the moment.
And we are tied at 4. It was 4-0. A timeout was called. A side switch between Wright and Tereschenko. Beautiful, problem solving by these two. We're tied at 4.
Absolutely. They're also getting a little more aggressive, too. They're not just waiting for an error. They're creating pressure, occasionally attacking off the bounce.
And the longest point of the match goes to David and Dizon.
Yeah, great job by Dizon, realizing they're giving you a steady diet of balls. She didn't panic and attack too soon, waited for the right opportunity. It's a big momentum point to take that one away.
And a nice job by Dizon and not letting Wright get away at the high third. So 4 apiece. Game number 3. We'll switch sides at 6. And Vivian David with the sorry. She probably means that she's so nice.
That's right. She might be the only sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, there's no not sorry with Viv David.
Great job by her in the middle of that point to dig one out in transition to get them all the way to the kitchen line.
Knife and then double attack, and Megan Dizon says we will have the lead when we switch up to really good.
And like you said, it was that knife backhand cross court dink that created the pop-up. She leaned in, anticipated that it might come there, and once she sinks her teeth into a forehand, it's see you later.
So Dizon and David have a 2-point lead. Can they take it to 11? We'll find out. So we've switched ends. David, Dizon, up 2. Here we go. Oh, and a room service pop-up off the tape, and that's Dizon crush zone.
Yeah, it's tough to tell, but it might have been an ambitious flick either way from Tereschenko just based on the height of it. Certainly got a little unlucky that it found the tape there.
Oh my, and they dug and dug and dug some more. Wright misses her favorite shot, and it is 8-4.
Yeah, that was a huge momentum swing there for Dizon and David.
And now they catch Tereschenko in the switch, and David is the one who's finishing it off 9-4.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. That shake and bake play, especially if Dizon is the driver, is looking really, really good for them.
So, side switch, you think what's going to happen? Man, they get 3 in a row after that, and they are feeling very, very good.
Yeah, been such a tough match to predict because the tempo will change from the shake and bake quick points to really long, drawn-out kitchen points. Certainly nice to get those cheap ones when you can.
Out there, and we thank the pickleball tournaments team that's here from the crack of dawn till the end of the day. 1,150 amateurs playing out there, the volunteers, all those great referees, refereeing not just the pros, but everybody that's out there. It's terrific.
Yeah, it really does take a village to put on a production like this, but it gets better every single tournament. It's great to see for pickleball.
Just couldn't quite dig that out. Second chance here. Got to thank the PPA staff, too. They've been dealing with the weather, the elements, and we just keep rolling. Vivian fended off a couple, but couldn't get the last one. So a 9-4 lead. That timeout was humongous.
And we've got Tereschenko back on the left now.
That will float a little wide. Just deep, and now is when, okay, do nerves and pressure enter what we're talking about here? Not scared to pull the trigger there is Megan Dizon, so only give up one. Another chance to get to 10.
Yeah, did a nice job of leaning in with her long frame there and punishing that dink that floated.
And that hits the tape, and we are on Championship Sunday point for David and Dizon.
10-5-1.
And that will do it. Megan, Dizon, Vivian, David, welcome to Sunday. That is a tremendous run. They make it happen in game 3 after getting run over 11-4 in game 2. They rally back, and look at how happy those two are. That is one heck of a run. It's happening all the time here, Kyle.
It seems like every week we've got a surprise team in the finals playing on Championship Sunday. This is why these athletes put in the time on court when no cameras are around so that they have this opportunity. Great to see them break through.
So, a tremendous battle from those 4 players, and they are thrilled to get to talk to Hannah Johns. If you get to talk to Hannah Johns, you've had a good day. It'll be Dizon and David, the happy hugging 7th seed that'll play tomorrow. Welcome back, everybody. A tremendous battle was won by Vivian David and Megan Dizon, and playing fantastic all day long. Let's hear what they have to say. They're with Hannah Johns.
Welcome back to Championship Court, everyone. Meg Dizon, Vivian David heading to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. Such an incredible match. It went to 3. The fans just love to see it. Talk me through what was in your head going into that final game. What did you want to do well?
Me and Viv just wanted to play aggressive and let loose, and that's what we did, and we came out on top. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's a lot more than we saw on the court, but you're being modest right now. Vivian, you just joined the tour this year as a newly signed player. What's it like to make your way to the top, figure out those partnerships, and figure it all out and end up in a final?
I mean, it's really encouraging to come up against the best in the world and being able to compete with them and find ourselves in a final. So it's super exciting. I love it. Playing with Megan today was just so fun. I knew she's a sweetheart. She likes her left side, and she played like an absolute beast. So it made my job very easy. But yeah, just super excited to compete with her tomorrow in the finals.
Well, Megan, this will be your second final. It's your first time playing with Vivian. What do you want to do well in the final tomorrow?
Really just enjoy the moment, kind of what we did today, just be very aggressive and let loose and go out swinging. Yeah.
Love it, guys. Good luck in that final. With that, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with the last 2 semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. What a match we just saw for Megan Dizon and Vivian David. We are at the ONIX Austin Showdown, powered by Invited. Elevation Athletic Club, Lakeway, Texas, just outside of Austin. And boy, do we have a matchup coming up here, Kyle. We got the 2 and the 3 seed. Yep. The Johns are already there, so they are ready for the winner of this one, and we are ready to play ball. So we have Matt Wright And Riley Newman at the top of your screen. Dylan Frazier to return. J.W. Johnson up at the kitchen line. Let's play pickleball.
And for me, Dave, this is such a fun matchup to watch because both these teams stylistically actually share a lot of similarities. But as far as just their personalities, Matt Wright and Riley Newman will get in your face a little bit more. They'll talk, they'll pump themselves up, in the exact opposite tempo for Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson.
And a nice speed up from Riley Newman off the two-hander there.
0-0-2.
And look at that counter from J.W. Johnson. He was really good in their quarterfinal.
Yes, he was. And Riley Newman, you see how he's leaning middle, figured that would be the location if J.W. Johnson did swing back, but he's able to get it behind Newman.
Good leave by Riley Newman. We got new paddles all over the place. Matt Wright's playing with a 12mm ONIX. There's a good look at that, just hiding right behind him. Riley Newman is using a 16mm Obsidian from Gamma. That's coming out here. You see it on the edge of your screen right there.
Yeah, a lot of these players are switching to a carbon fiber face to really maximize that spin that they're able to impart on the ball.
Nice overhead there. Yeah, I drilled with Riley on Tuesday. He's just trying to get that dialed in, and he's got a little more shape, and that's the challenge. You get this new stick, but you're going to go play the best players in the world. You better feel good about it. That's unbelievable hands from Dylan Frazier right there.
Yeah, most people don't realize there's not much of an off season in the pickleball schedule. So when you're trying to make changes to your game, try a new paddle, you have a short window of time to get comfortable with whatever you use.
I mean, are you kidding me with the hands?
And that's the level that this game's getting to at the highest level. It takes 4 or 5 clocked counters to actually get through on either side here.
And Dylan Frazier splits the middle, and a good start for the youngsters.
Yeah, so tough to do. Riley hit a good spot right at the Frazier right hip, and somehow he straightened that out, no problem.
Good night. So again, we talk, you love to say it, I agree with you, the fire and ice matchup. The crowd is not into this yet because they haven't had a chance to get behind the two loud players at the top of your screen.
Favoring Team Ice at the moment.
Yes.
3-1-2. Side up.
Nice ball by Matt right there.
Yeah, it didn't just stick the volley, but was able to get down at it. Allowed him to find the J.W. Johnson feet as he was moving in.
Beautiful flick from J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, you mentioned how well he played last match, and it seems to be a carryover so far, really maximizing his lean with that backhand flick, his signature shot.
Yeah, because he was dealing with full-on Diamo with Julian Arnold and Thomas Wilson firing at him, and he was more than up to that task. And there's the Matt Wright attack off the bounce on the forehand. That's beautiful.
Yeah, he's as good as anybody in the world at initiating offense, like you mentioned, off the bounce. Great job threading the needle there.
Bad luck off the tape, and Matt Wright stuck with it. That can be hard to do.
And it looked like he straddled the kitchen line, almost like a half Ernie, giving him a little bit more reach inside there.
Oh, we have a ball comes flying over from...
Raining pickleballs out here, Dave.
Everybody just hold up a basket.
Yeah, stop lobbing over there on court 25.
Yeah, come on, 25.
Second serve.
I like the choice by Riley. He realized they were unwinding the stack there. Thought he could drive and crash in, just couldn't get the drive over.
Nice. Oh, we got a push off from Matt Wright. See that again, but the Don Stanley alarm clock went off, so that's usually very accurate. We'll get a look at that if we can coming up. And that goes deep.
Yeah, Newman looking down at his paddle.
Yes.
He mentioned that it's new. I've made paddle changes in my game, and it does take a while to get fully comfortable on all the shots.
And sometimes you've played a lot with your buddy and you still run into him on a ball in the middle. Let's talk through it, boys. And you saw the wild elbows of Riley Newman where you know something's coming, but couldn't put the combo together. And Dylan Frazier's hands have been terrific to start this match.
Yeah, he's been attacked about 5 times on the right side of his body, and they've been good attacks, and he's handled just about all of them so far.
And now Riley Newman continues. He's got a little more grip on that carbon face and lets him shape that forehand better than he's been able to. Just again, a matter of, do you know where that is in your backswing? Good pressure from Riley Newman there. It's like a wedge. Where's 60 yards? Where's 70 yards?
Exactly.
You just don't know.
Always calibrating out there.
Yes.
Didn't work out for him there, but, you know, I think a lot of people can take note from Riley Newman. Even though he's missed a few attacks and hasn't been playing up to his standard yet, he gets more aggressive with his footwork as he's struggling and just lets this game find him. I've seen it time and time again with him in his matches.
Yeah, if you change who you are on the court, you are going to lose.
Yep.
And this is new, so he's started to attack more off that, but clearly has some extra confidence in being able to hit his spots with that ball right there.
And it takes mental toughness and confidence to fire a couple of times, it not work, and say, hey, this is what I need to do. I'm going to keep going.
And trying to use the Newman willpower when he's on the other side, that's very difficult. It's usually thwarted by some higher power. See it right there.
I need to see a top court tutorial on that from the
Newman.
Newmans.
Yes,
I need to learn that one day.
All right, top court team, there you go. Willpower from the Newmans. Next tutorial. Holy mackerel. And that goes what? I don't know how Dylan Frazier got a paddle on that, because that was absolutely peppered right at him.
I think just fighting for his life kicked in and made his hands just a couple degrees faster.
The fight or flight instinct. There you see the first little conversation. Matt said use it. That wasn't, even though he was talking to Riley, he wasn't talking to Riley.
Right. Wasn't looking at Riley.
No.
Said it way louder than he needed
Yes.
to tell Riley. No, and this is the gamesmanship that these guys have. They're trying to break your confidence in any way that they can. And, you know, if it works, why not do it?
Absolutely. I mean, J.W. Johnson, just ridiculous.
Yeah, just lightning fast hands. That's tough to teach, Dave. If it was teachable, I know. Sign me up to learn.
Please, another tutorial again. We got a couple we want. And there's Dylan Frazier firing off the bounce. So this is the thing that they all know they need to add when they're playing in this type of a match.
Yeah, the margins are much tighter, right? They know it's like playing a mirror, right? People that can do the same things you can, you have to look for those small opportunities to be just a little more bold at the right time.
Dylan Frazier can't quite get it to crawl over. We've been at 5-2 for a little while here. Unlucky off the tape there. Matt Wright tried to do something a little fancy from the shoe tops. 6-2.
Wow. Just wow, Dave.
Yeah, what, does anyone else have any questions about my hands here? Because I sure don't, J-Dub. And they keep feeding the beast, and the beast is roaring. Johnson Jungle is fully engaged here.
And this is where it's a fine line between staying confident and being stubborn, right? You can stay confident and keep attacking, but mix up your locations a little bit. I just think the J.W. Johnson backhand counterpunch has been tested enough. I'd stay away from it when I could.
9-2. Just deep on the serve, but my goodness, what a terrific start for Dylan and J-Dub. And we have a side switch on the far side. And we have a backside of the paddle reset. And we have a ball off the tape, and Matt Wright gets to wear that one home.
Yeah, just a perfect start for Frazier and Johnson. If you're fans of them, this is exactly what you wanted to see.
That's great court coverage by the old man on the court. Look at him run around.
Yeah, I haven't seen J.W. Johnson throw in the lob very much.
No.
I didn't really hate the play, but just great coverage as a team by Riley Newman and Matt Wright.
I mean, it's such a explosive back step for Riley to get there, and then great read by Matt Wright. You can really look fast if your anticipation's good. He was all over that.
Well, it's great to kind of understand that when your partner goes back for the overhead, it's now your job most of the time to shift to the middle and look to pick off anything that you can reach and do that modified I formation, Dave.
3-2.
Wow. Okay. And they got a ball off the tape, and there was, I'm going to go with the word intent there on that. That was just clobbered.
Pretty good body control
Yes.
by Newman there to change his shot and still be able to stick it.
Matt Wright can't handle that one. And again, the Frazier-Johnson hand wall is up, and it is impressive.
It's a huge factor because Newman is closing in slightly off the line, and Johnson and Frazier are saying, we'll go at you because we still have the positional advantage. Most teams can't do that.
Second serve.
That time it's Riley Newman finally gets J.W. Johnson jammed up a little bit. Dylan Frazier catches Matt Wright. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
It looked like it deflected off of him. Absolutely. That's twice he's gone cross court to the Matt Wright body effectively. So we'll have to see if he continues to try that. And I think the key is not overusing that play, but he's calibrated it and balanced it perfectly so far.
Yeah, that ball, from my eyes, definitely hit Matt Wright. So I believe we are at game point here. Don Stanley set us straight. We are indeed. Here we go. And another ball off the tape, and my goodness gracious, Frazier, Johnson, 11-4. They want to get back to Sunday.
Yeah, that was practically a perfect game for them. Not only did they keep their errors down, they took chances, initiated offense in neutral situations, and they won a high percentage of their attacks.
So can the 2 seed, Wright and Newman, right the ship? We'll find out. Welcome back, everybody, and youth was served and served very well there. My goodness, Frazier and Johnson look terrific. They do have a title this year.
Yep.
They'd sure like a shot at another one, but this is no easy mountain to continue to climb. They got game 1. And a great job by J.W. Johnson. If you know they're going to just keep throwing it in the middle, reach in. You're not going to get hurt.
Exactly. Just really, yeah, they're bringing it all right now. They're playing within themselves, but when they have something to be aggressive with, they're being very bold at the moment, and it's working out.
So
and
they get one to start.
Crunch time here for Newman and Wright. We're talking about it. This would be, if they lose this match, this will be 3 tournaments in a row where Riley Newman does not play on Championship Sunday. We're used to seeing him there for multiple events.
And Matt Wright has been stationed on the left and ripped a forehand down the line there. So Riley even took a step over there to play that time. It's like, okay, yeah, that's right.
Second serve.
And that was the big question when this partnership came together last year. 2 alpha males. Who's gonna play the left?
Yeah, just because there's 2 great players, it doesn't always translate into a good partnership. You really have to have an understanding of who has the advantage in this situation and be willing to put your pride to the side.
And that certainly paid off last year with several championships and several Sundays and great battles with the Johns boys. They'd love to get another one, but big amount of work to do here on Saturday. Oh, no.
Frazier's played such a clean match so far. Certainly wishes he had that one back.
Yes, sir. 1-1-1.
Just so good from J.W. Johnson.
Well, really amazing because he was on the reach and he decided to backspin that. It looked like a block to me, and then he countered the next one. So to have that discipline to not counter every single time when you're stretched out is really, really high level, Dave.
And there's that big forehand from the Michigan Wolverine, Matt Wright. Blast it down the middle. Newman saw it but couldn't do it. You know, you talk about new partners, old partners. These two have played 110 matches together.
Oh my goodness. So if there isn't chemistry by now, there won't be.
J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier have an 82% winning percentage.
Yeah, no, these are two of the, obviously, the best teams in the game. So much match experience together in mixed doubles. They can do it all.
Second serve.
And the last time these two teams played, this was in Mesa earlier this year, and it was 11-3, 11-6 right in Newman. So we've already had a change in that script.
Yeah, and I remember hearing the scores to that. I was very surprised at the time. But again, when one of these teams plays lights out, sometimes it doesn't matter who their opponents are. Back to Newman on the left here.
Wow. Unbelievable defense. And then Johnson just sort of took a swat at one right to his right. And this is just, look at that thing.
He saw that the apex of the shot was going to sit up and just decided to slap it right at Newman.
And a miss-hit return worked out.
Yeah, kind of an obscure point there.
Don't usually see a drop in the kitchen return.
Got Newman back on the right side now. And to me, Dave, this is why they're doing that formation change, is when they've got Newman on the right and Wright on the left, the middle dink is no longer a safe zone.
No, right foot was on right here. Second serve.
So I think Matt Wright was caught on the Ernie.
3-4-2.
Good read, but couldn't get the feet out of the kitchen. And Riley tries a big-time curl.
Yeah, definitely ambitious. You know, we talked about that, the new paddle having more spin. Maybe he's feeling like that shot's maybe more available. But yeah, definitely pressing a little bit at the moment.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me with that get? But what? That's just mean. Dylan Frazier, that's just mean. That's one of the best gets you will ever see, and then he drops it in front of Matt Wright. What a smart shot from
Has to use
Dylan.
the opposite hand, brings it back when it was behind him.
Second serve.
Lightning fast hands right there from Newman. My goodness.
5-3-2.
Just wide. Matt's going to hit the ATP anyway, just so everyone knows he had it.
Oh, he had it. He had it. leave no doubt.
This is go time. I mean, 3-5, game 2.
3-5-1.
Don Stanley making sure everybody's lined up properly. Oh, man.
Look for Riley to play very fast between points.
4-5-1. Point.
See him being a little cheerleader for his partner. Knows, like you said, that it's go time. They need to play their best right now.
Second serve.
And just in between what to do there. 5's on a 2. Unbelievable. And if you're wondering, well, why are there so many balls off the tape? It's the margins you have to have. If you leave it up, you get absolutely blasted.
Oh, it's absolutely a game of inches at this level.
Again, if they're in this position, it's rare to see that ball in the middle, but J-Dub's looking, and he got it.
Yeah, they're still content with dinking it there and letting Newman and Wright go first. They're trusting their hands enough that they're saying, hey, I don't think your attacks are working today. I'm going to make you show me that you can get that through.
And we are at 7-5. Such a good backhand. Just get that out of here from Matt Wright.
Yeah, he didn't just make it. He completely swatted it, and that's what it takes right now to get through these young men.
7-5-2.
Oh, my goodness. And the net cords continue, and that's only going to add to the discomfort of Wright and Newman. We are at 8-5.
Yeah, you see the frustration in their body language on their faces right now. They're competitors. They're going to make a push here as much as they can, but right now, just nothing seems to be going their way.
8-5-2.
And if Frazier can get out of the way, that's going to be well out, but there's just nowhere for him to go right there.
Yeah, he slid into it to try to keep it a backhand, but you're right. I think if he would just laid off of it, probably would have been wide.
Oh, and you knew if that happened, there was going to be a roar, and the loudest roar from these two is a net cord. That's good news if you're Frazier and Johnson.
Second serve.
But you see them both put their arms up in the air. What they're basically saying is finally something went our way like we're talking about.
6-8-2.
And that's a tough ball for Matt Wright to deal with if Frazier gets it, because it's cross court, and then the reply is going to be faster than your hands are capable of being.
Well, like you mentioned, when the downside of speeding up cross court is you know that you're attacking, but your partner doesn't necessarily know. So the likely counterattack usually goes to your partner. Tough for them to be that ready.
Oh. And there's that use it comment again, directed straight across the net. Oh, and Matt Wright finds the net on that forehand, and Frazier and Johnson are 2 points away from making it to the final. That's a big shot there from Matt Wright.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward for him to redirect that volley, but he saw that Dylan Frazier was in transition, so he didn't just make it, but he found the feet in an awkward location. Really high-level shot right there.
And that time Frazier is able to get out of the way.
6-9-2.
First time we've seen a miss from J.W. Johnson in a while. He's played a fantastic match.
Just pulled wide from Matt Wright.
Look at your feet. Anything?
And they could challenge it. Looked wide from the live feed there, and they are not going to challenge.
Yeah,
so.
I think Wright even knows there's a good chance it was out just from where he attacked that from.
Second serve.
Oh, and stuck at 9 again. This is a very precarious spot for all 4 parties, actually. And that sails just deep, so stuck at 9 again.
This is go time here. I think when you're stuck on a number that long, you never know.
Oh, Riley Newman was begging that to go deep. He stared it all the way to the ground, and it hit the line.
He was still looking at the line after the point.
Yes, sir.
Left it up in the absolute worst place there, and J.W. Johnson ready.
I think he's won every single attack point that he's had an opportunity to hit that backhand.
So good. And it's Matt Wright that comes out on top of one of the best points of this match. Riley Newman hit the deck in the middle of it.
Amazing point. Matt Wright says, you're not the only one with lightning fast hands out here. Unbelievable.
And again, they cannot get to 10. This is massive. That's 3+ opportunities. Oh my. And that's what can happen when you are switching sides repeatedly. Who's got the responsibility, Kyle?
Well, the other potential advantage of the middle dink over and over again, if there's enough pressure on it, puts that extra communication pressure on your opponents.
And a error on that one, and we are at 8-9. And Riley keeps firing away, and we are knotted at 9.
Yeah, see a big fist pump out of Newman. He went at the J.W. Johnson backhand. First time he's been able to get that through in a while.
And that reply from Riley Newman somehow stays in, and they have rallied all the way back and will have a game point on the other side of this timeout. Unbelievable.
No, absolutely. And Frazier and Johnson got stuck at 9, and at this level, when you're stuck on a number too long, you're going to give momentum to your opponents.
Wright and Newman hoping to force game 3 after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie. And Kyle, it didn't look like we'd be playing a third game, but we sure are.
Yeah, no, it speaks to the experience, the fight, the grit of Newman and Wright. They are a tough out, Dave.
Just wide for Matt Wright.
Yeah, Wright had some clutch hand battles that they were able to win that kept them alive just long enough in game 2.
And there's a great response from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, saw the attack coming. He took a step to his right to be able to get the spacing to punch that one-handed backhand counterpunch. Beautifully done. What a shot by Matt Wright. That was not an easy ATP. You see how he curls this around with side spin to bring that back. Perfectly placed in the corner.
Wright says, get that out of the middle.
Yeah, Matt Wright has really stepped up his game over the last game and a half or so.
Winner with the forehand on the ATP and then a backhand volley right down Broadway.
Second serve.
Some great feet from J.W. Johnson to get in position to knife that back cross court.
Yeah, and to make a penetrating dink when he was that much on the move was really tough to do, but it got him the error there.
Oh, now they're starting to talk and saying he wasn't ready for it. Okay, that was a lot louder than a person standing 1 foot from you needs to be for the volume choice. Pretty sure that was the man 40 some odd feet away as the recipient. Okay.
And a prolonged stare after that exchange there, and this is what they're wanting to do. They know that these guys, Frazier and Johnson, have a ton of ability. They're trying to break their confidence and get them to second guess themselves out here.
Oh, and Matt Wright looks to pull the trigger but finds the net. And this middle dink formula is what the Johns use on both these teams.
Yeah, it's funny how you can kind of steal some tactics from other matches when you're watching. It's definitely been middle dink central here today.
Wow. Whoa, by Matt Wright. He is on everything right now. That was a full swing counter. Just good night.
His hands have been dialed in lately. But it's Johnson and Frazier that get that exchange. Really important for your confidence,
Yes.
not just to win the point, but to win one of those fast hand exchange points.
Which they were dominating earlier. That's a good leave. Great choice on where he drove the first one there, Kyle.
Yeah, really handcuffed Matt Wright. What I call zone 1 outside the body, kind of forehand zone, but if you have to play a backhand there, you can't do a whole lot with it.
And it was a ball off the tape that got them going in game 2, actually. They finally found a little energy. They would have been not their typical selves due to the play from Frazier and Johnson. They get one here.
Yeah, nice location there by Matt Wright, just getting Frazier extended enough to earn the error.
And they keep throwing it there, and they've gotten the mistakes, and they've gotten the balls up. And Frazier and Johnson have got to come up with something to do with those middle dinks. Every point, it's like we're at a haunted house. There's a scream around every corner here.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout, potentially from Frazier and Johnson, or that.
Or a disgusting dribbler right over.
5-3-2.
We will switch sides at 6. And just effortless power, angle.
Had it all.
Carefree,
Yes,
you
sir.
know.
3-5-1. Point.
That time it's J.W. Johnson flying in, and it's 4-5. This is going to go to the wire. come up with that one. Matt Wright lets us all know that it was short.
Helping the officials out with the calls.
So thoughtful. And just again with a extended stare down after a beautiful counter finish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Matt Wright is seeing the ball like a watermelon. Such fast exchanges, and he's taking big cuts.
Again, nice use of the drop shot in front of Matt Wright.
Yeah, of the two of them, Matt Wright has less foot speed than Riley Newman. Great choice there by Frazier.
Dylan Frazier that time is up for the challenge. So Wright and Newman have had chances to switch with the lead. Can't get it done.
Second serve.
We don't even need referees. Matt Wright's happy to tell everybody where the ball's going.
Well, and it's a funny dynamic right now, Dave. Every time Matt and Riley win a point, they cheer. And every time that Dylan and J-Dub win a point, the crowd cheers because they're not cheering for themselves. So I think the crowd feels like, hey, you need some energy on that side. We'll try to bring it for you.
And Frazier tries a body shot, but Matt Wright gets out of the way. Another chance to switch with the lead. Not right there.
Yeah, that's got to go back to Dylan Frazier where he has less reaction time. Yeah, J-Dub says that's a no-go zone.
And there's that inside-out attack from Riley Newman that has caught Dylan Frazier quite a few times during the game. 2 comeback and right here, and they finally get that 6 point. We will switch ends. It's the 2 seed with the 2-point lead.
And they have the momentum at the moment. Kind of typical when you looked like you were down and out, then you steal game 2 away, and they're going to ride this as long as they can.
We'll be right back. What a match. What a battle we have here. These two teams have played recently up in Minnesota. It was the Youngs that won 11-5, 11-9. Before that, it was Wright and Newman who won in Arizona. And this time, we aren't just playing 2, we're playing 3. And it is
fitting for the tiebreaker between the two of them, each with 1 win this year.
Oh, and couldn't quite get the pancake back. That doesn't usually happen.
No, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Normally, that's the area where the pancake's very easy for him to get down on. Looked like something got fumbled with his grip there.
And a demonstrative out call from Matt Wright.
5-6-2.
Just catches the back line from Newman. And he keeps going after Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, again, we talked about that confidence and knowing who you are. It hasn't worked every time, but Riley Newman is not backing down. Anytime he sees an attackable ball, he's going.
And now J.W. Johnson perhaps saying, you know what, this middle dink, I'm sick of it. I'm going to fire from there. Catches the net, and he catches it on defense, so it costs him a point, 7-5. And Another dink into the net. The ball before that, most pros would have tattooed. It was up in the middle, and Johnson didn't do it.
You wonder if maybe indecision and changing his mind and deciding not to attack it maybe was why he made the error on the dink.
Oh, Riley Newman saw it, just couldn't get on top of it.
Yeah, he was waiting for it, like you said, but just enough spin on that from J.W. Johnson just to keep it down just enough.
8-5-2.
8-5-2.
Matt Wright is shaking his head, but his bobblehead would be not in its head because it is 9-5. What a counter.
Yeah, we talked about how he's just seeing the ball huge right now. His counters have been so clean, so powerful, and they've been in the difference that's really turned this match around.
So what this is what you think you're going to get. You see the 2 and the 3 seed together. What would you be telling Frazier and Johnson right here? You're down 4. Your Sunday opportunity is slipping away.
Yeah, I think it's time to go away from the middle dink pattern, especially if Riley Newman's going to be on that right side. It's no longer the safety zone. I would do a combination of making Matt Wright hit a few backhand dinks. He's trying to slide around and run around the forehand. And I wouldn't be afraid to dink to the Riley Newman forehand side on the other edge, just to maybe open up the court, maybe open up some openings for you to attack in the middle rather than just make it just simply a patient game alone.
Yeah, when they're in this formation right here, it is the outside of the court, not the inside, that is less scary on the bounce.
9-5-2.
And a shortage of Newman willpower out of the timeout. So here we go.
Second serve.
And J.W. Johnson can't find the range.
Yeah, and you just get the sense here that for Frazier and Johnson, that just making balls isn't going to quite be enough. I have a feeling that they're really going to need to come up with something special to take down Wright and Newman here with where the match is at.
Beautiful inside-out finish from Matt Wright.
Yeah, and you can see them staying with that middle dink and just think that changing the strategy, working the edges might be a better play now here at this stage in the match.
And that is where they need to put the ball to set themselves up, outside.
Yeah, and that's what generated the pop-up, going at the Matt Wright feet to his backhand, pushing him off the line, and then leaning in after that and attacking.
That is a phenomenal read from Matt Wright, but they caught him in the kitchen.
Oh my goodness. Let's see if Johnson and Frazier can use that. That is huge for them.
Looks like the heel came down well in the kitchen. Frazier starts the fight that time.
And
6-9.
They're moving the ball around a little bit better, not every time, but they're working the edges just enough to make Newman and Wright do different things.
There it is again. And Riley Newman has seen enough. He's calling timeout. So these two are starting to problem solve a little bit. When Matt Wright's on the left, you got to go outside. They started doing it. It felt like it was almost too late, but now they're within 2.
But maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. And even though Newman didn't make any errors, they opened up the court a little, just making him play some forehand dinks, where traditionally he's not going to be able to hurt you too much on that side unless you pop the ball up.
And it just, you can't lose the same way. Exactly. So they gave up the big lead in game 2. Just throwing that ball back and forth in the middle. They finally are spreading that wealth around, and this is something else here. This is what it's all about.
This match has had everything, right? You know, the tactical junkie in me loves the fact that we're able to showcase the importance of making changes and being willing to change up your style. It's not just their athleticism, hand speed, and touch, but they're having to adjust to what their opponents are doing.
Oh my goodness. The spin off of that goes directly to the right, and we are at 8-9. That's one of the most athletic players in the game. He couldn't even get a paddle on it. That was bizarre.
I've never seen anything like that happen.
That time, Matt Wright's feet are okay. Wow.
And that's the risk of going to the edge if you're lined up with Matt Wright. He's taken that away with the Ernie. Clutch play by him.
Oh my goodness. You can hear Riley Newman directing traffic throughout the point, and he attacks, and young Dylan Frazier was ready. 99 in game number 3. And a paddle clank in the middle, but they survive it. Wow.
Huge side out for Wright and Newman. 9-9-1.
Riley Newman was directing traffic, but it was Matt Wright that sped it up, and Dylan Frazier said no.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, that's a tough counterpunching location, but Dylan Frazier had no problem covering that one.
And Riley Newman takes a big swing and catches J.W. Johnson, and they have match point on their paddle. 10-9, here we go. And that will do it. Riley Newman comes flying up, pounds the two-handed backhand at J.W. Johnson, and there is a big chest bump, a phenomenal rally in game 2, and then nip and tuck to the buzzer like we thought it would be, and that is what a exclamation point looks like from Riley Newman.
Yeah, that is raw emotion right there. You can see what it meant to them to be able to have another chance against the Johns brothers on Sunday, playing for gold one more time. And for Riley Newman, he's back where he expects to be in that gold medal match.
What a battle that one was. Riley's throwing gifts into the crowd. We'll talk to the winners when we come back. When you turn on pickleball on a Saturday afternoon, you hope you get battles like we just saw, and that was everything and more. And it took the fight of a champion to get to Championship Sunday. Hannah John standing by with Riley Newman and Matt Wright.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. Matt Wright, Riley Newman moving on to Championship Sunday, and what an electric 3-game match. The audience is still going wild out here. Riley, what did you have to do well in Game 3 to come away with a victory?
I mean, just stay disciplined, try not to attack too soon, try to work the middle, and then finally get a ball that we can get high enough that we can really go for and attack. It was a super, super tough match. I mean, I think we were down pretty big in that second game, and that's where experience comes into play. Matt and I, we've been grinding the last 4 or 5 years on the tour, and so, you know, J-Dub and Dylan, they're heck of players, and we were just fortunate enough to get the W.
Well, speaking of 4 or 5 years on tour, you're going up against 2 youngsters on tour. They're still very young. How much does veteran wisdom and just knowing where the ball is going, the court awareness, all of these different things, and the years of playing pickleball play into this victory?
Yeah, intangibles are big. You know, Riley and I, when we get loud and we get fire, we play a little bit better. Those guys have played a long time, too. I mean, they know the courts, they know the angles, they know the strategies. Really, in a match like that, it comes down to execution. I mean, you're talking 2 or 3 points either way is the difference in the match. And we were fortunate today, and those will go either way in the future.
Well, guys, you fought your way to another possible title tomorrow. Are you going to be bringing your A game? What's the plan?
Well, I mean, I just recently moved to Texas last week. I am living currently in Dallas, Texas, and so I'd love to bring a gold medal home for the hometown fans. And so Matt and I will be bringing it. I'm excited.
The new Texas energy on Sunday. I love it. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you compete on Sunday. Next up, the ladies. Don't go anywhere.
So Anna Lee Waters to serve.
Time in. 0-0-2.
Let's play pickleball. And isn't it fun to see Catherine and Anna staring it down, too, while we have this going on?
And a very aggressive first point from Catherine Parenteau. Really, really trying to implement her will here early.
Big sort of a slap from Georgia right there. Just wide from Anna Bright. Anna Bright is in the mixed final with James Ignatowich. It's all twisted up here. Oh, what a shame, because that was so good.
Yeah, all these ladies are looking to pull the trigger and start the fire with an advantage. I love to see this.
And there's the flying Anna Lee Poach coming with the two-handed backhand. Does it better than anybody.
1-1-1.
Does everyone have dinner reservations? Because we are swinging away at every ball that we're seeing here.
We talked about the women's game getting more aggressive, and this is perfect proof of that.
They sprint back to the line. This is fantastic pace.
Second serve.
Nice job by Catherine there. And the other thing both teams have is very comfortable either side for both teams. Ooh, good try from Anna Bright. Kind of ran out of room over there.
Yeah, not as much space on the sideline. Good choice by Georgia Johnson to not just hit that hard, but hit that with angle to really open up the court.
And Anna Bright says, get that out of here.
The hands are lightning fast. I think it's a carryover from the men's match we just watched. Everybody is seeing the ball really well right now.
And I think we've talked about the differences. The wind was such a factor for most of today and all of yesterday. And now the players are really dialed in with just 4 or 5 mile per hour wind. The other thing we have is a very cold ball, so that encourages fire as well.
Yep, definitely lends itself to early offense.
Oh, more please. This is fantastic.
Dave, it is dinking optional right now. You're not seeing a whole lot of the soft game, but every point is high-level athleticism. So entertaining.
Great job by Georgia Johnson there. So they get the ball back.
You know, the storyline we don't often talk about is, you know, everybody rightfully so makes such a big deal out of Annalie Waters and the phenom and how great she is at such a young age. People forget Georgia Johnson is a very similar age to Annalie Waters
100%.
and very, very good in her own right.
Tremendous player, and she is definitely on the rise as well. Look at that, just whipping forehands. Yeah, I see you, teenager.
She has as much power, if not more, than anybody on the court right now.
Second serve.
That was weird. She only had one hand on the paddle and then decided to hit the two-hander.
Yeah, I think she was already moving forward expecting Parenteau to take it, and then she goes, oh yeah, I guess I have to hit that. She's not taking it.
This is fantastic.
Might have been our most patient point of the match. I think there were 3 dinks, maybe.
4-3-1.
Missed return from Johnson, but you see no problem with Parenteau being on the left here. Oh, Georgia got away with one, but she'll take it. And it's interesting, you started out, you expected Parenteau to be in front of Anna Bright, but on the other half of the court. That's the way it started.
3-2.
Unbelievable digs, but Parenteau cannot track down the last one. 6-3 for Waters and Bright.
And Dave, I don't expect to see too many formation changes just because the tempo is so fast. I don't think any of these ladies want to take that risk of unwinding the stack and being vulnerable to that drive.
Good lead from Anna Bright there, and they are up 7-3.
7-3-2.
And Anna Lee Waters gets the last swing on that one. We are at 8-3, and Catherine Parenteau has left the court. That says timeout.
Good dinks can enhance the attacks.
So we'll see if they choose to slow it down just a bit. You
Just
know,
a hair. Just
you
a
know,
not too much.
Just touch the brake for a second. Tap it. Tap it. So we saw that Catherine Parenteau inside-out forehand, and that led to Georgia Johnson smoking the last one. So good timeout.
And we did see the switch, so it does look like they're going to put Georgia Johnson on the left. I think she's maybe a little more comfortable there.
Second serve.
Parenteau needs to go to that top court. Newman.
The pickleball world needs that tutorial, Dave.
I mean,
I'm
come
telling
on,
you.
the Newman willpower will help all of us. Great job of Annalie Waters of seeing the opportunity. You know, you mentioned the word comfort, and I think that's an underrated part of partnership. If your partner is more comfortable on the left, leave them there. You want them playing their best. Oh. That's an unbelievable get from Catherine Parenteau, but nothing she can do with the next one.
Yeah, it's so easy to not fully appreciate the control that Annalie Waters has on that two-handed backhand. She obviously has the power, but she has the ability to just place that ball on a dime whenever she wants to.
Anna Bright showing how she couldn't get her arm into the proper position there. But they look very good, up 9-3 here in game one of our last semifinal of the day. And the anticipation, Kyle, of Annalie Waters.
Yeah, and that's why this team is so unbelievably dangerous. Who's ever off the ball has the ability to disconnect and just consistently look for those poaching opportunities, whether it's a drop or a drive.
Little high from Anna Bright on the first shot at game point, but still a commanding 10-3 lead.
3-10-1.
Catherine steps in and Annalie Waters is ready.
Yeah, and she has the ability to play comfortably roughly 75% of the court, whether she's playing the right or left side. So again, the versatility of Annalie Waters is just another reason why she's so dominant.
And Anna Bright has the last swing. They get it right back. Second try at a game point.
10-3-1. Second serve.
Beautiful volley from Catherine Parenteau.
Yeah, didn't just punch that back with one hand, saw it, was able to turn on that with a two-hander and add just a little more force. Great choice.
And that will do it. Annalie Waters and Anna Bright win the absolute firefight that was game number one. Just flying, smashing, swinging, and they are winning. They win game one, 11-3, and look fantastic doing it. So do Catherine and Georgia have an answer? I don't know. We'll see when we come back.
Tour.
So it is Annalie Waters and Anna Bright swinging for the fences and landing everything. They win game one, 11-3. And we're right back where we started as far as people in their positioning. And Catherine has a mission. I mean, she can be as patient a player as you'll ever see.
Yeah, that shot selection shows that she's feeling the need to do more, right? Not just the standard work the point, but any opportunity to do a little bit more, something slightly more aggressive, she's taking that chance.
And the degree of difficulty of the ball that Annalie Waters just hit off her feet on the full sprint up the line, 2-0.
Second serve.
Anna Bright said hi, but she wasn't saying like introducing herself. She was saying, Annalie, you are toast right here.
Not the good type of hi.
No. So an important stop there after two. Let's see if Parenteau and Johnson have any interest in crafting a point, or are they going to just bomb away?
Second serve.
Got to get to the kitchen to find out.
Yeah, Georgia's trying to work the point. I mean, she chose to try to drop that. Went for a heavy, aggressive drop. I don't mind the play. Great job covering the body there by Georgia Johnson. Normally that's kind of backhand territory, but she keeps that forehand punch so tight to the body. Great choice.
Tuck your elbows, folks. Boy, another one of those big slap forehands there. Just slide the feet maybe a little, would have given herself some room. It's a wonderful return from Georgia Johnson there. That was biting.
Yeah, it skidded back there, and a great choice going at the feet of Annalie Waters to get them the point there.
Really nice from Georgia and Catherine.
Yeah, that's a big hold for them here. Let's see if they can build on that and potentially take a lead here in game 2.
Oh my, perfect read from Annalie Waters.
She can't believe it.
No. And she's been jumping around quite a bit trying to find that Ernie on that side this weekend. Wasn't successful there. Thank you, Anna Bright. She's seen enough of that ball.
Yeah, see you later ball. That was a beautiful shot there by Anna Bright.
Anna Bright knows she hit a ball that was heading into the 5th row, but got it down. So tied at 2 here in the last match of the day. Winner gets Dizon and David. And Catherine Parenteau fires away and wins that exchange.
Well, and it's good for the rest of us to know that even Annalie Waters has limits to what she can do. Got a little overextended,
yes.
Maybe a little too creative if she had to use the one-hander there.
Yeah, it's that shot. I know that she's like, I want to show the world that I've got this one. Great handle from Georgia. Oh, and just didn't quite curl that in on the backhand.
Yeah, I think it definitely would have opened up. Would have liked to see her go open stance there. Maybe let that ball travel just a little lower. I think the angle would have opened up more.
And Annalie Waters firing away again. Georgia just a little late filling the middle on this first ball.
Well, there's so much firepower from Anna Bright and Annalie Waters. Such a tough team to slow down.
And here they go. So they were stuck at 2 a little bit. They switch who's on what side, and they rattle off 3 in a row just like that. The elite problem solving, too, of this team. So smart.
And it looks like they were trying to get Parenteau on the left. Looks like that's what they're going to do here.
Beautiful counter from Georgia Johnson.
And to me, I think this formation for Parenteau and Johnson makes the most sense just because it seems like the game plan of Waters and Bright is to give a steady diet of balls to Johnson. Hard for Parenteau to get involved when she's on the right side to help her partner.
I think Parenteau took a full swing at that, and it carried deep, and she's like, that's a great lead by me.
Good time to take a swing and a miss.
Second serve.
Johnson can't quite dig that one up.
4-5-2.
And that comes up just short, and here we go, tied at 5. Great response from Parenteau and Johnson.
We talked again about the problem solving, changing formations, just throwing your opponents a different look until you find something that works.
That is a really nice one-handed attack from Catherine Parenteau, and it's Anna Lee and Anna Wright that are going to sit down and think about it. They have come all the way back and have a lead to Parenteau and Johnson. Really well done. So it is on in game 2. Punch and counter punch here on center court. Great job by that duo right there to come back and take the lead. And nice job by Anna Wright of protecting her body and got the ball down there. That was wild.
She found a little scorpion there. I'm not sure she even looked at the ball.
I think that might have been the blind scorpion. We'll have to look that one up.
Again, the versatility and the poaching ability of both Anna Wright and Anna Lee Waters is continuing to cause problems for Parenteau and Johnson.
I have no idea how Anna Wright handled that shot that Catherine Parenteau just threw at her. It had to be on the right side of her body and ended up on the left. That was tremendous. Oh. That's why people love women's doubles right there. It is chaotic, it is intense, it is Smoke City. Unbelievable how hard they're swinging at some of these.
How could you not love what we're witnessing right here? This is amazing.
And Anna Lee absolutely lights that one up, and after giving up the lead, they get 3 in a row back. 8-6, 3 points from moving to the final. And Georgia Johnson leaves that in the net, and the question is do they choose to get out of this and put Parenteau back over there on the left where they did have a little bit of a rally? Answer is no. I mean, there's no disguise on that. That was a step into it, full wind up, and folks, we're at match point.
10-6-2. Seems like you blink and 5 points have transpired so fast.
And that will do it. AL and AB are going to Sunday down 1, and then they just said, this is ours, enough. 5 in a row. Really, really fun match. Catherine Parenteau and Georgia Johnson brought all the fire, but it was just too good on the other side, Kyle.
Well, you see how dangerous this duo is when they've got all of it rolling. They have the ability to play so much faster than other teams, but still play under control. Just an amazing team.
So we will talk with the winners with our Hannah Johns when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. What a final match. Just absolute fire on both sides. And it was Anna Lee Waters and Anna Wright who are able to come out on top. And they are standing by with Hannah Johns.
Welcome back to Championship Court. One last time, where Anna Squared are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. You made short work of that match. How do you feel about your games heading into tomorrow's final?
We're really excited. Always a blast playing with Anna Lee, and that's a really, really great team. We knew that we were going to have to play well, bring some of our best stuff, and we played great. Definitely our best match of the day. Thanks to everyone who stayed out and watched. I know it's cold, know it's late. Thanks to all of you. You guys are legends.
AL, I don't know how you managed to play in this. Well, the rest of us are out here freezing, but talk about what the weather does to the ball during this match and how it affects play.
Yeah, it's freezing. I'm trying to find a heater everywhere I go. I'm just like parking next to the heaters, but I have sponsors on my skirt, so I want to make sure, you know, I'm loyal to them and wear their stuff out here. I also can't really play in pants. I feel too, you know, tight, I don't know, closed off, and then I can't play in shoulder or tops because I feel the same way. I just need to be like free in this. But I loved playing with Anna today. We bring a lot of energy. Even if it's 12 o'clock at night, we're gonna bring the heat, and I think we did that.
Well, Paddle Tech, Fila, this girl's got you covered. No matter the weather, even if it snows out here, she's gonna wear your stuff. That's awesome. Guys, you're going for a couple of titles tomorrow. 3 of 3 for you, 2 of 2 for you. You're in the finals of every event. You both entered. What do you want to do on Sunday? What are you focused on?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how Anna Lee plays in 3 finals all the time. This will be my second time doing 2, and unfortunately I have to go against her in one of them. But just going to try to rest up. I've had a couple of later nights. Try to rest up, try to sleep. It's sometimes tough for me to sleep, and just bring a lot of energy tomorrow and have fun.
Well, guys, good luck in all of your finals tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Dave, we turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Great job, Hannah Johns and Kyle. Let's look at what we've got. This is not necessarily the order, folks, but this is who is playing tomorrow. We have rematches in singles that are fantastic. So Ben Johns versus Federico Staksrud. They've played a bunch to start the year. Fed's gotten him once. That's the only loss Ben has had.
And he got him the most recent one, I believe.
So we're going to have that. We have the rematch with Anna Lee and Catherine. Catherine got the last one out in Daytona. In mixed doubles, we have the duo that's just all lovey-dovey there on center. They got to stare each other down, and Wright and Ignatowich are dangerous. That's going to be a lot of fun. Then the rematch everybody loves. The best rivalry in pro pickleball is the Johns brothers against Wright and Newman. Wright and Newman had to fight their way there. And then women's doubles, you have the ladies you just saw, and we always have somebody sneaking in from an unexpected place, and it's Megan Dizon and Vivian David. Congrats to those two to get to Championship Sunday. So it's been a wonderful day of pickleball. Can't thank you all for watching enough. This Championship Sunday will start at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. Myself and my man Kyle McKenzie will be on the call for the whole crew, who does an amazing job both here and at Tennis Channel Studios out in California to bring you these great pictures. Thanks to all their work. For Drew and Dom, who had the earlier shift, Hannah Johns on the court, the referees, volunteers, and all the sponsors, thanks so much for being part of the pickleball community. Championship Sunday tomorrow. We'll see you then. Good night.